Chapter 3161. Abandoned Lair was one of the two most notorious danger zones in Hung Luo star field. It was both dangerous and evil, with only the equally famous Galaxy Ridge being on par with it. More than 90% of the space pirates and the outcast warriors of the entire space zone were gathered in the two places. The people who lived in the two places were all vicious, brutal, and ruthless people. For thousands of years, the three great forces in the Star Territory had constantly clashed with these pirate gangs and had even joined forces to try and eliminate them. But whether it was Abandoned Lair or Galaxy Ridge, they were both easy to defend and difficult to attack. What's more, they were protected by natural spirit arrays, so it was not easy to take them down. Repeated invasions not only failed, but also resulted in heavy losses. Abandoned Lair was not a real lair, but an extremely chaotic star territory. Chaotic force fields, violent asteroid seas, and star field storms were its most natural barriers. If one was not familiar with the way in and out, even a third-order origin king would be in danger if they got lost. At the center of the chaotic area, a lot of broken, enormous asteroids were scattered. Every one of the asteroids was immeasurably large. The pirate gangs in the abandoned lairs had planted their roots on the asteroids and thrived for countless years, growing stronger and stronger. The countless star pirate gangs, large and small, were the foundation of Abandoned Lair. Among these star pirate gangs, the strongest and largest one was called the Ruthless Blood Pirate Gang, and its leader, Zhang Xuesong, was a proud third-order origin king. With such strength, even in the entire star territory, he was a peak existence with few rivals. He was naturally the king of evil. Zhang Xuesong had cultivated for 1,500 years, and it was rumored that he had some connections with Sword Union, one of the three great forces in the Star Territory. When he was young, he was also a young genius of Sword Union, and the higher-ups of Sword Union had high hopes for him. However, some kind of accident happened, and as a result he killed his master and brother, betrayed Sword Union, and fled into Abandoned Lair. A few hundred years later, a ruthless blood pirate gang appeared here. Zhang Xuesong's hair was completely white, indicating that he was in his twilight years. For a third-order origin king, this was very unusual. Even though he was already old, his figure was still ramrod straight like a sword. It seemed like the education he received in the Sword Alliance when he was young was still affecting him. As he sat there, his entire body was like a sharp sword that hadn't been unsheathed, and its edge was completely restrained. On the opposite side of the table, an extremely old man was lightly sipping his tea, while his entire body was suffused with a bloody aura that caused others to feel extremely uncomfortable. Even though he was similarly old, if one observed carefully, one would notice that this person's body surged with a bloody glow, and his bloody aura was even more exuberant than a man in his prime. Moreover, this bloody aura wasn't ordinary, and it instead carried a ghastly aura that was extremely strange. "Did you find out anything?" The old man put down his teacup and asked softly. In this abandoned lair, Zhang Xuesong was the overlord. There had never been anyone who could speak to him as an equal, let alone ask him such a question. Although it was a question, there was a faint arrogance of a superior speaking to a subordinate. The old man's cultivation was also a third-order origin king, not any weaker than Zhang Xuesong, and the symbol on his clothes clearly indicated his origin. Great Desolate Star Territory, Netherworld Sect. This old man was a vice-sect master of Netherworld Sect. Zhang Xuesong still didn't know his name, only that he called himself Old Ing. The sword master's sword heart was resolute, and he would rather break than bend, not to mention a peerless sword master like Zhang Xuesong. If someone else dared to show even the slightest disrespect to him, Zhang Xuesong would have cut them down with his sword and let them have a taste of his own power. However, against this Old Ing, Zhang Xuesong wasn't sure he could win. What's more, although he was dissatisfied with Old Ying's condescending attitude, he didn't want to become an enemy of Netherworld Sect. Over the past dozen years, he had witnessed the strength of Netherworld Sect, and if they really fought, this abandoned lair wouldn't be able to resist Netherworld Sect's attack. Hearing this, Zhang Xuesong quickly said, "There is no useful information. The people in Noble Star's territory died too quickly, so no useful information was passed on." Old Ing said, "It's impossible that there is no clue at all, right?" In recent months, the territory of Great Desolate Star had suffered heavy casualties. More than half of the results of the invasion over the past dozen years had been destroyed. They had lost contact with many stars, such as Monster Star, Shadowed Star, Water Moon Star, Green Mountain Star. He didn't care about the life or death of the cultivator of the other great forces, but he cared about the situation of the Netherworld sect disciples. What frightened him the most was that he had lost contact with Tongxian realm. One had to know that there was a vice sect master on the other side, and his cultivation was on par with Old Ying's. There was also the assistance of 4 other third-order origin kings. With such a lineup, how could Hung Luo Starfield resist, let alone destroy them? Perhaps there was a small accident on the other side that caused the connection to be cut off. But when this conjecture appeared, Olding couldn't convince himself. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it, so he asked Zhang Xuesong to send someone to inquire about the situation. In the end, he got such an answer, which made him quite unhappy. There are indeed no clues. If Olding doesn't believe me, you can send someone to investigate, Zhang Xuesong replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Unlike Galaxy Ridge's submission to Great Desolate Star's territory, he chose the path of cooperation. He cooperated with Great Desolate Star's territory to destroy Sword Union and take revenge for the blood feud of the past. In terms of the results, the cooperation was not bad. Sword Union was indeed destroyed, and some of the cultivation stars in its possession fell into the hands of the cultivator on Great Desolate Star. Sword Union fell apart, and only the young Union Master escaped the disaster and went to Tongxian Realm to seek refuge. However, Tongxian Realm was also in a precarious situation. Once Netherworld Sect's plan succeeded, Sword Union's young Union Master would have nowhere to hide and would die without a doubt. His 1,000-year enmity had been avenged, but Zhang Xuesong didn't feel much joy because he had mistakenly underestimated the strength of Netherworld Sect. Although he was still the biggest leader of Abandoned Lair, the entire Abandoned Lair was basically controlled by Netherworld Sect. He was no longer worthy of his title. If Netherworld Sect really wanted to deal with him, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to escape. Asking a tiger for its skin was the reason for his actions today. However, there was no benefit in dealing with an unbending greatsword cultivator, and it would only increase internal friction. That was why Netherworld Sect tolerated him, but this cooperation was no longer possible. Zhang Xuesong had long lost the capital to cooperate with them. Although he hadn't become their lackey yet, when Hung Luo Starfield completely fell, the first person Netherworld Sect would deal with would be him. Olding faintly smiled. Coupled with his gloomy aura, this smile gave people a bone-chilling feeling. This old man can still trust the words of the chief. It's just that the events of the past few months have been bizarre. The chief is a local, so do you know who in this world has such heaven-defying methods? Zhang Xuesong raised his sword-like eyebrows and said in surprise, "Does Olding think that those who have lost contact with them are all doomed?" Olding sighed. This old master doesn't want to think so, but I'm afraid it can't be wrong. If it was only 1 or 2 places that had lost contact, it could be explained as an accident. But in the past few months, there had been too many places where they had lost contact, so many that Olding was shocked. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he knew that some hidden master in Hung Luo Star Field had come out of seclusion. This master was currently hunting down Great Desolate Star and Netherworld Sect. Zhang Xuesong was slightly shocked. If even Olding said so, then he was probably right. After pondering for a while, he said, "Back then, there was an old man in Star Territory who was known as the strongest in Star Territory. His strength was unfathomable." Who? Wu Dao, who in Star Territory didn't know Wu Dao's name. When Zhang Xuesong was young, Wu Dao was already a third-order origin king. After so many years, Wu Dao's cultivation had probably improved, so it made sense if he was the one taking action. But it shouldn't be him. Zhang Xuesong slowly shook his head. "Why do you say so?" Olding asked. "Because he left this star territory several decades ago and went to a more mysterious world. The star boundary." Old Ying's eyes flashed with a look of yearning, but it was quickly extinguished. "The star boundary?" Zhang Xuesong looked at Olding in amazement. This was the first time he had heard this term, so he was quite curious. "Go on." Olding was too lazy to explain. Hung Luo Starfield didn't know about the existence of the star boundary, but Great Desolate Star Territory knew about it. That was because the Netherworld Sect's ancestral founder had gone to the star boundary and established a sect there, using the Great Divine Technique to send down a decree and some treasures. As the vice sect master of Netherworld Sect, he was naturally not unfamiliar with the star boundary. The previous sect master, Yin Lusheng, had gone to the star boundary. The star boundary was a place that all cultivators yearned for as it had more complete world principles and a higher martial Dao path. If it weren't for his old age, he would also want to go to the star boundary. Jiang Xuesong said, "Since it can't be Wu Dao, then I can't think of anyone else." While speaking, he frowned and hesitantly said, "It's also impossible for him." "Who?" "A junior called Yang Kai." "Since it's a junior, why mention him?" Olding said unhappily. Jiang Xuesong said, "Although I have never met Yang Kai, he is not an ordinary junior. Wu Dao was able to go to the star boundary all thanks to him. Back then, it was Yang Kai who took Wu Dao and a few others away from the star territory. At that time, there were rumors in the star territory that in less than 100 years, this junior would become the strongest person in the star territory and replace Wu Dao's position, but he left so early." He sighed. "It is this Zhang's regret that I couldn't fight him." "If you have such a wish, then this young master will satisfy you." A person's voice came from afar. When the first word was heard, the person seemed to be still several dozen kilometers away, but when the last word fell, a heroic figure appeared in front of the hall. The dim light of the abandoned lair shone on his back, casting a long shadow that seemed to cover the entire hall. His face was obscured by the shadow, making it impossible to see his features. Only his eyes were shining brightly. Jiang Xuesong and Olding both held their breaths. The newcomer did not emit any aura, but it made their hairs stand on end and their blood run cold. Chapter 3162. Who goes there? Jiang Xuesong roared as he stood up. The figure strode in and arrived in front of Jiang Xuesong in a few steps. Jiang Xuesong felt as if a giant dragon was pressing down on him. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back and fall into a chair. The sword heart that he had cultivated for 1,500 years actually made a cracking sound, and a fine crack appeared on it. Had he become timid? Only now did Jiang Xuesong come back to his senses and realize what had happened to him just now, causing a look of extreme shock to appear on his face. His life had been bumpy and he had encountered countless powerful enemies. But no matter when or what kind of enemy he faced, he had never been timid or retreated. No matter how many tricks the enemy had up their sleeves, no matter how high their cultivation was, he would break them with a single sword strike, even if it meant being crushed to pieces. It was precisely because of this determination that he had tempered his flawless sword heart. But in that moment, he had felt timid for the first time in his life, causing a flaw to appear in his perfect sword heart. Yang Kai looked down at him, almost sticking his face to his face as he grinned. "Head chief, you really are forgetful. You were just talking about this young master. How could you forget in the blink of an eye?" "You are." Jiang Xuesong's eyes trembled as an extremely absurd idea appeared in his mind. He resolutely said, "That's impossible." "Anything is possible." Yang Kai turned around and sat down on the table before turning to Olding and asking, "Are you from the Netherworld sect?" His casual attitude made it seem as if he had not entered a dragon's lair, but rather a familiar neighbor's home. Even with Old Ying's rich experience, he could not help but feel that this was absurd. "Let me ask you something." Yang Kai stared at Olding. "Are you the Netherworld sect's sect master?" "No." Olding shook his head. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said regretfully, "I didn't find the right place." Sword intent suddenly surged as a brilliant sword light flashed, illuminating the hall. Everything in the world seemed to lose their luster at this moment, leaving only the light of this sword. Jiang Xuesong had brazenly attacked without any warning. As a swordsman, he shouldn't be sneak attacking others from behind. In the past, he had never done so. He had always defeated his enemies fair and square. However, Yang Kai's forceful approach had actually caused him to feel timid. His sword heart was covered in dust, and he couldn't care less about anything else. Before the sword chi arrived, Olding raised his hand and a blood-red banner appeared in his hand. It was one of the 2 most commonly seen secret treasures of the Netherworld sect, the Blood Sea Banner. However, the Blood Sea Banner in Old Ying's hand was obviously more powerful than all the Blood Sea Banners Yang Kai had encountered so far. The aura it exuded was at the peak of Origin King grade, and if not for this world's restrictions, it would have become a Dao Source grade artifact with just a little bit of refinement. Olding waved the Blood Sea Banner, and a rolling sea of blood gushed out from it, turning into a sea of blood that enveloped Yang Kai. At the same time, The unparalleled sword intent also slashed at Yang Kai. Jiang Xuesong felt a sense of loss. Although he didn't know what this young man's cultivation was, how could he survive being attacked by a sword cultivator within 3 meters of him? What's more, Olding was cooperating with him at this moment. Although the two of them had always been at odds with each other, at this moment, they were of one mind and cooperated with great tacit understanding. As the sword light slashed down, Jiang Xuesong's face changed drastically, while Olding obviously felt something, and his body shook violently. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Without any hesitation, they turned into 2 streams of light and rushed out of the hall, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Amidst the rolling sea of blood, a fist suddenly punched out, shattering the sea of blood and causing the sword light to disappear. Yang Kai took a step forward and arrived outside the hall. He didn't give chase and instead just leaned against a pillar, watching with interest. Jiang Xuesong and Olding rushed out of the hall. Looking around, they were immediately stunned. They saw over a dozen pitch-black warships had appeared in the abandoned lair that they had thought to be impregnable. A great formation surrounded the entire abandoned lair. Figures flew down from the warships one after another, charging onto the meteors of various sizes as they pursued the cultivator in the abandoned lair. Since when? The abandoned lair was easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was protected by a natural formation as well as the extremely terrifying starfield storms. Only those who were familiar with the patterns would be able to find a safe passage in and out. Although the Netherworld sect was quite powerful, Olding knew that he would have to pay quite a price if he had to lead people to attack the abandoned lair. The reason why he could enter this place safely was because Jiang Xuesong had taken the initiative to contact him over a decade ago. However, at this moment, this seemingly safe place had been silently breached by someone. It was basically a nightmare. Powerful auras surged in from all directions, clearly telling Olding and Jiang Xuesong a cruel truth. Today was probably going to be a bad day. A small figure suddenly flew towards them. Jiang Xuesong's eyes focused as he saw that it was a little girl around 7 or 8 years old. Olding had obviously noticed her as well. With a cold expression, he waved the Blood Sea banner in his hand and pulled the little girl into it. Jiang Xuesong's figure suddenly retreated, quickly distancing himself from Olding. "What are you doing?" Olding looked at him angrily. "Quickly join hands with me and leave this place." This guy was simply crazy. Even at a time like this, he still wanted to distance himself from him. Did he really think that he could rely on a broken sword to kill his way out of this encirclement? Jiang Xuesong looked at him seriously and shook his head. It's up to fate. Although he didn't see anything special about the little girl, when she approached him, the sword heart in his body actually sent out a strong warning. A voice shouted in his heart, "Go further, go further, go further." "Are you crazy?" Olding was furious. "Right now, only you and I can." Halfway through his words, he suddenly looked down at his Blood Sea banner and saw a red flame appear on it, rapidly spreading in all directions and burning wildly. The scorching aura caused Olding to shiver. He desperately poured his Saint Chi into the banner in an attempt to extinguish the flames. But no matter how hard he tried, the flames remained unmoved and instead continued to expand rapidly. Olding coughed up a mouthful of blood. His artifact had been damaged, and he had also suffered a backlash. The small figure stepped out of the Blood Sea banner and gently tapped Old Ying's head with a white jade-like finger. Old Ying's entire body immediately went limp like a deflated balloon. Lu Yan picked up Old Ying and looked forward, but Jiang Xuesong had already become one with his sword and turned into a streak of sword light as he flew away. What the hell? What the hell was this little girl doing? Not only was she safe and sound after being taken into the Blood Sea banner by Old Ying, she had even managed to escape and destroy the Blood Sea banner while severely injuring Old Ying with a single finger. Such strength was beyond his imagination. No matter how powerful his sword heart was, he couldn't summon up the courage to fight, only a single thought filling his mind. "Run, run as far as possible. Don't run." A clear voice like the tinkling of spring water sounded in his ear. Jiang Xuesong turned his head to take a look and saw the little girl walking side by side with him in an unhurried manner. She was even carrying the dying Olding in her hand. The corners of his eyes twitched fiercely, and he almost had the urge to curse. Biting the tip of his tongue, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence as the sword light became even faster. "I said, Lu Yen stretched out her small hand and grabbed the long sword. The sword light instantly went from extremely fast to extremely still as she angrily shouted, "Don't run." The incomparably sharp Origin King grade long sword that could split mountains and sever seas was held by her, unable to cause her the slightest harm. Wah! Jiang Xuesong coughed up a mouthful of blood, but this time, because of the impact, he turned his head to look at her, almost wondering if he was dreaming. A moment later, Lu Yen carried Olding in one hand and Jiang Xuesong in the other and returned to the hall, dropping the two of them on the ground. Old Ying's aura was weak and his injuries were not light. Although Jiang Xuesong's situation was better, he had lost all will to fight and his eyes were dim, as if covered by a shadow. Yang Kai crossed his arms and leaned against a pillar, smiling slightly upon seeing this. "Thank you for your hard work." Lu Yen pursed her lips, as if blaming Yang Kai for being so polite to her, venting her anger by kicking Jiang Xuesong. Jiang Xuesong didn't say a word, not daring to say anything despite his anger. Yang Kai squatted down and stared at Old Ing. "Where is your Netherworld sect master now?" Old Ing looked up at him and said in a trembling voice, "I don't know." "How can you not know?" Yang Kai frowned and said fiercely, "Old thing, don't lie to me. Your cultivation is not bad, so you should be an elder. How can you not know where your sect master is?" Olding said with a sad face, "I really don't know. He might be in the Galaxy Ridge." "Might be?" Yang Kai frowned and said with a fierce face, "Is he there or not?" Olding said in a trembling voice, "This old one, can't be sure." "Trash!" Yang Kai scolded, grabbing his clothes and throwing him out. Olding screamed and flew 100 zhang away before exploding in the air. The Netherworld sect was the main culprit for the invasion of the Great Desolate Star's territory, and the sect master of the Netherworld sect was the main culprit. Yang Kai naturally wanted to settle the score with him, but he couldn't find him here. However, it didn't matter. This was the first battle of the Hung Luo Star Field's counterattack. As long as the Netherworld sect master was still in the Hung Luo Star Field, he would be found sooner or later. At this time, the Galaxy Ridge should have also made their move. They were led by Su Yen, so the Galaxy Ridge shouldn't be able to cause any trouble. At the same time, Yang Kai had sent Li Jiao and his family to guard the passage between the two planets. The Great Desolate Star's territory wouldn't be able to get any reinforcements from there, let alone escape from the Hung Luo Star Field. The reason why Yang Kai had waited here for 10 days was mainly because he wanted to capture all of Abandoned Lair in one fell swoop, not letting a single enemy escape. He and Lu Yen could certainly rampage through this place, but Abandoned Lair was too large, and if they didn't have a corresponding number of helpers, there would definitely be some fish that escaped the net. Now, it was different. Of the two strongest people in Abandoned Lair, one was dead and the other was injured. The entire Abandoned Lair was surrounded by his own people. It was impossible for the Great Desolate Star's territory and the Star Pirates to escape. The sounds of fighting continued. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at Jiang Xuesong, a trace of disgust flashing in his eyes. "If you have any useful information, tell me and I'll give you a quick death." Chapter 3163. Half a day later, the noise gradually subsided. The Abandoned Lair was in ruins and corpses were piled up like mountains. This sinful land that had existed for tens of thousands of years was finally cleaned up today. Deafening cheers resounded through the clouds. Everyone was venting the joy in their hearts. Since the invasion of the territory of the Great Desolate Star, this was the first large-scale victory in more than 10 years, and it was a crushing victory. Although they only destroyed the Abandoned Lair, which was far from killing all the cultivators in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, today's battle was like a spark that illuminated the territory of the Great Desolate Star. This spark could also start a prairie fire. "I'll leave the rest to you." Yang Kai smiled at the people around him and floated away alone. This time, he didn't even take Lu Yen with him. The Dharmakaya, Lu Yen, Wan Bai Ting, and Su Yen were all beyond the limits of the territory of the star. In addition, there were many strong people in the territory of the star. Such a lineup was enough to easily solve the problem of the star territory. It only took time. Yang Kai didn't need to stay. He had more important things to do. Where is he going? Wan Bai Ting looked at Lu Yen, who was unhappy, and asked. To refine the territory of the star. Everyone was shocked. Could the territory of the star be refined? They had only heard of someone refining a cultivation star and becoming a star lord. They never knew that even the territory of the star could be refined. If the refining was successful, how amazing would it be? Could it be that he could become the master of the entire star territory? No one dared to imagine what kind of changes Yang Kai's trip would bring to the territory of the star, and no one dared to imagine how powerful Yang Kai was now. In the Wugan star field, Yang Kai went with the flow, without a specific goal or a fixed direction. He left the abandoned lair and flew away, constantly urging his power and leaving his aura along the way. The previous experiment proved that the idea in his mind was feasible. In this case, he would go all out. Although it was a little troublesome and took a little longer, it was still a path. Perhaps he could find a more effective method in the process of refining. 10 days later, the star field around abandoned lair was refined by Yang Kai. At the same time, the star field and the corresponding position of the star in his sea of consciousness changed color, seemingly becoming brighter. Although this brightening range was only a drop in the ocean compared to the entire star, it was still a good start. After successfully refining this star field, Yang Kai immediately set his sights on the next star field. Day after day, the cycle repeated. Not only did Yang Kai not feel bored, he even immersed himself in it. As the star field of various sizes was refined, and as the star in his sea of consciousness was lit up one by one, he vaguely felt that he had gained a weak connection with the entire territory of the star. With a thought, all the refined positions were within his grasp. If he had such a connection in the ancestral territory, he believed that he would not need to rely on the star to accurately locate the Hung Luo star field. The territory of the star was vast and boundless, nurturing hundreds of millions of creatures. There were places of death, but there were also places where vitality flourished. During the refining process, Yang Kai seemed to be able to experience everything, giving him all kinds of different feelings. 1 month, 2 months, half a year, 1 year, 2 years, Yang Kai was like a leaf of duckweed, wandering in the territory of the star. And as large pieces of the star field were refined by him, the area lit up in the star also became larger and larger, and the refining speed also became correspondingly faster. Not only that, but he also found a faster refining method. In the endless meteorite sea, Yang Kai shuttled back and forth, jumping from one meteorite to another, leaving behind his own aura. Half a day later, he brushed past the meteorite sea. Looking back, the meteorite sea was like a rolling dragon, wandering aimlessly in the territory of the star. Wherever this meteorite sea passed, his aura would be scattered along the way, saving him a lot of time. This was one of the methods he found, borrowing the power of the meteorite sea to refine the star field it passed through, and the effect was not bad. In addition, there was a second method, which seemed a little overbearing and direct. Above one of the stars, yellow sand danced in the air, and the clouds were turbid yellow, obscuring the sun and moon. The environment of this star was extremely harsh, and from time to time, there would be strong winds blowing. Yang Kai descended from the sky, and when he looked around, he saw that this star was not a true dead star. Although the surface of the stars was mostly sand, there were occasional patches of greenery. There were some strange birds and beasts living on this star, and when they noticed Yang Kai's arrival, they fled in all directions. This was not a dead star. A dead star had no vitality, but at this moment, it was filled with vitality. Nor was it an aging star. Instead, it was a star that was slowly growing and exuding vitality. Although nothing special could be seen for the time being, if Yang Kai were to return here tens of thousands of years later, this star would definitely be full of vitality. Even if it was not as good as Shadowed Star, it would not be much worse than Tongxian Realm. Yang Kai naturally would not wait for tens of thousands of years. Suddenly, he leapt up and fell head first, his whole body spinning like a top. The earth hummed and a passage leading directly to the ground immediately appeared. 10,000 meters underground, Yang Kai appeared leisurely. In front of him was a mass of gray-white energy that was floating about. At first glance, it looked like a candle flame, dim and unclear, but filled with obscure world principles. This was the star's source of this star. It was not as good as the star's source of Yang Kai's Shadowed Star, nor was it as good as the source of Xia Ningchang's Tongxian Realm. This source was like a placenta that was still in the process of being born. The territory of a star was unimaginably vast, so it was not surprising that some stars that were recovering or growing would give birth to such a source. But the cultivator would not choose to refine this kind of thing because refining it would not bring any benefits to the cultivator and might even cause some harm. Who knew if such stars could really grow? If one day the situation suddenly changed, causing the stars to weaken and their source to collapse, the cultivator who refined them would definitely be implicated. However, Yang Kai was not afraid at all. In other words, he had come to this place precisely for this source that was still in the process of being born. If his grand plan succeeded, there would be no possibility of backlash, but if it failed with his current strength, he was not afraid of such a small backlash. Reaching out to touch the source, Yang Kai found that the source seemed to have a trace of its own consciousness and wanted to avoid him. But in the end, it was still an inanimate object, so it could only react slightly. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Follow me and you will have endless benefits. Regardless of whether it could understand the meaning behind it, he grabbed the source energy and activated the star refining art, refining it in a short while. In his knowledge sea, on the star chart, the light that symbolized this cultivation star suddenly flickered and became incomparably bright. However, it quickly returned to its original appearance, only becoming slightly brighter than before. Yang Kai observed the star, determined the location of his next target, and soared up. Fire Cloud Star. Looking down from the sky, the stars were brightly lit, and the major cities were peaceful. The common people lived and worked in peace, and the cultivator flowed endlessly. The invasion of Great Desolate Star's territory did not seem to have much impact on Fire Cloud Star. It still maintained its previous state, bustling with activity everywhere. It was not that the cultivator of Fire Cloud Star was very powerful. Although the overall strength of this star was good, it was still a bit worse than Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. The only reason it could remain intact was that it had a star master. It was different from Tong Xian Realm. Although Xia Ningchong was also there, Tong Xian Realm's foundation was weak and couldn't withstand too much trouble. Even the Star Master couldn't cook without rice, which was why the people of Netherworld sect broke in and set up the 8 Desolate Spirit Lock Array. Fire Cloud Star was much stronger than Tong Xian Realm, and with the help of the Star Master, the Netherworld sect had to pay a certain price if they wanted to invade. This was why Fire Cloud Star had been spared from war for more than a decade. Existences like Fire Cloud Star were not unique in the entire star territory, and there were at least 5 or 6 such existences. The original plan of the Netherworld sect and Great Desolate Star's territory was to first deal with the other cultivation stars that were easy to break through before dealing with these stars with Star Masters. Unfortunately, man proposes but God disposes, and Yang Kai's return ultimately caused them to fail. Which friend has graced us with his presence? This Chihua has failed to greet you, but I hope this honored guest will come and have a chat. A majestic voice suddenly rang out from between the heavens and earth, and the entire Fire Cloud Star seemed to fall silent at this moment. Everyone raised their heads and many knelt on the ground, praying devoutly as they chanted, "May Master Chihua live for 10,000 years." This voice sounded like thunder in Yang Kai's ears, as if the god of thunder was striking a lightning rod in his ears. The world principles seemed to reject this voice, and if an ordinary third-order origin king encountered such a situation, they would likely suffer some internal injuries. But Yang Kai just picked his ear with his little finger and grinned before turning his gaze towards a certain direction, his eyes flashing like lightning. "Is this a show of strength?" Smiling lightly, Yang Kai responded, "Sure." Leaping up, he turned into a stream of light and flew off. 3,000 kilometers across the Flame Mountain range, magma tumbled and flowed. Numerous large and small volcanoes spewed out black smoke, like giant dragons swaying in the 9 heavens. The air was scorching hot, and if one's cultivation was slightly weaker, they would not even be able to get close to this place. Chihua's Flame Palace was built on one of the largest volcanoes. The palace was majestic and grand, crimson in color. At first glance, the entire palace seemed to be made of magma. At a glance, one could tell that its owner had a fiery temper. A moment ago, inside the Flame Palace, the sound of music and dancing filled the air as Fire Cloud Star's Star Master Chihua entertained the various masters of Fire Cloud Star. Because today was Chihua's wedding day, as people who made a living on Fire Cloud Star, they naturally had to come and congratulate him. On Fire Cloud Star, there was nothing more important than a Star Master's wedding, so whether they were willing or not, they all rushed to the Flame Mountain range. Chapter 3164. Chihua was Fire Cloud Star's Star Master and a third-order origin king. It could be said that he stood at the peak of star territory, so there was not much point in cultivating any further. As such, since 500 years ago, Chihua had begun to indulge himself in pleasure, drinking fine wine and sleeping with beautiful women. Although the concubine he had taken in today was only a first-order returning realm cultivator, she was a stunning beauty. Most of the martial artists did not pay attention to etiquette. In the hall, Chihua and the bride were both dressed in red, sitting side by side. All the guests were celebrating to their heart's content. When they came up to toast, they also gave generous gifts. There were many flattering words, causing Chihua to laugh loudly, his voice like thunder. The bride sat motionless with a faint smile on her face, showing a dignified and generous temperament. Many women secretly pointed at her, their words full of envy and jealousy, thinking that she had climbed up a branch and was now a sparrow or a phoenix. When it was time for a second-order origin king to come up and offer a toast, Chihua suddenly raised his glass and looked into the distance, his eyes seemingly able to penetrate the void, revealing an extremely dignified look. The hall fell silent instantly. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Chihua put down his glass and shouted loudly, "Which friend has graced us with his presence? This Chihua has failed to welcome you, so please come with me." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. They had never seen Master Chihua act so politely. He had reached the peak of his cultivation and was the Star Master of Fire Cloud Star. It could be said that he was in charge of the life and death of hundreds of millions of cultivators across the stars. Even third-order origin kings had to lower their posture in front of him. Who is it that could receive such solemn treatment from Master Chihua? What kind of person had such qualifications? Just as they were puzzled, though, an extremely strange voice rang out in their ears. Good. Everyone could not help feeling strange. Although they did not see the person who spoke, such a response was too presumptuous, simply not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Facing the Star Master of Fire Cloud Star, this person did not at least show some basic respect. The lively atmosphere in the hall suddenly cooled down as everyone wore strange expressions. Yang Kai's figure flashed like lightning, crossing the 3,000 kilometers of Flame Mountain, heading straight for the towering Flame Palace. Suddenly, a shout came from below, "Master, please give me a ride." Yang Kai looked down and saw a man standing on top of a black rock, surrounded by boiling lava and scorching heat. The environment was extremely dangerous. This person was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator and was quite young, looking about 27 or 28 years old. He had a square face and ragged clothes, obviously having suffered a lot on his way here. His exposed skin was covered with burn marks from the magma, and the Saint Chi barrier he was using to protect himself was dim, as if it would collapse at any moment. As Chihua's residence, the 3,000-kilometer Flame Mountain was not a place where ordinary people could trespass. If a second-order origin returning realm master did not have any guidance, they would eventually be buried here. However, he didn't back off. Even though he was battered and exhausted, his eyes were filled with determination. It was as though even if Yang Kai didn't agree to it, he would still barge into Flame Palace. Even if he were to die here, he wouldn't have any regrets. "Are you calling me?" Yang Kai stopped and looked at him. "Master, please give me a ride. Chui Mengyuan will be very grateful." The young man bowed deeply. Although his face was covered in dirt, his etiquette was impeccable. At a glance, it was obvious that he had received an extremely good education. "Why should I give you a ride?" Yang Kai grinned. "What benefits do you get?" Chui Mengyuan shook his head. "Besides my life, this Chui has nothing else." Yang Kai curled his lips. "Your life is worthless in my eyes." Chui Mengyuan's eyes dimmed, and he sighed slightly. He no longer insisted and leaped up to fly out. At this moment, the rolling lava around him turned into living creatures and condensed into fire pythons that bit towards him. Chui Mengyuan's heart sank. He knew that he was going to die, so he didn't resist and just glanced at the Flame Palace longingly. The scorching heat suddenly disappeared, and the pain he imagined didn't come. Chui Mengyuan was startled, and only then did he realize that he had been saved. The fire pythons pouncing towards him turned into magma and fell down. He lifted his head and looked at Yang Kai gratefully. "Thank you, Master." "Forget it. Since you and I are fated, I'll give you a ride." Yang Kai grinned and grabbed Chui Mengyuan's collar. He carried him in his hands like he was carrying a chick. In a split second, the surrounding scenery receded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the peak of the Flame Palace. After being left behind by Yang Kai, he was still in a daze. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, he saw Yang Kai striding towards the flame palace. He gritted his teeth and followed closely behind. The palace door was wide open. The interior was resplendent and extremely luxurious. When Yang Kai walked in, pairs of eyes looked at him from all directions. They were scrutinizing and slightly hostile. At the top, a burly man with red hair and a red beard sat there like an iron tower. He was dressed in red and looked like a ball of flame that could burn the entire world. His red eyes were like two dazzling lanterns that shone with frightening radiance. Cui Mengyuan flashed out from behind Yang Kai. He looked at the bride beside Qihua with a complicated expression. He moved his lips and murmured. Although his voice was soft, it couldn't escape Yang Kai's ears. The bride was also shocked. However, she quickly lowered her eyes and returned to normal. Qihua and Yang Kai looked at each other. One was overbearing while the other was calm and profound. There seemed to be invisible forces colliding in the hall. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Suddenly, Qihua laughed and held the hand of the bride beside him. Today is my big day. It's really a joyous occasion to have a distinguished guest. May I know your name? Although he was asking, he still sat on the top seat and looked down. He didn't even look at Cui Mengyuan and treated him as if he was nothing. Yang Kai smiled slightly. A name is just a code name. Don't mention it. Today, I came uninvited because I have something to trouble Brother Qi with. Qihua lowered his eyes and said lightly, let's talk about it after today. Today is this Qi's wedding. If little brother doesn't mind, you can stay and drink a cup of wine. He turned around to ask, but didn't get a corresponding answer. He was a little unhappy. He felt that this young man was too arrogant. How could he be in the mood to talk to him? Moreover, he actually called him Brother Qi. Wasn't he being too arrogant? Did he really think that by giving him some face, he would be able to talk to him as an equal? He didn't directly drive him away because he faintly sensed Yang Kai's strength. Coupled with today's wedding, he didn't want to experience any twists and turns in his life. Normally, with his temper, how could he endure it? The way he addressed Yang Kai had also unknowingly become little brother, giving off a sense of superiority. Initially, he thought that Yang Kai would listen to him. Unexpectedly, he shook his head and said, this is a serious matter. Although I'm not in a hurry, it's better to settle it as soon as possible. Please forgive me, Brother Qi. Qihua pulled a long face. He didn't know Yang Kai and didn't have any grudges against him. He just disliked his arrogance and didn't need to take action. However, if this guy went overboard, he didn't mind adding blood to the flame palace. He said in a deep voice, is that so? Why don't you tell me what's so serious about it? Yang Kai said solemnly, it concerns the peace of this star territory. Qihua was stunned. His laughter was thunderous. Many guests also laughed with mockery. For a cultivator to suddenly stand up and say that he had something to do with the peace of this star field, no one could hold back their laughter. It was like a frog had come to them and told them that the sky was falling. The guests were all smart and had long noticed the change in Chihua's attitude. When they saw Yang Kai acting like this, they couldn't hold it in anymore. Immediately, an old man with a goatee shook his head and said, Brat, this is the Flame Palace. It's not a place where you can speak without thinking. Go back to where you came from. Master Qihua is in a good mood today and probably won't hold it against you. That's right, Brat. Get lost. Don't delay our toast. Master Qihua was so polite to him. He's actually a lunatic. What a joke. This star territory has been peaceful for a long time. How dare he spread such nonsense? Yang Kai wasn't affected by all the mockery. He frowned and looked at Qihua. Brother Qi, have you sealed off all the news? Why? These guests didn't seem to know what had happened in the star territory all these years. How dare they say that it had been peaceful for a long time? Didn't they communicate with the outside world? Yang Kai recalled the barrier he encountered when he first came to the fire cloud star. He immediately understood that it wasn't that they didn't communicate with the outside world, but that the Star Lord had sealed everything. They couldn't get any news from the outside world. He turned to the old man with the goatee and said, Do you know about the Netherworld sect in the Great Desolate Star Territory? The old man with the goatee frowned and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Where did this crazy brat come from? His crazy words are making people unhappy. Master Qihua, please allow me to throw him out. Someone said with righteous indignation. This was supposed to be a good banquet, but it was ruined by this brat. They had lost the chance to bootlick, so they were naturally unhappy. Brother Qi, why are you doing this? Yang Kai looked at Qihua with a puzzled expression. Keep to himself? If that was the case, it would be too ridiculous. If the Hung Luo star field fell, how could the fire cloud star resist? Chihua said indifferently, "It has nothing to do with you." Yang Kai thought for a moment and nodded. That's true. He didn't want to care too much about other people's business, but he still reminded, "Brother Qi, you don't have to do this. The Great Desolate Star and the Netherworld sect have lost in the past 2 years. The cultivator in our territory has been winning and killing countless enemies, but the war is not over yet. If Brother Qi is willing, you can help them. I believe that with the help of the Fire Cloud Star, the war will end soon." Chihua grinned. "Why don't you help them?" Yang Kai said, "I have something more important to do, which is why I came here today." "Then I'd like to know what's more important." Yang Kai said solemnly, "Brother Qi, please lend me something." "Lend what?" Chihua asked in a deep voice. It was ridiculous. The guests here had all given him gifts, but he didn't have any, and now he wanted to borrow something. Chihua's heart was filled with killing intent. If Yang Kai dared to say something that displeased him, he would definitely attack. This star's origin. Yang Kai pointed at the ground under his feet. Chapter 3165. The hall fell silent as a thick murderous intent filled the air. Many guests looked at each other, wondering if there was something wrong with their ears. Otherwise, how could they have heard such nonsense? "What did you say?" Chihua's face suddenly sank. What an impudent brat. Daring to say he wanted to borrow the star source of Fire Cloud Star? How could the star source of stars be borrowed so easily? The reason why Chihua could act so high and mighty, to the point where even ordinary third-order origin kings had to bow down to him, was ultimately because he was a star master. If he were to lend out the star source of stars, what advantage would he have? What's more, he had never heard of the star source of stars being borrowed. If Yang Kai's attitude and words just now had made him slightly unhappy, this one sentence had triggered Chihua's murderous intent. The star source of stars could be said to be his reverse scale. So Chihua immediately determined that this little brat was here to cause trouble and secretly made up his mind that today, he would not let him leave. "Brother Qi, please calm your anger." Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "I came here with sincerity this time, so Brother Qi might as well let me finish." Chihua was so angry that he laughed. "Good, go on." He wanted to see just how eloquent Yang Kai was. "Brother Qi, if you're able to lend me the star quintessence, then you'll be able to ensure the safety of this region, and it can be considered to be a boundless benefactor. Of course, I know that the star quintessence is extremely important to Brother Qi, so I'll naturally not lend it to you for nothing." Chihua was startled for a moment before laughing loudly. Compensation? He was already standing at the pinnacle of the star field, so what in this world could be placed in his eyes? This brat's shameless boasting made him unhappy. Could it be that he was sent by his enemies to deliberately make fun of him? "Compensation," Yang Kai said solemnly, flipping his palm and summoning a mass of brilliant energy. "This is..." Chihua's expression brightened as he suddenly stood up from his chair and stared at this mass of light in disbelief. The other guests also showed looks of shock and greed at this moment. This is also the source of stars, but there is no corresponding cultivation star. Yang Kai explained, "But with this compensation, I believe it won't have much of an impact on Brother Qi's cultivation. And, after the matter in this territory is settled, I will return the fire star source strength to Brother Qi in this way. Brother Qi has earned a share of the source strength of this star." "Which star's origin is this?" Chihua murmured. Yang Kai shrugged and said, "As I said, this origin source doesn't have a corresponding cultivation star. He still had many such sources in his possession, all of which he obtained from the shattered star sea back then. He had given some to others, but he still had a surplus." Chihua's face changed. It wasn't because he was tempted by Yang Kai's offer. Even if Yang Kai gave him a new origin, without a corresponding cultivation star, he couldn't live up to his title as the Star Lord. How could he compare to tricking the Star Lord of Fire Cloud Star? He only had the thought of killing and snatching the treasure. However, just as this thought surfaced in his mind, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. It seemed to be warning him that if he really attacked the young man in front of him, he wouldn't have a good ending. This caused the hot blood in his body to instantly cool down, and his mind to clear up. He sat back on the chair and shook his head. "I won't lend you the Fire Cloud Star's source strength. Please leave." He sneered in his heart. It seemed like this brat didn't understand the principle of not showing off one's wealth. Although he could suppress his greed and not attack him, as long as he left the Flame Palace, someone would attack him. By then, he could take the opportunity to see his background and decide whether to attack him or not. As the brilliance faded, Yang Kai kept the origin source. He rubbed his forehead and said with a headache, "Sigh, it's indeed impossible to talk nicely." He originally wanted to use peaceful means before resorting to force. Who knew that he still had to go all out? He turned around, grabbed Cui Mingyuan's collar, and shouted, "Brat, what grievances do you have? Tell me now. I'll stand up for you today." Ah! Cui Mingyuan was shocked. Ever since he followed Yang Kai into the Flame Palace, his eyes had never left the bride. It was only when Yang Kai took out the source strength of stars that he was distracted for a moment. However, he quickly refocused his attention on the bride. Now that he was suddenly questioned by Yang Kai, he was naturally confused. "What are you talking about? I heard everything you said just now. Do you know the bride?" Yang Kai's saliva was about to hit his face. Cui Mingyuan nodded his head in a daze. This was also the reason why he fearlessly barged into the Flame Mountain. "Did you fall in love with the bride and decide to spend the rest of your life with her?" Cui Mingyuan nodded his head again. His eyes were filled with humiliation and unwillingness. Did this old man bully the weak? Did he not care about your feelings and snatch away your woman? Yes, Cui Mingyuan shouted. He clenched his fists tightly and his teeth were almost bleeding. Good. Yang Kai shouted and threw him aside. He turned to Chihua and said slowly, "I can feel your determination. Today, I'll help you get the bride back." Cui Mingyuan was surprised and delighted. He never expected such a dramatic scene to happen. He barged into the Flame Palace alone with the determination to die. Who would have thought that someone would stand up for him? But soon he seemed to have realized something. He said sadly, "Master, thank you for your kind intentions. But, shut up." Cui Mingyuan shut his mouth immediately and didn't dare to say another word. In the grand hall, Chihua lowered his eyes with a gloomy face. He said indifferently, "Right or wrong, one speaks too much. Trouble comes from standing up for others. Junior, I'll give you some face. Don't think too highly of yourself." This guy was simply looking for trouble. Indeed, those with good intentions didn't come here with good intentions. Yang Kai laughed and pointed at Chihua. He shouted, "Old man, the territory of the Flame Cloud Star is in chaos. Enemies are invading. Not only did you not help, you even sealed off the Fire Cloud Star. You are simply unreasonable. Today, I'm here for the sake of the common people. It's fine if you cooperate, but since you don't blame me for being merciless." He looked exactly like a villain who was standing on the moral high ground and was ready to commit murder and plunder. Instantly, the guests cursed him. Chihua's red hair and robe fluttered. "Outrageous." Yang Kai said, "You have to lend me the origin of the stars even if you don't want to." As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced on Chihua. Presumptuous. Chihua was furious. With a thought, the power of heaven and earth trembled. An invisible pressure descended from the sky, causing everyone present to hold their breaths. It was as though a huge mountain was pressing on their chests. Yang Kai, who bore the brunt of the pressure, suddenly appeared. His body was slightly bent, as if he would be pressed down at any time. This was the power of a Star Lord. Above the stars, he could dominate everything. With a thought, he could kill his enemies. Many guests cheered and clapped their hands. Chihua's expression was extremely solemn. He wasn't happy but was shocked. Yang Kai's performance was beyond his expectations. This brat wasn't pressed down. Sure enough, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. With a thought, the pressure increased. Yang Kai groaned, and the floor under his feet cracked. He sneered, "You have the power of the stars. Do you think I don't?" In the distant star field, one of the stars flickered and a beam of light shot out, crossing hundreds of millions of kilometers in the blink of an eye and landing on Yang Kai, causing his body to glow so brightly that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Although this place was not Shadowed Star and did not belong to Yang Kai, it was still within the territory of the same star. So Yang Kai could naturally draw the power of Shadowed Star to resist the world principles of Fire Cloud Star. In an instant, the pressure on Yang Kai lightened. However, this was not the end of it. Inside the territory of Endless Star, a vast expanse of star field also gathered its power and resonated with Yang Kai, becoming the source of his strength. This vast expanse of star field was what Yang Kai had spent 2 years refining. Although the power gathered in this vast star field was not as pure as the power of the stars on Shadowed Star, It was much greater in quantity and could naturally cause unimaginable changes. "Break for me," Yang Kai shouted. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk the sound of something shattering rang out. Yang Kai's hunched figure suddenly straightened up like a javelin. A look of disbelief flashed across Chi Hua's eyes as he stood up from his chair. Before he could think of anything else, a figure had already appeared in front of him. A large hand that was like an iron hoop grabbed him by the neck. The strength that came from the hand was so strong that he couldn't even summon any will to resist. An invisible shackling force enveloped his entire body, severing his connection with Firecloud Planet in an instant. Not only that, but even the star source he had refined within his body was suppressed. Chi Hua's eyes trembled violently. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Who was this person? Asterisk ding ding dang dang. Asterisk the sound of wine glasses shattering rang out as a group of guests stared at this scene dumbfoundedly, as if they were in a dream, their eyes filled with shock. Star Master Chi Hua had actually been lifted up by a little brat with one hand, and from beginning to end, Chi Hua had not even had time to react. The confrontation between the two had happened in an instant, so fast that it was dazzling. Many people did not even understand what was going on before the outcome was decided. This scene could only mean one thing. One person's strength was far greater than the others, resulting in such an instant kill. But Chi Hua was already a Star Master and a Third-Order Origin King, so who could surpass him by so much? Their minds were not enough to comprehend this scene. This scene was bound to be the most shocking moment in their lives. "Ah!" Cui Mengyuan cried out, her eyes glazed over. The surprise had come so quickly that she had not even had time to prepare. The new bride also covered her red lips with her small hands as she looked up at Yang Kai in horror. She only felt that this figure was as majestic as a mountain, and even though he was clearly so close, she could not see his face, as if he was far away from the 9 heavens. Yang Kai turned his head and grinned at her. "Quickly fly away with that little brat." Saying so, he waved his hand and, regardless of whether she was willing or not, directly threw her and Cui Mengyuan out of the 3,000 kilometers Flame Mountain. She was willing. After all, when Cui Mengyuan appeared in this hall, she showed an extremely worried look. Chapter 3166. "You, who the hell are you?" Chi Hua squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. He was tall and sturdy, a full head taller than Yang Kai, but at this moment, he was being held in Yang Kai's hand like a helpless chicken. Anyone who saw him would feel a strong sense of conflict. "Does my name mean anything to you?" Yang Kai sneered, ignoring him as he silently circulated his star-refining art. Chi Hua suddenly understood. He had asked for this boy's name before, but had not received an answer, so he thought this boy was just being arrogant, but now it seemed he simply disdained to answer. Suddenly, an unbearable pain spread throughout his body, and Chi Hua trembled violently as his eyes bulged. Obviously feeling something, he cried out in horror, "Don't! Come out!" Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and pressed it against Chi Hua's dantian, his 5 fingers forming a claw as he pulled. A mass of crimson light was immediately sucked out, and Yang Kai tossed Chi Hua away before lowering his head to stare at the crimson light in his hand and nodding with satisfaction. On the other side, Chi Hua got up awkwardly, his face pale as his Yuan Qi was severely injured. Yang Kai did not hurt him, but his star source had been forcibly taken away, so how could he remain unscathed? Looking up, Chi Hua's eyes filled with grief. How could his star source be so easily snatched away by someone else? Chi Hua had risked his life for many years to refine this source, and it was with this source that he was able to become the Star Master and unify Fire Cloud Star. Without this source, he was just an ordinary Third-Order Origin King, slightly worse than an ordinary Third Order. After all, his connection to his source had been severed, and he had suffered some internal injuries. Seeing this, many guests could not help feeling a sense of pity, a chill enveloping their bodies as they froze in place, not daring to move. Fire Cloud Star Master had not been able to withstand a single blow from this young man. Not only had he been instantly subdued, even his source had been forcibly taken away, so how could they dare to oppose Yang Kai? His eyes were filled with awe and shock. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai opened his mouth and stuffed the crimson light into it. In an instant, his skin turned blood red, as if it was being burned by flames. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan. His chi sank into dantian as he activated the star-refining art to suppress and refine it. However, he soon discovered a bad situation. The shadowed star source in Yang Kai's body seemed to be in conflict with the fire cloud star's star source. The two seemed to be innately hostile, with the shadowed star source producing an unimaginable resistance to the fire cloud star's star source. This was rather surprising. Yang Kai had refined the star sources of several stars before coming here, but the star sources of those stars were still very weak, so he didn't feel anything. It was only now that he had a reaction. The laws of heaven and earth of every cultivation star were different. Since there were differences, it was natural that they could not coexist. Yang Kai quickly understood this, but he didn't panic and continued to circulate the star refining art. In his next plan, he didn't just need to refine a single star's source, but also all the star's star territory's star sources. If he couldn't even overcome this small obstacle, how could he carry out his plan? Dividing his attention, Yang Kai comforted the shadowed star's source while harmonizing and refining the fire cloud star's star source. The characteristics that appeared on the surface of his body were that his left and right sides were blooming with different lights that attacked each other. The power of the star force rampaged, causing the flame palace to collapse in an instant. The majestic palace turned into ruins, and many guests fled in all directions. The guests who came to congratulate the flame palace were all powerful cultivators, so naturally, they wouldn't die because of such an accident. Instead, they were all shocked by Yang Kai's strength. The aftermath of the conflict between the origins of the two stars was already difficult for them to resist, so it was difficult to imagine how Yang Kai, who was at the center of the conflict, could remain unscathed. Yang Kai wasn't unscathed, though. He felt like there were two naughty children fighting inside his body, vying for ownership of his body. He tried to calm them down, but it didn't have much effect. Instead, it caused his blood to boil and his face to turn red, making him extremely uncomfortable. In addition to these two naughty children, there were also several infants who were stirring up trouble. These infants were undoubtedly the origins of the stars that Yang Kai had refined recently. Compared to the origins of Shadowed Star and Fire Cloud Star, these origins weren't too complete and weren't too strong. They were originally obedient, but under the stimulation of Fire Cloud Star's star source, they became restless. Pacify, reconcile, pacify, reconcile. Pacify and reconcile your grandmother's legs. All of you better behave. Shouting angrily, Yang Kai fiercely urged the star refining art to suppress the star's origins. The whole world suddenly fell silent. Yang Kai's aura gradually stabilized, and the conflicting origins in his body slowly subsided. These naughty children really need to be taught a lesson. However, Yang Kai also knew that this was just a stopgap measure. Although there was no problem for the time being, as he refined more and more stars' origins in the future, this kind of conflict would only grow bigger and bigger. If he didn't come up with a foolproof plan when the time came, Yang Kai was afraid this would only lead to disaster. That would have to be dealt with later. In Yang Kai's knowledge sea, inside the star, the symbol of Fire Cloud Star flashed. At the same time, Yang Kai established an unbreakable connection with the entire Fire Cloud Star. With a single thought, the entire Fire Cloud Star came under Yang Kai's control. The heavens and earth shook and the clouds tumbled, seemingly informing the world that the Star Master had changed. A group of guests who had come to congratulate Qi hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Master." Not to mention the terrifying strength Yang Kai had shown before, his current status as Fire Cloud Star's Star Master forced them to lower their heads. In the future, they would have to rely on him to survive, so how could they not be careful? "Greetings, Master." Qi also lowered his head, looking as if he had aged several hundred years in an instant, his face bleak. He was also a man who was good at judging the situation. Before, he had dared to fight against Yang Kai because he had the confidence to do so. But now, it turned out that it was just an illusion. Now that he was under someone else's roof, how could he not lower his head? Even if he had hatred in his heart, he didn't dare to think about taking revenge. In his peak condition, he couldn't even withstand one move from the other, let alone now. Yang Kai looked at Qi with a meaningful look, making him shiver. He was afraid that Yang Kai would kill him. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't have that intention. He looked around and said, "I need your help with something." The old man with the goatee who had looked down on Yang Kai before quickly said, "Master, just tell us what you need. This old man will do it for you, Master." "Not bad, not bad. Please tell us, Master." Yang Kai said, "Qi has sealed this star. I'm afraid you don't know what has happened in the past few years in this star's territory, right? The old man with the goatee hesitated and said, What does master mean? The territory of the great desolate star invaded more than 10 years ago. They stole our cultivation stars and killed our cultivator in the territory of our star. They have wild ambitions. Unforgivable. Ah, the group of people were shocked. Although they had heard Kai Yang mention this before, no one had taken it seriously. Now that they heard it again, they had no choice but to treat it seriously. There was another star's territory, and they had invaded. This kind of thing was simply unimaginable. Fortunately, the situation is not so bad now. The cultivator in our star's territory is fighting back. This young master wants you to go and support him. Kill all the cultivators in the territory of the great desolate star. The old man with the goatee said, I don't know, where should we go? They had never even heard of the great desolate star's territory, so they naturally didn't know where to go. Go and find out for yourself. Yang Kai had been alone for 2 years. He didn't know where the war had spread, but as long as he had the heart, he wouldn't be afraid that he couldn't find out. Fire Cloud Star was sealed by Chi Hua, but because of this, its strength was relatively intact. If they could go and help, it would be a good help. Yes, 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 the old man with the goatee responded repeatedly, lamenting that such a master was really temperamental. Don't waste time. Let's go. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept out. Like swatting flies, the group of Origin Kings lost their footing and were all blown away. In an instant, he was the only one left in the ruins of the Flame Palace. He found a place and sat down cross-legged. Immersing his divine sense in his knowledge sea, he observed the star. At a certain location, several light spots were flashing. They were the corresponding light spots of the cultivation stars he had refined recently. The brightest one among them was Fire Cloud Star. These light spots weren't random. If they were connected to each other with lines, they could outline an irregular polygon on the star. Yang Kai's mind flickered. Tens of millions of kilometers away, he urged the source strength of these stars. Suddenly, the invisible irregular polygon on the star started from the edges and spread towards the center. Wherever the light passed, the star field was infected by the aura of these stars and was then slowly refined by Yang Kai. Yang Kai clearly felt that the star field had his own aura. Overjoyed, he knew that his previous guess was not wrong and immediately continued his efforts. In just 3 days, Yang Kai had finished refining the star. Looking at it again, the irregular polygon outlined by several light spots on the star field was already connected to his mind. Such an irregular polygon might be insignificant on the star, but the corresponding star field was extremely vast. If Yang Kai had used the previous method to refine it, it would have taken him at least half a year. But now, using this method to refine it only took Yang Kai a month. He only needed to refine the star sources of a few cultivation stars first, and then use these cultivation stars as a foundation to spread his star field around, saving him a lot of time and energy. The territory of the star field was too large. It took him 2 years to refine the territory of the star field. In other words, according to his previous speed, it would take him at least 40 to 50 years to completely refine the entire star field territory. How long was 40 to 50 years? How could he have so much time to stay in the territory of the star field? Now that he had this method, his efficiency would be greatly improved. Coupled with the aura he had left behind in the asteroid sea, he could further improve it. Within 10 years, Yang Kai would refine the entire starfield territory and become the master of the starfield territory. Chapter 3167. In the territory of the desolate star, a pitch-black battleship sailed slowly and silently, like a huge ghost. On the battleship, a skull symbol showed its origin. It was the battleship of the Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. The huge battleship drifted in the starry sky like a homeless wanderer, existing alone. Although it was an inanimate object, it exuded an extremely bleak aura, as if it was at the end of its road. It was sailing in the direction of a void bad passage, which had appeared in the past 2 years and was connected to the territory of the Great Desolate Star. As long as it could reach the void bad passage, it would have a chance to return to the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Since the Hung Luo Starfield's counterattack 5 years ago, the cultivator in the territory of the Great Desolate Star began to have a hard time. All the invaders were eliminated one by one, and panic spread in the hearts of all the cultivator in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. They did not even understand why the Hung Luo star field, which was supposed to be defenseless, suddenly rose up. All the sects and forces that invaded the territory of the Great Desolate Star paid a heavy price. The Thousands Beast Villa was destroyed, the Heavenly Sword sect was destroyed, and so was the Mad Thunder sect. Which one of these sects and forces was not the top existence in the territory of the Great Desolate Star? However, in front of the Hung Luo star field, a ferocious beast that ate people without spitting out the bones, they did not have the slightest power to resist. The surviving cultivator in the territory of the Great Desolate Star even suspected that it was a conspiracy of the Hung Luo star field. The previous decade of showing weakness was just to lure the enemy in, so that they could attract more cultivator here and kill them all. Although the Netherworld sect was not destroyed, it was almost done. The entire sect only had one battleship left, and it was still suffering from the flames of war. The battleship was full of holes and bloodstains. There were traces of the war everywhere. It had escaped the siege with great difficulty and wandered in the territory of the Great Desolate Star for a long time before it got rid of the pursuers. Go home. I must go home. This territory of the Great Desolate Star was definitely not a place that could be invaded casually. The Void Bad Passage was just 1,000 miles ahead. In the battleship, the surviving cultivator of the Netherworld sect could even see the Bad Passage through the crystal window. The smell of his hometown lingered at the tip of his nose, as if a long-separated family member was waving at him. Everyone was overjoyed and excited. A white figure suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking the path of the battleship. The cultivators inside the starship quickly discovered the existence of this white shadow. Some cultivators manipulated the starship's spirit array to enlarge the white shadow's figure and project it into the starship. In an instant, a beautiful woman with long hair cascading down her back like a waterfall appeared before everyone's eyes. Her face was indifferent, but her temperament was noble and pure, making anyone who saw her feel ashamed of their inferiority. A series of gasps rang out, and the entire warship suddenly became silent. Everyone held their breaths. It was her. The people in the territory of Great Desolate Star did not know her name, but this woman was a nightmare for all of them. That was because the Third Order Origin King Cultivator was as fragile as a child in front of her. When she swung her long sword, no one was her opponent. Inside the battleship, the cold air was rampant. Everyone's hands and feet were cold, and their bodies were cold. The huge battleship and the small figure formed a sharp contrast, but in front of the figure, the battleship creaked, as if it was groaning in fear. Cheap slut, do you really want to kill us all? Inside the Great Desolate Star, an old and angry voice sounded. Su Yen stood in the void, her beautiful eyes staring at the approaching Great Desolate Star, but she did not respond. Get out of the way, or this will be your burial ground today. The old voice threatened, but it seemed to be fierce in appearance. How could Su Yen give in? Raising her hand, she pressed the hilt of her sword. Courting death, run over. The old voice was undoubtedly enraged. Although this woman had shown extraordinary cultivation and strength in recent years, no matter how strong she was, how could she compete with a Great Desolate Star? The people in the territory of Great Desolate Star were anxious to escape back home and did not want to cause more trouble here, so he threatened her. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, you can die here. The Great Desolate Star hummed and suddenly accelerated, slamming straight towards Su Yen. The distance between the two sides quickly closed, but Su Yen still stood there quietly, not dodging, not drawing her sword, and not even showing the slightest change in her expression, as if it was not a behemoth but a gentle breeze. When the distance between them reached 30 kilometers, a sword light suddenly flashed and instantly hit the huge Great Desolate Star. At the same time, the 30 kilometers around them were flattened, and the Great Desolate Star crashed into the place where Su Yen had been standing and sped away. Ha ha, you overestimate yourself. The old voice laughed, but his laughter came to an abrupt end because he suddenly discovered that Su Yen, who should have been smashed to pieces, had actually appeared behind the Great Desolate Star. The long sword at her waist had been drawn at some point, and at this moment she had her back to the Great Desolate Star. Sheathing her sword, she turned into a stream of light and flew away, not sparing the Great Desolate Star a single glance from beginning to end. What the hell? The old voice's owner was confused. But soon he realized that something was wrong. The great desolate star's speed suddenly slowed down, as if there was an invisible force binding it. At the same time, an astonishing chill spread from the great desolate star, and a crackling sound came from all around. Turning his head to look, he was immediately shocked. Inside the great desolate star, at some unknown time, snowflakes had appeared. These snowflakes were about the size of a fist, and one by one, they bloomed in every corner of the great desolate star, spreading and freezing all the operating spirit arrays. Even the cultivator, who was caught off guard, froze in place, their bodies covered in white snowflakes. The old man suddenly felt something cold on his hand. He looked down and his pupils shrank. A snowflake had also appeared on the back of his hand. The snowflake made him lose consciousness. 1 snowflake, 2 snowflakes, 3 snowflakes. This was the case inside the great desolate star, and outside the great desolate star as well. The dense snowflakes wrapped around the great desolate star layer upon layer, as if a naughty child had sewn a snowflake coat onto the great desolate star, making it pure white and flawless. Kacha. A shattering sound came as the huge great desolate star suddenly broke apart into pieces of ice. Even the cultivator inside the great desolate star was not spared. Under the influence of inertia, the great desolate star continued to drift forward, forever drifting in the endless void. Several streaks of light flashed by, chasing one another through the starry sky territory. The first 3 streaks of light all had profound auras and were at least first-order origin kings, with the leader being a third-order origin king. The last streak of light had a completely restrained aura, making it impossible to see any trace of cultivation. On top of that, the figure of this streak of light was that of a 7- or 8-year-old little girl. However, the 3 people flying in front of him didn't even dare to turn their heads back, fearing that they would see something terrifying. They only focused on running for their lives. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After 10 full days, the 3 fleeing origin kings were a little exhausted. Although their cultivations were not bad, running for such a long time had consumed a lot of their strength. If they had not taken pills to supplement their energy, they would have already died from exhaustion. We should be able to escape, right? The 3 of them thought so at the same time. Looking back, the 3 of them suddenly felt their souls leave their bodies. That small figure was like a maggot following behind them not far away. Her delicate face was expressionless, and her clear black and white eyes were clear and deep, reflecting their fearful faces. What was even more despairing was that after running for such a long time, she did not react at all, her face not turning red, her heart not skipping a beat, just as indifferent as when they first met. Monster! This little girl is simply a monster. Let's kill her. The leader made a prompt decision, turned around, and sent out a palm strike towards Lu Yen. The remaining 2 also knew that running away was useless, so they immediately cooperated with each other. In an instant, an irresistible force flooded the small figure like a rolling torrent. Did we kill her? The 3 of them rejoiced in their hearts, but after seeing clearly, this joy immediately turned into deep despair. So boring, a childish voice rang out. Seemingly tired of playing some kind of game, Lu Yen raised her hand slightly. A great sense of crisis enveloped the 3 of them, causing them to go stiff and unable to move. A cluster of flames burned, leaving a red trail in the eyes of the 3, the last thing they saw before they died. In the star field, Li Jiao's family was happy and harmonious. Although Yang Kai had assigned them an extremely boring task, and they had even been stationed here for 7 or 8 years, neither Li Jiao nor Lu Sanyang felt bored. Li Jiao even found a huge meteorite from somewhere and placed it in the star field, building a simple stone house on the meteorite for the family of 3 to live in. Thousands of miles behind the meteorite was a deep and chaotic void tunnel. This was the tunnel that the Great Desolate Star Territory first used to invade the Hung Luo star field. The people from the Great Desolate Star Territory used this tunnel to arrive in this world. Li Jiao had been stationed here for 7 or 8 years, killing countless cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory. These people probably heard that the cultivator of the Hung Luo star field was easy to bully, so they all came here from the other side of the star territory. Unfortunately, before they could obtain any benefits, they were sent to meet the King of Hell by Li Jiao. Not only did they kill the cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory, but more of them were the cultivator who wanted to escape back to the Great Desolate Star Territory. In the past few years, the Hung Luo star field fought back vigorously, working together as one, and with the help of several extremely powerful helpers, the cultivator from the Great Desolate Star territory was not their opponent at all. The cultivation stars that they had previously stolen were all taken back, and all of them fled for their lives like stray dogs. Many people wanted to escape back, but with Li Jiao guarding this place, who could escape? If one came, he would kill one. If two came, he would kill a pair. Li Jiao was like a millstone, lying in front of this void tunnel. No matter who entered or left, they were all crushed into meat paste by him, and not a single one was lucky enough to survive. Since the return of Yang Kai, the unstable situation in the Star territory stabilized in a mere 7 or 8 years. The invaders were basically all killed, and even if there were some fish that escaped the net, they would not be able to cause any more trouble. Chapter 3168. On this day, Li Jiao had just finished dealing with a group of cultivators who wanted to escape back to the territory of the Great Desolate Star and return to the meteorite. Lu Sanyang greeted him with a smile. After all these years of getting along, there was no longer any estrangement between the two. Li Jiao even regarded Lu Yuqin as his own daughter, which moved Lu Sanyang greatly. She even had the thought of staying here with Li Jiao for the rest of her life. But she also knew that this was just her wishful thinking. Li Jiao and Yang Kai would definitely return to the Star boundary, and at that time, she would also take her daughter and Li Jiao to the Fire Dragon Palace. Because of this, she cherished the good times in front of her even more. "Are you tired?" Lu Sanyang asked softly. Li Jiao said proudly, "Just a group of clowns." Although he had sealed his cultivation, he still had the foundation of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Killing a group of ants below the Origin King realm was simply overkill. He guessed that the reason why Yang Kai asked him to guard this place was mainly to give him time and opportunity to get along with Lu Sanyang. Reaching out, he wrapped his arms around Lu Sanyang's soft waist and gently kissed her forehead. Lu Sanyang blushed and said angrily, "Yuqin is here." Before her voice fell, Lu Yuqin suddenly rushed out of the stone house and covered her eyes with both hands. She turned into a stream of light and flew away, her voice drifting over, "I'm going out for a walk. It's so boring here." This girl. How could Lu Sanyang not know what her daughter was thinking? Li Jiao said, "She's not here anymore." Saying so, he bent down and picked up Lu Sanyang by the waist and strode towards the stone house. Lu Sanyang's heart skipped a beat. She snuggled into his broad chest and her whole body softened. Li Jiao's big stride suddenly stopped. The smile on his face froze as he suddenly looked up at the void corridor thousands of kilometers away. In that instant, he actually felt a sense of danger. He instinctively felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. After all, with his cultivation, what could make him feel threatened in the territory of this lower plane? To put it bluntly, in this territory, except for Yang Kai, no one could possibly be his opponent. Yes, he also wanted to get rid of Lu Yen. The void corridor didn't seem to have changed, but it seemed to have become even deeper. The darkness suddenly expanded in Li Jiao's field of vision, spreading in all directions at a terrifying speed. Large swaths of the star field were swallowed by the darkness, disappearing without a trace. The void corridor expanded at this moment. Not good. Li Jiao turned pale with fright and turned to look in the direction that Lu Yuqin had left. He saw that not far away, Lu Yuqin seemed to have been scared silly. She stood there in a daze, absent-mindedly looking at the darkness that was expanding towards her. Without thinking too much, Li Jiao carried Lu Sanyang with one hand and rushed towards Lu Yuqin. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lu Yuqin. He grabbed Lu Yuqin's hand and shouted in a low voice, "Let's go." His figure flashed like lightning as he fled at an extremely fast speed. Although he didn't know what had happened here, this wasn't something he could deal with. He had to tell Yang Kai as soon as possible. Suddenly, Li Jiao's hair stood on end. He felt as if someone was spying on him, a pair of invisible eyes observing his every move. A soft sound of surprise sounded in his ears. It was as if it was just an illusion. But in the next moment, Li Jiao felt a huge binding force wrap around him, causing his fleeing figure to stop abruptly. "Don't leave my side." At this critical moment, Li Jiao shouted to Lu Sanyang and her mother, his emperor qi wrapping around the two women. The darkness swallowed him, and the light in front of him disappeared. Day after day, year after year, Yang Kai shuttled through the star's territory, forgetting the passage of time. All his thoughts were immersed in refining. In his knowledge sea, The star had been lit by more than 90%, leaving only a little bit. Over the years, his footprints had almost covered the entire star's territory. Even the most remote places had not been missed. With the guidance of the star, he would not get lost. He could also clearly know where he had been and where he had not been. Everything was in order. Gathering thousands of stars came from one person and spreading his aura throughout the star's territory. This was an extremely magnificent project, but Yang Kai did not find it boring. As he continued to refine, he gradually gained more insights in his heart. Originally, after the experience of returning to the star's territory, he had great confidence in breaking through to the second-order Emperor realm. But now, he was almost 100% sure that as long as he returned to the star boundary, he would be able to break through immediately. It's not enough. There's still a little bit left to refine. In fact, he wanted to know how Wukong refined the source of the star's territory. He definitely would not use painstaking efforts to achieve his goal like Yang Kai. He might be able to do the same thing in the shortest time and with the fastest efficiency. But after all, he had lived for so many years, so it was normal for him to have mastered some amazing divine technique and secret techniques. Time passed, and he did not know how much time had passed. When the last part of the star in his knowledge sea was lit up, Yang Kai only heard a loud bang, as if thunder had exploded in his mind. The explosion made him dizzy, and he saw stars. After recovering, he was overjoyed. It's finally done. How long did it take? 8 years? 9 years? Or 10 years? He almost couldn't remember. But it wasn't over yet. For so many years, he had only divided the entire star's territory into pieces of jigsaw puzzles of different sizes. Although he had refined them slightly, a jigsaw was still a jigsaw. Even if they could be put together to form a complete picture, there would still be many flaws. If these flaws were not eliminated, he would never be able to become the master of the star's territory. There was only one last step left, but it was also the most difficult step to take. With a slight thought, Yang Kai's figure flickered among the pieces of the star's territory, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at the center of the territory. He took a deep breath and slowly adjusted his state. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and spread his arms, as if he wanted to embrace the entire star's territory. The space divine technique and spiritual energy were activated at the same time. His divine sense shuttled through the void, leaping forward and radiating towards the entire star's territory. In an instant, Yang Kai felt that his entire body had disappeared, as if he had turned into nothingness, filling the entire star's territory. The divine sense in his knowledge sea was rapidly flowing away like a flood that had broken through a dam. The colorful soul-warming lotus seemed to have sensed this and suddenly bloomed with colorful light. A trickle of energy flowed out, making up for the consumption of Yang Kai's divine sense. In the sky above his knowledge sea, stars flickered, as if each star could blink, illuminating his knowledge sea. The vast star's territory underwent a wonderful change at this moment. All the creatures in the star's territory, no matter where they were, no matter what their cultivation was, felt a great will descend from the sky. This will was even more magnificent than the will of a star lord. This will was the will of the heavens and earth, the will of this star's territory. When Yang Kai divided this star's territory into countless jigsaw puzzles and began refining them, he did not feel any hindrance. But when he tried to refine and integrate the entire star's territory, the heavens and earth naturally did not allow it. Even the star, who had been peacefully staying in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, showed signs of wanting to jump out and abandon Yang Kai at this moment. Perceiving this, Yang Kai was also shocked. In order to refine a star's territory, the first thing one needed was the source of stars. If he allowed the star in his knowledge sea to escape, he would not be able to refine it at all. The light from the star chart flashed wildly and turned into a surging force that stirred up Yang Kai's knowledge sea, as if it was trying to force him to retreat and let it go. A heart-wrenching pain came from his knowledge sea. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and did not make a sound, sealing off his entire knowledge sea, refusing to let it go no matter what. With his divine sense damaged, Yang Kai only felt the sky darken. Fortunately, the 7-colored soul-warming lotus continued to pour out pure energy to nourish his soul, restoring his damaged divine sense immediately, causing the situation in his knowledge sea to fall into a stalemate. But as a result, Yang Kai had no spare energy to do anything else. His eyes flashing fiercely, Yang Kai summoned his soul avatar in his knowledge sea, stretched out his hand, and grasped a large saber in his hand. Pointing it at the star in the sky, he shouted, "If you dare cause trouble again, believe it or not, I'll cut you down." This saber was a soul-severing saber and had been nourished by Yong Kai's secret technique heaven-severing strike for many years. If this saber were to cut down, even the source of the star's territory would suffer. Murderous intent surging, Yong Kai was obviously not joking. The star, however, remained unmoved and continued to flash, releasing an invisible force that interfered with Yong Kai's knowledge sea. It seemed to have a mind of its own, and could tell that Yong Kai was just putting on a brave front. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, Yong Kai was furious. He could even cut down a third-order Emperor Realm Master. So how could a star dare to act so presumptuously? Unfortunately, he really couldn't do anything. If he didn't have this star, how could he refine his territory? Throwing away the soul-severing saber, Yong Kai formed a seal with both hands. In his knowledge sea, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus turned into a seven-colored treasure mountain and slammed upwards. Suppress! The seven-colored treasure mountain flew high into the sky and hovered above the star, suddenly releasing a huge suppressive force that slowly pressed down. The star's light flickered more and more fiercely. But as the seven-colored treasure mountain fell, it was pressed down bit by bit. Yong Kai was overjoyed when he saw this, knowing that his approach was correct. The star was the source of stars, and although it was rare and precious, it was not unique in this world. Every star territory had its own star territory source. However, the soul-warming lotus was like the immortal tree, one of a kind in this world, and there was absolutely no second one. From this point alone, whether it was the soul-warming lotus or the immortal tree, they were both much more precious and superior than the source of a star territory. It turned out that the soul-warming lotus did indeed have the ability to suppress a star. Under the suppression, the star was suppressed bit by bit, and its flickering frequency slowed down significantly, its interference becoming less frequent. Yong Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief and concentrated on urging the soul-warming lotus to display its unimaginable effect. Hong Long. The seven-colored treasure island fell, and the entire star was suppressed under it, falling into Yong Kai's knowledge sea. The seawater in his knowledge sea was formed by Yong Kai's divine sense, and after being enveloped by the seawater, the star became much more stable. At the same time, Yong Kai felt that the connection between him and the star had become much closer. Chapter 3169. Without waiting for Yong Kai to rejoice, an unforeseen event occurred. The tens of thousands of star sources gathered in his body suddenly erupted at this moment, a huge amount of energy rampaging through Yong Kai's body. As early as when Yong Kai was refining the star's star source of Firecloud Star, he had noticed that if there were too many star sources in his body, they would produce irreconcilable contradictions. At that time, he had used his powerful cultivation to forcibly suppress the star sources in his body. After all these years of refining, the number of star sources in his body was no longer just a few trifling star sources. Now, there were tens of thousands of them. In an instant, his body seemed to have turned into a battlefield. Tens of thousands of children were arguing and wrestling in this battlefield. If it were an ordinary cultivator, even if they had the cultivation of the Emperor Realm, their meridians would have been damaged and their body would have collapsed. However, Yong Kai's body was extremely tough. After cultivating for so many years, he had always focused on body tempering, so the quality of his physique was not something to be trifled with. Coupled with his half-dragon body, this little bit of movement was nothing to him. He only felt a slight stabbing pain in his body. Yong Kai's soul avatar emerged from his knowledge sea and immediately noticed the abnormalities in his body. After the knowledge sea is the body, refining the star sources of stars really isn't an easy task. He had already expected this to happen, so he didn't seem to panic and instead had a high fighting spirit. Multicolored light burst out from the pores of his body, and Yong Kai's entire body seemed to be bathed in a rosy glow, one that was even more dazzling than an ordinary rosy glow. Even his eyes, nose, and mouth were dazzling. The star sources of stars were very different, and their colors were also different. This was the scene that appeared on Yong Kai's body. If someone were here to watch, they would definitely worry that he would immediately explode and die. All sorts of similar but slightly different laws violently clashed with each other on his body. These laws were the laws of the star source itself, and the quantitative change quickly caused a qualitative change. It actually caused him great pain, and his body felt like it could collapse at any moment. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated the power of these naughty children. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai shouted, "Dragon! Transform!" A dragon's roar resounded, and the golden dragon's silhouette flashed behind Yang Kai's back and plunged into his body. Kacha kacha, the sound of bones dislocating rang out, densely connecting together. Yang Kai's body, which could be considered handsome, started to swell rapidly as if someone had blown on it. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and 2 small lumps appeared on his forehead. Short dragon horns emerged from the lumps, and his exposed skin was covered with sturdy dragon scales. His hands turned into sharp dragon claws, and a dragon tail suddenly appeared behind him. 3 zhang, 5 zhang, 10 zhang, 15 zhang, 18 zhang, 20 zhang. In an instant, Yang Kai turned into a half-dragon, half-human monster, all alone in the star field. It was actually able to transform into a 20 zhang long dragon. This was a pleasant surprise. Yang Kai remembered that when he used the art of dragon transformation on the Dragon Island, he was only 18 zhang long. He didn't expect that after all these years, he actually grew another 20 zhang long. Although 20 zhang was not a lot, this was the embodiment of the purity of the dragon race's bloodline. He had taken so many dragon blood flowers and dragon blood pills in the past, but he wasn't able to absorb all of the medicinal effects in the first place. Many of the medicinal effects were hidden in his flesh and blood. This 20 zhang long body was undoubtedly the result of the effects of the hidden medicinal effects in these years. He lightly exhaled, and 2 streams of white smoke rolled out from his nostrils. Almost all of his cultivation burst out at this moment, and he didn't hold back anymore. The void trembled and collapsed. Such strength had already exceeded the limit of this world. Even if he didn't make a move, just by standing here, he could make this world tremble uneasily. Around him, the void was like the surface of a lake. Layers of ripples undulated, constantly fluctuating between collapse and repair. A great hostility shrouded him. That was the will of this territory. In the empty star field, arcs of lightning inexplicably flashed, and in a short instant, the land within 1,000 kilometers turned into a pool of lightning. Arcs of lightning leaped and merged into one, quickly turning into thick bolts of lightning that bombarded him from all directions. Yang Kai laughed loudly, as if he had gone mad, but he didn't deliberately resist, allowing these bolts of lightning to fall on his body as he focused on suppressing the origin of the myriad stars in his body. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the light of the star field flickered as the bolts of lightning bombarded his body, quickly causing his dragon scales to crack and his body to be charred. The will and exclusion of this territory was really not easy to bear. Even if he had the strength to reach the heavens, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. However, he already had an extremely powerful recovery ability, and now that he had a half-dragon body, even if there were some injuries, he could quickly recover. Thunder burst out, and after an hour of bombardment, Yang Kai's body grew taller and taller. On his 20-meter-tall half-dragon body, the origin of the myriad stars was still clashing with each other. Light burst out from his pores as different principal powers tangled and collided with each other. Suddenly, the power of the thunder weakened greatly, and the surrounding arcs of lightning also decreased. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he coldly snorted. If he didn't have the origin of the myriad stars, if he didn't have the previous 10 years of hard work, he would never have dared to release all his strength like this, because the only result of doing so would be to be pushed out of this world, or to be reduced to ashes. But because he had suppressed the origin of the stars, and because of his many years of hard work, his aura had long since infected the entire territory. Even if the worlds will sensed his actions at this moment and rejected him, he still had the ability to resist. The only thing the heavens and earth could do was to make him suffer a little more, so that he would know the difficulties and retreat. How could Yang Kai retreat? He had worked hard for many years just to refine this territory, and now that the results were at his fingertips, how could he be willing to give up? In a battle between 2 sides, one side was bound to retreat and lose, and Yang Kai believed that it definitely wouldn't be him. The weakening of the power of the thunder was undoubtedly the best sign, and even Yang Kai felt a little dissatisfied. It was only because he didn't expect this side of the world to show weakness so quickly. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction. Faintly, he felt that something was approaching him, but after carefully examining it, he couldn't find anything. While suppressing the myriad sources in his body, trying to stabilize them, he also observed with rapt attention. Sure enough, something was approaching him at an extremely fast speed, causing ripples to appear in the void, visible to the naked eye. At a certain moment, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the void 1,000 kilometers in front of him, as if the star field had been melted by something, and a behemoth jumped out from the black hole. At the same time as this behemoth appeared, a strange sound rang out. This sound was not sharp, nor was it forceful, but it was filled with a dreamy feeling. At first glance, it sounded like the sad cry of a dolphin, full of despair and yearning for life, but it was definitely not a sound that a dolphin could make. The size of this behemoth also looked like a dolphin, but a giant dolphin that had been magnified thousands of times. The star field was the sea it roamed, and the void was its home. A shocking void beast. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he recognized the identity of this behemoth. It was actually a shocking void beast. This was a rare sight. He had seen a shocking void beast once in his early years and had even killed one, obtaining its monster core. Shocking void beasts could be regarded as ancient descendants and were naturally proficient in the Tao of space. What's more, this kind of proficiency was innate, a skill that was deeply ingrained in their bones. It was rumored that they could freely shuttle between various worlds without any hindrance. The terrifying void energy was the resource that allowed them to grow. Their favorite place to stay was the void crevice, where they could devour the void turbulence as nutrients for their growth. It was for this reason that shocking void beasts were rare, because they spent most of their time wandering the void, making it difficult to see them in ordinary worlds. Yang Kai never expected that a shocking void beast would appear at this time. No, it's a shocking void beast king. Yang Kai compared this to his early memories and soon discovered that this was not an ordinary shocking void beast, but a shocking void beast king. Its mountain-like body was definitely not something an ordinary shocking void beast could possess. The dreamy voice rang out again, and regardless of whether Yang Kai was willing or not, it poured into his ears, causing him to feel dizzy once more. The shocking void beast king gently flapped its tail, causing ripples to appear in the void, and with a single leap, it arrived not far from Yang Kai, so fast that he barely had time to react. In front of this shocking void beast king, the difference between a 200-meter-tall dragon body and a mountain was like the difference between a speck of dust and a mountain. Yang Kai really did feel like a mountain was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. However, the shocking void beast king didn't seem to notice him at all as it opened its mouth wide, like a giant void corridor that connected the chaotic and nothingness, ready to swallow Yang Kai into its belly in the next moment. The shocking void beast king could not have appeared here for no reason, nor could it not have discovered him. Although it was powerful, it was not invincible. The aura Yang Kai exuded was not weak, so as long as it had a little bit of reason, it would not have directly charged over and opened its mouth to swallow him. At this moment, Yang Kai felt the thick malice of this world. The reason why this shocking void beast appeared here and seemed to be coming for him was definitely because of the guidance of this world. The weakening of the power of the Thunder Pool was only to prepare for a more powerful killing move. As the saying goes, the world is heartless and treats all living things like dogs. It was truly vicious. If it were any other time, Yang Kai would not have minded fighting this shocking void beast king, perhaps even killing it and taking its monster core. The monster core of a shocking void beast king was extremely beneficial to his cultivation of the Tao of space, but today he had more important things to do, so he could only let it go for now. With a clap and pull of his hands, a huge crescent blade suddenly formed. With his current height of 60 meters, how could the crescent blade he condensed be small? If he really slashed out, even this shocking void beast king would not be able to ignore it. Chapter 3170. With the moon blade in hand, Yang Kai did not release it. At the same time, the shocking void beast king had already arrived in front of him. Apparently sensing something, the shocking void beast king's figure suddenly paused. It was difficult to imagine how it could freely control its huge body. From extreme movement to extreme stillness, it only took an instant. Then the two eyes on its head looked down, focusing on the place where Yang Kai was standing. Humph! Yang Kai snorted, the aura of the moon blade in his hand becoming more and more dangerous. The shocking void beast king's mouth suddenly closed, as if it had just noticed him, its eyes flashing with a human-like light. Yongkai raised his chin towards it, taking a stance of not retreating, his monstrous aura almost tangible. Two figures, one big and one small, faced each other in this strange star field. After a dozen breaths of time, the shocking void beast king suddenly leapt over Yongkai's head, its huge figure like plunging into an invisible lake, melting into the void and quickly disappearing, leaving behind a huge void corridor that was slowly closing up. Yongkai breathed a sigh of relief, dispersing the space divine technique. Just as the shocking void beast king had discovered that he was not to be trifled with, he had also discovered that this guy was difficult to deal with. At the critical moment of refining the territory of this star, how could he be willing to complicate things? The shocking void beast king retreating like this was the best result. Otherwise, if they fought, not to mention whether or not he could kill the shocking void beast king, refining the territory of this star would most likely fail. What other moves do you have? Use them all, Yongkai laughed, placing one hand on his waist and pointing to the heavens and earth. The hostility that had been shrouding the surroundings slowly faded, and at the same time, Yongkai discovered that the conflict between the star sources of the myriad stars in his body had eased a lot. This discovery made him overjoyed. It seemed that, after everything that had happened just now, the will of this star field was showing signs of compromising and acknowledging him. This was for the best. Yongkai was also a tactful person, so he naturally could not do anything to provoke the will of heaven and earth. He didn't hesitate any longer, and he immediately closed his eyes and started to refine the quintessence of the stars. Time passed slowly, and Yongkai's body shrank day by day. However, the light emitted from his skin became less and less. This was clearly a sign that the refining process was progressing well. Until a certain moment, when the last ray of light disappeared, Yongkai returned to his original appearance. He suddenly opened his eyes. There was a trace of exhaustion in his expression, but his spirit was extremely excited. The refinement was not complete yet. There was only one last step left. He spread his arms and shouted, "Let's go home. Let's all go home." Thousands of rays of light suddenly overflowed from every part of his body, turning into stars that circled around him a few times before disappearing like lightning. All these years, he had been refining the stars' origins everywhere in order to turn the entire star's territory into pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, which would make it easier for him to refine them. Now, he had let these stars' origins leave for the final step. Simply suppressing them was not enough. Only true recognition could connect their minds. The thousands of quintessences scattered and disappeared in the blink of an eye. With Yongkai as the center, it was as if a meteor shower had fallen over the entire star territory. Only the last quintessence of the stars remained, fluttering around him, filled with nostalgia and dependence. Shadowed star's origin. It did not leave immediately like the other origins, but instead stayed behind, as if it had its own thoughts and thoughts. Yongkai smiled lightly as he stretched out his hand and picked it up. The star source wriggled on his palm, transforming into thousands of different forms. "Go," Yongkai said softly, and the shadowed star's origin turned into a stream of light and flew off in the direction of shadowed star. "Come," Yongkai shouted in his heart, closed his eyes, and immersed his divine sense into his knowledge sea. The seven-colored island transformed back into the soul-warming lotus and released its suppression of the star, allowing the star to slowly rise from his knowledge sea and intertwine with Yongkai's divine sense, becoming indistinguishable from one another. With a bang, Yongkai felt his whole body shake, as if something had exploded. Looking around, the star was once again suspended high above his knowledge sea, and looking up, he saw a sky full of twinkling stars. However, there was a big difference between now and back then. Back then, although this star had been placed in Yongkai's knowledge sea and had some use to him, it did not truly belong to him. But now this star was his, and every inch of the star contained his aura. So that's how it is. The moment he completely refined the star chart, Yongkai's mind suddenly gained an additional layer of enlightenment. It was not until this moment that he understood why the great desolate star territory could invade Hung Luo star field. The reason for this was actually related to him. When Yongkai went to the star boundary and took away the star, he had also taken away the star source of this territory. Without this star source, the originally impregnable barrier of the star territory showed a slight flaw. It was this almost insignificant flaw that formed a channel connecting the great desolate star territory to Hung Luo star field, allowing the cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory to invade this place. Yang Kai scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed. The cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory had invaded, killing many people and bringing disaster to many cultivation stars. Yang Kai had never expected that he was actually responsible for this. But now that things had gotten to this point, he could only apologize. Collecting his thoughts, Yang Kai's mind surged as he wanted to experience the feeling of becoming the master of this star territory. It was somewhat similar to the feeling of becoming the master of Shadowed Star. With a single thought, everything was under his control, but the range was thousands of times greater. His mind constantly spread out, and Yang Kai could perceive everything in any location he wanted. Soon, he saw Tongxian Realm. Tongxian Realm had indeed recovered a lot over the years, and there were no traces of the early contamination. With the 108 profound Heavenly Spirit Array and Xia Ningchang personally overseeing it, 10 years was enough for Tongxian Realm to recover its Yuan Qi. But this was far from enough. Tongxian Realm's heritage was weaker than other cultivation stars, so it could not give birth to a powerful cultivator. The reason why Yang Kai was so eager to refine the star territory's source and become the master of this star territory was partly because of his own needs, and partly because of Xia Ningchang and Tongxian Realm. Only by becoming the master of this star territory could he use the power of this star territory to bring great benefits to Tongxian Realm and allow Xia Ningchang's strength to rise. Now was the time to experiment. Kai Yang stood motionless in the same place, only waving his two large hands. Tongxian Realm, 9 Heavens' holy land. Xia Ningchang was talking to Shuiyu. Since the end of the war 3 years ago, the entire star territory had returned to normal, and there was no longer any need to worry about being invaded by powerful enemies. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and Sword Union were both rebuilding, and as for Purple Star no longer existed in this star territory. Of the 3 great forces, High Heaven Sect had replaced it and become the top force. Xia Ningchang's aura had returned to normal, no longer showing any signs of weakness. His skin was ruddy and white, and his aura was restrained. Obviously, he had reached the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm. Shuiyu was not any worse. Although she was not a star master, she also had a special constitution and sufficient resources, so her cultivation progress was naturally not any slower than others. Suddenly, Xia Ningchang raised her head and looked outside, as if she had sensed something. "What's wrong?" Shuiyu asked suspiciously. "This is..." Xia Ningchang got up, took a step forward, and arrived outside the hall. Shuiyu's figure also floated over to stand beside him. The 2 pairs of eyes looked up into the sky and were immediately stunned. Under the clear blue sky, streams of light streaked across the sky, each containing an unimaginable amount of energy, like meteors falling from the sky. Shuiyu's face couldn't help turning pale. Although she was far away, she could still feel the destructive power of these meteor-like things. Even if only one fell, Tongxian Realm would suffer heavy losses, but looking around, there was more than one. The sky was densely packed, and there were simply too many to count. Not only did they see this, but all the living beings on Tongxian Realm were also shocked by this scene. Xia Ningchang's expression became solemn, and he was just about to urge the star's source to block these meteors when he suddenly saw a huge cloud in the sky distort and transform into a clear human face. "Ah!" Xia Ningchang exclaimed. "Husband." Shuiyu was also dumbfounded. The face formed by the cloud was undoubtedly Yang Kai's face. Although she didn't know how far away he was from the 2 of them, it was as if he could see them, smiling at them and even winking at them in annoyance. This moment of hesitation had cost them the opportunity to intercept. Moreover, the moment he saw Yang Kai's face, Xia Ningchang knew that this was Yang Kai's handiwork and no longer had any intention of intercepting him. However, she was very curious about what Yang Kai was trying to do. This world-shattering momentum was not fake. The meteor fell to the ground, but it didn't cause the expected impact and destruction. Instead, it silently disappeared. A stream of light fell straight towards 9 Heavens' holy land, filling everyone's vision with light and preventing them from seeing anything else. When the light dissipated, the world energy aura of 9 Heavens' holy land was obviously richer, and there were also some other changes that were occurring. Xia Ningchang's perception was the keenest. As a star master, she was clearly aware that Tongxian Realm's world principles were gradually becoming more complete and stronger. More complete world principles meant that a more powerful cultivator could be born and could display more power. A joyful atmosphere spread throughout the stars, causing Xia Ning Chong to feel a sense of great joy. Ning Chong, this is... Shui Yu couldn't help asking when she saw the smile on her face. He succeeded. Xia Ning Chong replied. Shui Yu suddenly understood, her beautiful eyes flashing a strange light. He finally succeeded. After leaving 10 years ago, there had been no news of Yang Kai since. Occasionally, she would hear that someone had seen him in the star territory, but it was only a fleeting glimpse. No one had gone to look for him, as everyone knew what he was busy with. It was just that no one had expected him to succeed in a mere 10 years. The abnormalities of Tong Xian realm at the moment were the best proof of this. Only by successfully refining the star territory and becoming its master would one be qualified to use the power of the stars from the outer heavens to carry out such a transformation on Tong Xian realm. It could be said that such a transformation was almost without any hesitation. The promotion of Tong Xian realm was at the cost of drawing power from other places, but when it came to Xia Ning Chong, how could Yang Kai be stingy? Chapter 3171. What's going on? Suddenly, Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong. Above his knowledge sea, somewhere on the star, there was a fist-sized ink dot. This ink dot looked so familiar, just like the scenery Yang Kai saw when he went to Tong Xian realm and looked down from the sky. Yang Kai was now connected with the star territory's source, so he immediately felt a strong malice from this ink dot. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, the location of this ink dot should be the connection between the Great Desolate Star Territory and the Hung Luo Star Field. That place was extremely important, and as early as 10 years ago, Yang Kai had sent Li Jiao and his family to guard it. Yang Kai had thought that it was safe, but today, after completely refining the star, he discovered that something was wrong. With a thought, his vision seemed to drift across hundreds of millions of kilometers and suddenly pulled to the vicinity of the ink dot. What he saw shocked Yang Kai. The void within hundreds of millions of kilometers had become an unimaginably huge black hole, and everything in this star field had disappeared, including many dead stars. Not only that, the edge of the black hole was still expanding, and wherever the darkness passed, everything turned into nothingness. It was as if the darkness was devouring the territory of this star. Yang Kai was furious. He had refined the source of the star and had become the master of this star territory. In other words, this entire star territory was his back garden, and no matter what the hell this darkness was, it was invading his territory. As the master of this star territory, how could he tolerate it? Where was that old brat Li Jiao? Yang Kai had sent him here to guard this place, so why didn't he tell him that such a big thing had happened? Even if Yang Kai had been running around all these years without a fixed residence, if Yang Kai really wanted to find him, how could he not have a way? He couldn't help but grumble in his heart. With a sway of his body, he arrived at the edge of the huge black hole in a short while. Looking at it from a close distance, he could feel how terrifying the black hole was. All he could see was darkness. It was not inferior to the void crevice. The darkness was like a tide that slowly spread in all directions, assimilating everything in its path. Yang Kai felt like he was losing his territory bit by bit. With a stern expression, he communicated with the star with his mind. The star buzzed and trembled, as if it had received some kind of encouragement, emitting a dazzling light. The unhurried darkness that was advancing in all directions suddenly slowed down a lot at this moment. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He had never encountered such a thing before. To be honest, he didn't know how to deal with it. He just wanted to give it a try and stop the darkness from spreading. He didn't expect that after communicating with the star chart, there would be some effect. He immediately understood that since he was the master of the star's territory, his will was the will of the star's territory. With a single thought, he could resonate with the star's territory. Now that he had this answer, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and became more attentive to communicating with the star, borrowing the power of the entire star's territory to stop the darkness from spreading. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the spreading darkness slowed down and gradually stopped. Yang Kai wasn't satisfied and instead shouted, "Scram!" He pushed both of his arms forward and invisible world powers squeezed out from all directions. Instantly, the boundary of darkness shrank back by several tens of li, and it was still shrinking. In the place where the darkness faded, everything that had been swallowed was restored, and Yang Kai could clearly see a huge meteorite slowly emerge from the darkness, completely revealing itself. This discovery made him overjoyed. He had thought that the places swallowed by the darkness would no longer exist, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Although those places had been swallowed up, everything still existed. It was just that no one could see them. Only by expelling the darkness would their original appearance be revealed. What was this darkness? Yang Kai drove it away while investigating it with rapt attention. A moment later, his body shook and a look of shock appeared on his face. He had actually glimpsed the world will from the darkness, a world will that didn't belong to the Hung Luo star field. This world will was so similar to the Hung Luo star field, as if the darkness was another world. Incredible, too incredible. Could it be that there was really another world that was eroding the Hung Luo star field? Was that world the territory of the Great Desolate Star? After all, this was the territory of the two stars. If the territory of the Great Desolate Star was encroaching on the Hung Luo star field, it was reasonable. Yang Kai suddenly rejoiced. If he hadn't refined the star and become the master of the star's territory, he wouldn't have been able to do anything about the current situation. The encroachment between worlds was no longer a problem that could be solved by the level of cultivation. He had to rely on the power of the world he was in to resist this encroachment. He had a faint feeling that the reason why he could refine the star so smoothly was related to the current situation. The Hung Luo star field obviously wanted to rely on his power to resist this encroachment. Spit out everything you've eaten. Yang Kai had just become the master of the star's territory and was in high spirits. How could he be afraid of such a small obstacle in front of him? The power of the star's territory was drawn out and crazily squeezed towards the darkness. The darkness had no power to resist and was retreating. The star field that had been encroached by the darkness also returned. With Yang Kai's strength, the speed at which the darkness receded became faster and faster. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the darkness had retreated thousands of miles away. However, compared to the territory it had encroached, these thousands of miles were nothing, but it was still a good start. Yang Kai believed that as time passed, the speed at which he recovered his lost territory would become faster and faster. This was indeed the case. The entire Hung Luo star field seemed to be aware of Yang Kai's intentions, and the star's territory's origin unreservedly cooperated with him, bestowing him with the power of the heavens and earth. 100,000 miles, 200,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles. The darkness had obviously shrunk. At this speed, Yang Kai would be able to take back all the things he had lost from the darkness in less than a month. However, at this moment, Yang Kai's hair suddenly stood on end, and a great sense of crisis enveloped him. His eyes widened as he stared at the darkness in front of him. There was nothing there but chaos and nothingness. Not only was there no life, there weren't even dead things, but he firmly believed that the crisis came from the darkness. A light suddenly bloomed in front of his eyes and attacked him in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai raised his head, opened his mouth, and bit down on this light. The light continued to tremble, as if it was alive. Yang Kai clenched his teeth, and his sharp fangs turned into an indestructible blade. With a crunch, the sound of something being crushed rang out, and the struggling in his mouth suddenly stopped. Bah! Yang Kai spat out the object, reached out, and caught it, his eyes narrowing. It was a flying knife with an exquisite shape. It was about a foot long, and its whole body was smooth and flawless. However, there was a row of teeth marks on it at this moment. Moreover, there were dense cracks on it. Yang Kai's bite had destroyed the spirituality of this throwing knife. This is... Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. An emperor artifact? The thing that had attacked him from the darkness was actually an emperor artifact. Although its spirituality was damaged and it was full of cracks, Yang Kai was not blind. So how could he not recognize an emperor artifact? There was even a trace of emperor qi left on this throwing knife. Raising his head and looking into the darkness again, Yang Kai's eyes burned like flames. Great! I thought that the invasion of two worlds was just a natural disaster, but in the end, it was actually a man-made disaster. This throwing knife emperor artifact could not have attacked him for no reason. From the remnant Emperor Yuan Qi, it was clear that someone wanted to kill him from another world, and the attacker was definitely someone from the Emperor realm. Even Yang Kai could not attack from another world. The barrier between worlds was too strong, and only the great emperors could do this. However, the Hung Luo star field and the Great Desolate Star's territory were not completely separated, and the darkness was the place where the two worlds connected. It was not difficult for a hidden enemy to attack him from another world. As for the reason, it was none other than him obstructing the invasion of the great desolate star's territory. A bold idea popped up in Yang Kai's mind. Although he was not sure, he guessed that it was probably the case. Finally, it's a little interesting. He could not help but grin. His smile was ferocious as he stared into the darkness, as if he could penetrate the barrier between worlds and see the strong enemy hidden in another world. Ever since he had returned to the star field, even though he had been rejected by the heavens and earth, the enemies he had encountered were all weak little fish and shrimps that couldn't even stand up to a gust of wind. Now that such a powerful enemy had suddenly appeared, his long-awaited battle intent quickly rose. "It is impolite not to reciprocate, take this." He clapped his hands and a huge moon blade leisurely formed. He did not immediately slash out, but instead continued to pour power into it. The moon blade buzzed and fluctuated, as if it could collapse at any time, but under Yang Kai's control, it was more stable than ever. After a long time, Yang Kai raised his eyes and first threw the broken throwing knife into the darkness in front of him, then slashed out with the moon blade. Without a sound, the flying dagger and the moon blade disappeared. In the territory of the great desolate star, in the endless star field, the scenery was exactly the same as that of Yang Kai, with great darkness surging. At the edge of the darkness, a sallow-faced middle-aged man frowned and stared ahead. Suddenly, a throwing knife appeared in the darkness. He raised his hand and pinched the flying knife in his hand. Before he could check the condition of the flying knife, a pitch-black moon blade slashed at him. He was not a careless person, but he did not notice the moon blade until it was in front of him. The main reason was that the moon blade was too strange. It was silent and was exactly the same as the darkness, so it was difficult to notice. Perceiving the terrible power of the moon blade, the middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and showed a surprised look, but he did not panic. Suddenly, another throwing knife appeared in his hand, which was exactly the same as the one that Yang Kai had intercepted before. He raised it high, and the throwing knife shone brightly and turned into a huge blade, slashing down. Chapter 3172. The moon blade collapsed, but the middle-aged man's eyebrows twitched. His heart thumped as he hurriedly retreated. However, it was too late. The moon blade exploded, and the power of space was rampant. Cracks appeared in the void. Those cracks weren't arranged in a disorderly manner. They actually outlined 3 large words in front of his eyes. F***CK your mother. Space Divine Technique. The middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise, revealing a shocked expression. However, he didn't care about Yang Kai's insults. The main reason was that the Space Divine Technique was too treacherous and unpredictable. It was also difficult to cultivate. Moreover, how could someone who could use the Space Divine Technique to such an extent be an unknown person? Could it be him? A figure appeared in the middle-aged man's mind. If the person in front of him matched his imagination, then it would be difficult to deal with him. The reputation of the Spirit Beast Island's martial beast couldn't be ignored. That person was a general under the martial beast Mo Huang, and it would be quite troublesome to deal with him. However, he had never heard of this person having any connection with the lower plane star territory. How could he suddenly appear in the Hung Luo star field? He suddenly remembered the family of 3 who were swept into this world 3 years ago. He didn't deliberately pay attention to them, but now it seemed that it was time to have a chat with them. Perhaps he could find out some information from them. Before the darkness, Yang Kai waited with rapt attention. After waiting for a day and a night, he didn't see any signs of counterattack. He suddenly felt bored. He didn't know if his moon blade had hurt the other party, but he thought that it shouldn't have. Although the barrier between the 2 star territories had weakened, allowing him to launch an attack across the star field, the power wouldn't be great. The other party had extraordinary means, so how could he be hurt so easily? However, he didn't know why the other party didn't move. Yang Kai was too lazy to think too much. Since the other party didn't make a move, he could peacefully restore his star territory. The darkness continued to recede, revealing the originally devoured starry sky. At a certain moment, Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he grinned. "You've got guts." Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab something in front of him. Suddenly, a figure fell out of the boundless darkness. Yang Kai frowned. When he saw the figure, he immediately pulled back his hand. Then he pulled the figure in front of him. "Yuqin." Yang Kai looked down at the little girl in front of him and frowned. Lu Yuqin was not injured, but his face was extremely pale. It was obvious that he had been frightened. His pupils were dilated and he was trembling. Yang Kai called her twice, but she didn't respond at all. Left with no choice, Yang Kai could only urge his power to calm her down. It took a while for Lu Yuqin to recover. Her eyes gradually focused, and when she saw Yang Kai's face clearly, she began to cry. Tears rolled down her cheeks. "Why did you come from there? Where are your parents?" Yang Kai felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. "Lord Yang, please save my parents." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He said in a low voice, "They are over there? I beg you, please save them." Lu Yuqin grabbed Yang Kai's arm and cried like a pear blossom in the rain. "Tell me, don't cry," Yang Kai comforted her. After a while, Lu Yuqin calmed down and told him what had happened in the past few years. One day 3 years ago, the void corridor that connected the Hung Luo star field and the Great Desolate Star territory suddenly exploded. The darkness swept over and swallowed their family of 3. When they came back to their senses, they found that they had arrived at another star field. Later, they found out that this territory was actually the territory of the Great Desolate Star. However, with Li Jiao, who was in existence beyond the star territory, their family didn't encounter any danger. They just couldn't find the way back. Just one day ago, a middle-aged man suddenly found them and chatted with Li Jiao for a long time. Lu Yuqin didn't know what they talked about. In the end, the middle-aged man grabbed her and threw her into the darkness. "What's that guy's name?" Yang Kai knew that there was a guy on the other side of the darkness that was devouring his star territory. Now that Lu Yuqin confirmed it, he knew that his guess was wrong. Lu Yuqin shook her head. She had never seen that person before yesterday. She only knew that even her parents weren't his match. When he captured her, her parents tried to stop him, but they couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. His strength was simply unfathomable. "What did he say?" Yang Kai continued to ask. Since that person threw Lu Yuqin back, it was obvious that he wanted her to pass on a message. Lu Yuqin said, "He told me to pass on a message to you. If you want my parents to live, hand over the star territory's source." "Huh." Yang Kai's eyes twitched. Is there something wrong with his head? Although he had been with Li Jiao for many years, and their relationship was quite good, it hadn't reached the point where he would be used as a pawn. If it had been Su Yan and the others who were captured, Yang Kai might have considered it. What's more, even if he really handed over the star territory's source, the other party might not keep their promise to release them. If Yang Kai lost the star territory's source, he would no longer have the capital to resist the other party. The Hung Luo star field would also not be able to escape the fate of being devoured. That guy had asked Lu Yuqin to pass on a message. Was he deliberately trying to disgust him? "Lord Yang." Lu Yuqin looked at Yang Kai with a pleading expression. "I'll send you back first. Don't worry, I'll definitely save your parents." Yang Kai patted her on the shoulder before diverting a part of his attention to continue suppressing the darkness. His figure flickered as he quickly flew towards Shadowed Star. Star territory was vast, and anyone would have to spend a lot of time traveling across its territory, but Yang Kai was now the master of star territory, so he naturally had a degree of convenience that others did not have. With a single thought, he could travel tens of thousands of kilometers. After a few leaps, Yang Kai saw Shadowed Star, and with a flicker, he appeared directly in High Heaven Sect. A stream of light flew out from a certain spirit peak. It was Su Yan, who had sensed Yang Kai's return, and under her lead, all the masters of High Heaven Sect had gathered. A short time later, all the elders had gathered. Yi Shiyun stepped forward and said, "Sect Master, there is something I need to tell you." Saying so, she turned to look at Lu Yuqin, who was leaning against Yang Kai, with some surprise. The matter she wanted to report was the disappearance of Li Jiao's family of 3. "You don't need to say anything, I understand." Yang Kai handed the unconscious Lu Yuqin to Su Yan and said, "Look after her." For eyes met, and everything was understood without words. Su Yan gently nodded before carrying Lu Yuqin back to her spirit peak. Inside the hall, Yang Kai took his seat while the others scattered to the left and right. Looking around, Yang Kai said, "All of you have worked hard these past few years. I have seen everyone's efforts, and although I did not participate, I still want to thank everyone for their efforts over the years." Yi Shiyun nodded. "Of course, but I wonder what Sect Master knows about the expanding black hole?" Yang Kai said, "I only discovered it not long ago. Rest assured, I will deal with this matter myself. Hearing him say this, Yi Shiyun's heart relaxed, the worries she had held for several years finally disappearing. Although Yang Kai was often elusive, leaving everything to her to deal with, he was still very reliable when he was serious. Husband, what is that black hole? Why is it eroding star field? Shanqing Luo asked in confusion. Yang Kai said, it's the power of Great Desolate Star's territory. Great Desolate Star's territory again? The group of people suddenly showed looks of righteous indignation. Since the end of the war 3 years ago, the entire territory of Great Desolate Star had entered a period of rest and recuperation. They had thought that they would be able to settle down for a while, but in less than 3 years, Great Desolate Star's territory had once again begun to stir up trouble, and this time it was even worse, actually beginning to erode Star Field, leaving them completely at a loss as to how to deal with it. Yi Shiyun frowned and said, Sect Master, how can the territory of Great Desolate Star erode our territory? Could it be that the level of Great Desolate Star's territory is higher? Yang Kai shook his head and said, that's not the case. There is not much difference between the territory of the 2 Great Desolate Stars, nor is there any difference in level. The reason this situation is occurring is because someone is secretly pushing it. Someone? Who is it? Could it be? Yang Kai nodded and said solemnly, the master of Great Desolate Star's territory. The guy who was secretly fighting with him was definitely not an ordinary person. Since he could push the territory of Great Desolate Star to swallow one another, there was only one possibility. This person was the master of Great Desolate Star's territory. Just like his identity at the moment. A series of gasps rang out, but soon everyone remembered that Yang Kai was also the master of Great Desolate Star's territory. So there was nothing to be afraid of, but if these 2 masters of Great Desolate Star's territory were to fight, who knew how much of an impact it would have on their respective territories? After all, if they fought, it would definitely not be a one-on-one battle, but rather a confrontation supported by the forces of their respective Great Desolate Star's territory. This was bound to set off stormy waves in both Great Desolate Star's territory. Dare I ask, Sect Master, who is stronger and who is weaker? Yi Shiyun asked the question everyone was concerned about. He is not my opponent right now, Yang Kai said lightly. The place shrouded in darkness was his own territory, so even if it was being swallowed up, he still had a certain advantage, so it would not be difficult to drive him out. Now, Yi Shiyun keenly grasped the key point in Yang Kai's words. What about later? Yang Kai laughed. Who can say what will happen in the future? We will do our best and leave the rest to heaven's will. Yi Shiyun wanted to ask something more, but Yang Kai raised his hand to stop her and smiled meaningfully. There's a little bug here. Saying so, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed forward, his movements neither too fast nor too slow. The void in front of him suddenly became chaotic as Yang Kai's big hand reached into the void, seemingly grabbing towards a distant place. When he retracted his hand, an old man with white hair and a white beard appeared in the hall. This old man had a look of surprise on his face, and his body was trembling slightly, as if he could not stand steadily. The aura on his body was not strong, only an origin-returning realm master. Everyone in the hall looked at each other, not knowing why Yang Kai had suddenly grabbed this old man and brought him here. They did not even know where Yang Kai had brought him here. After becoming the master of this Great Desolate Star's territory, Yang Kai's various means had become more and more incredible. The stooped old man looked around and was startled. The faces around him did not recognize him, but he recognized most of the people here. A trace of panic flashed across his eyes as he pretended to be calm and asked, Where is this place? Chapter 3173. Above the hall, Yang Kai looked at the old man with a smile, while everyone else's expressions were also filled with surprise and doubt. The old man asked, Greetings, master. Who are you? Acting dumb. This old man doesn't know what little brother is talking about. Yang Kai looked him up and down before grinning. Seeing that the corpse chi on your body is quite thick, you should be proficient in corpse refining. Which netherworld sect are you? Netherworld sect. The faces of Yi Shiyun and the others changed as they glared at the old man. Although they could not see what was so special about this old man, since Yang Kai said so, he could not be wrong. All the cultivators in the entire star territory hated the name Netherworld sect. They thought that everything had been settled after sweeping through the world 3 years ago. But now, A fish had slipped through the net and appeared right under their noses. Little brother must be mistaken. This old man is not a netherworld sect. What do you want to do on my shadowed star? What are you looking for? The old man shook his head and said, This old man does not understand. Yang Kai raised his hand and a thick murderous intent enveloped the old man. In an instant, the old man's hunched figure suddenly straightened up and his aura erupted. Yi Shiyun and the others were dumbfounded as they realized that this old man in front of them was not an origin-returning realm master, but a peak origin king. His aura was stronger than any other origin king they had ever encountered, as if he could break through the shackles of the origin king realm at any time. It was unknown what kind of secret technique this old man had used to conceal his cultivation, so well that if it were not for Yang Kai's keen observation, no one present would have been able to see through it. However, the killing blow Yang Kai was expecting did not come, and instead, he lowered his raised hand. The old man did not know that he was being toyed with, and no longer pretended to be calm, simply coldly snorting, You forced my hand. He had indeed been lurking on Shadowed Star looking for something, and had not wanted to confront High Heaven Sect so quickly. But the heavens had not allowed him to do so. Now that things had gotten to this point, he had no choice but to kill. As he spoke, he summoned a large banner in his hand. As the banner rolled, blood energy surged, and the entire hall was dyed a dark red. Inside the hall, everyone from High Heaven Sect suddenly felt as if they had fallen into a rolling river of blood, as the blood chi around them gave off a strong corrosive aura that made it difficult for them to breathe or even circulate their saint chi. Their expressions changed. They all knew about the Blood Sea banner. In the past few years of fighting with the cultivator of the Netherworld sect, every single one of them had experienced the might of the Blood Sea banner. However, they had never seen a Blood Sea banner as terrifying as this. It seemed that as long as this Blood Sea banner was summoned, even a third-order origin king cultivator would not be able to resist. There is a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There is no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. Today, this old man will turn all of you into. The old man was halfway through his words when he suddenly bit his tongue. This was because in the Blood Sea, a small figure was slowly walking in front of him, raising its head and looking up at him innocently. The figure did not give off the slightest ripple of energy, yet strangely, it was unaffected by his Blood Sea banner. The short figure suddenly became as lofty as a mountain, making him feel like he needed to look up for no apparent reason. How is this possible? The old man paled in shock. This artifact of his had long surpassed the limits of what could be reached in star territory. It was also a treasure bestowed to him by a master, and it was because of the power of this artifact that he was able to act so fearlessly after his identity was exposed. It was impossible for anyone in star territory to escape the imprisonment and decay of his Blood Sea banner. Anyone who fell into it would die without a doubt. But now this 7 or 8-year-old little girl had completely ignored the power of his Blood Sea banner. The little girl in front of him blinked her eyes, raised her small hand, and made a grabbing motion. The old man felt as if he had been struck by lightning and could not help but take a few steps back. His face paled slightly as he became more and more shocked. The connection between him and the Blood Sea banner had been severed. Looking up again, the blood-red color that had enveloped the hall had disappeared, and the Blood Sea banner had been grabbed by the little girl. She casually stuffed it into her space ring before turning around and walking back without even looking at him. The old man only felt his throat become slightly dry as he forcefully gulped. His greatest reliance had been so easily taken away, and even his mind had suffered a backlash. The originally arrogant old man immediately became like a venomous snake whose fangs had been plucked. His aura withered, and he no longer had the arrogance from before. Compared to the trauma of having his artifact taken away, the shock he received was even greater. The feeling that the little girl gave him was not much weaker than that master. How could there be such a powerful person in this star territory? No wonder the territory of Great Desolate Star had been exterminated in recent years. With this person overseeing it, how could the invasion succeed? This artifact, was it that person who helped you improve it? In the hall, Yang Kai sat with his face propped up in his hand as he looked at the old man calmly. The old man trembled as he bowed to the ground and respectfully said, "Master, if there is anything this old man would like to know, this old man will tell you everything he knows. Please, Master, spare this old man's life." Since he was in a disadvantageous position, he immediately became much more obedient. You don't seem to be qualified to negotiate with me. The old man lowered his head. I beg Master to spare this old man's life. This old man has never done anything harmful to this star's territory. Yang Kai thought about it seriously for a moment before nodding. Good, I won't kill you. Master, can you keep your word? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Usually, when I say this, I'm just bluffing. The old man's face suddenly paled. However, Yang Kai's tone suddenly changed. Since I said I won't kill you, I won't kill you. Many thanks, Master. The old man shed tears of gratitude. What does Master want to know? You are the sect master of Netherworld sect, right? Yang Kai asked. The old man was stunned and then smiled bitterly. Master's vision is like a torch. This old man is not talented, but I am the 345th sect master of Netherworld sect. What? He is the sect master of Netherworld sect? Inside the hall, there was an uproar as everyone stared at the old man angrily. The Netherworld sect was the main culprit behind the invasion of the Grand Desolation Star Field, but over the years, although they had killed many people from the Netherworld sect, including several vice sect masters and elders, they had never been able to find the Netherworld sect's sect master. The elders and vice sect masters also didn't know where he was. They only heard that after coming to the Hung Luo Star Field, the sect master left alone. As for where he went and what he did, no one knew. There was almost no news of this person in the information that he had gathered. Who would have thought that this old man had actually hidden on Shadowed Star until today when Yang Kai found him? This was probably a case of being too smart for his own good. He thought that the most dangerous place was the safest place, but little did he know that after Yang Kai became the master of Shadowed Star's territory, his perception of Shadowed Star had become even more acute. How could he not notice the existence of this old man, who clearly carried the aura of Netherworld sect? If this old man had hidden on another star, Yang Kai would not have bothered to find him, and might even have been able to hide for a while longer. Was that person the one who helped you improve that artifact of yours? Yang Kai asked the same question again. That person? I wonder who Master is referring to. The old man looked at Yang Kai in surprise. It's that guy from your great desolate star's territory. You've met that master? The old man was shocked. Yang Kai shook his head. No. After a pause, he continued. I secretly fought with him once. The old man was dumbfounded when he heard this, instinctively feeling that this guy was boasting. No matter what cultivation this person in front of him had, how could he have survived a fight with that master? But suddenly remembering the various anomalies he felt a few days ago, the old man exclaimed, Are you already the master of this star's territory? Yes. No wonder, no wonder. The old man muttered to himself. No wonder he felt some anomalies in his star's territory a few days ago, and no wonder he could fight with that master. It turned out that he was already the master of this star's territory. Only by becoming the master of this star's territory would one have the qualifications to fight with the master of another star's territory. Yang Kai observed the old man's expression and suddenly thought of something. You've been hiding for many years and acting alone. Could it be that you're looking for my Hung Luo Starfield's star's source? The old man's expression changed, but since Yang Kai had already pointed it out, he no longer concealed it and nodded. I'm just following orders. Yang Kai coldly snorted. That guy really has a big appetite. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. The wind and clouds gathered in the sky and dark clouds suddenly formed, like thick cotton quilts. Under the heavenly might, everyone felt extremely depressed. As the master of this star's territory, his every move, laughter, and anger could affect this part of the world. Seeing this, the old man no longer had any doubts and finally confirmed that this person was already the master of this star's territory. Yang Kai still sneered. He wants to swallow my Hung Luo star field in one gulp. Now it seemed that the Netherworld sect was the culprit behind the invasion of the cultivator in the Great Desolate Star's territory. It was most likely that the Netherworld sect was also driven and used by someone else, and the shadow behind it was naturally the master of the Great Desolate Star's territory. Using the war between the cultivator in the territory of the two stars to create chaos in the Hung Luo star field and affect the situation in the Hung Luo star field. Only in this way could the star's territory's source be revealed. At that time, as long as the old man found the source of the star's territory, the person on the other side of the darkness could devour and refine it. Once he succeeded in refining the source of the Hung Luo star field, the territory of the two stars would really be integrated, and there would be no distinction between them. At that time, That person would be the master of the territory of the two stars, and his strength would also rise with the tide. The method was not very clever, but it was extremely effective. If Yang Kai had not returned to the star's territory, he was afraid that at this moment, he would have succeeded. At that time, the Hung Luo star field would definitely become a vassal of the great desolate star's territory. This old man doesn't know the purpose of that master. The Netherworld sect master lowered his eyebrows and eyes. Is that so? Yang Kai smiled at him meaningfully, which made the Netherworld sect master's heart skip a beat. Forget it. Come with me. Yang Kai said this and stood up. With one hand holding the old man's collar, he took a few steps and was already in the star field. Master, please spare my life. The old man shouted, his face full of fear. Previously, when he faced that strange little girl, he had a feeling that he was no match for her. But he did not expect that after facing Yang Kai, he would understand that he could not even think of resisting. This was the power of the master of the star's territory. He did not think that Yang Kai's strength was much stronger than his. The reason why he could control him so easily was all because of the recognition of the source of the star's territory. If he also had such an opportunity, why are you shouting? Yang Kai slapped the back of his head. Chapter 3174. After being slapped by Yang Kai, the Netherworld sect master immediately became obedient, and the scenery in his field of vision quickly passed by. Huge stars brushed past each other before being left behind and turned into specks of light. In a flash, the two had traveled tens of thousands of kilometers. Suddenly, the old man's figure came to a halt as he was dropped by Yang Kai. Quickly stabilizing his figure, he looked around and narrowed his eyes. In front of him was a huge black hole that was wriggling like the maw of a giant beast, gnawing at this world and trying to swallow it into its belly. That side is the territory of your great desolate star. Yang Kai pointed to the place where the darkness was the thickest. The old man's eyes lit up. Do you want to go back? The old man nodded repeatedly. Good, I'll let you go, but you have to tell me one thing. The old man asked cautiously, What is it? Tell that guy for me to wash his neck, and wait for me to chop it off. Scram. Yang Kai grabbed him by the collar again and threw him into the darkness without any explanation. The old man screamed in horror and wanted to resist, but he couldn't even condense his Saint Chi, so he could only crash into the darkness and disappear in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai shaded his eyes with his hand and glanced around before whistling softly. On the other side of the darkness, 3 figures stood at this moment. In addition to the sallow-faced man, there were 2 acquaintances of Yang Kai, Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang. The auras of the 2 people were still intact. They had not suffered any torture or injury, but they did not have the intention to escape. In this world, no matter if it was Li Jiao or Lu Sanyang, they were unable to display their full strength, but the middle-aged man in front of them could. Pinching them was as easy as pinching a conch, and neither Li Jiao nor Lu Sanyang had the slightest ability to resist. No matter who you are, you must pay the price. Li Jiao looked at the middle-aged man with a sinister expression. Lu Yuqin had been thrown into the darkness right in front of him, and he didn't know if Lu Yuqin was dead or alive. Naturally, Li Jiao was furious and hated that he had fallen from grace. If they were in the star boundary, he would have already fought a life-and-death battle with Lu Yuqin. Even if he wasn't Lu Yuqin's match, it would still be better than being so angry. The middle-aged man turned a deaf ear to him and said indifferently, Why are you so confident? Li Jiao sneered, Because you don't know who you have provoked. The middle-aged man finally turned his head to look at him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Li Jiao said, If I had the ability, I would have twisted your head off long ago. Are you pinning your hopes on that Yang Kai? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows, secretly amused. He had never even heard of Yang Kai's name. So how strong could he be? Even if he was lucky enough to become the ruler of a star territory, he probably wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. He had only learned of Yang Kai's existence after chatting with Li Jiao for a while. It wasn't that Li Jiao was willing to betray Yang Kai, but Lu Yuqin and Lu Sanyang were beside him, so he had to answer some questions. Just you wait, you will regret it. Li Jiao sneered and didn't say anything else. No matter where this guy came from or what his cultivation was, as long as he wasn't one of the great emperors, he believed that Yang Kai could deal with him. After all, he had even broken through a place like Dragon Island, So what in this world would be difficult for him? I hope he really is as you say, otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring? The middle-aged man smiled slightly. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned his head to look into the darkness. A layer of ripples appeared in the darkness, and immediately after, a figure flew out from it. He was dancing with joy, and his face was filled with shock. The middle-aged man reached out and grabbed the figure in his hand. The old man was still shouting, and the middle-aged man shouted, calming him down. Master. When the old man saw the appearance of the person in front of him, he immediately exclaimed, and his eyes couldn't help but show the joy of surviving a disaster. The moment he was thrown into the darkness by Yang Kai, he thought he was dead for sure. Who knew that Yang Kai really kept his promise and let him live? Not only that, but he also sent him back to the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Why did you come from there? The middle-aged man looked at the old man curiously and slowly let go of his hand. The old man hurriedly said, "This little old man endured humiliation and saved my life. I specially came back to inform the master." "Did that person let you come back?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly and asked the truth. The Netherworld sect master looked embarrassed, but he could only nod and say, "Yes, he asked me to come and pass a message to the master." "What message?" "That arrogant brat said that sooner or later, he would ask the master to teach him a lesson." The old man chose his words carefully. Naturally, he didn't dare to convey Yang Kai's words. "That's all." The middle-aged man frowned slightly, obviously a little surprised. He turned his head and glanced at Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang. Didn't that person care about the life and death of these two at all? "That's all." The Netherworld sect master bowed his head and said. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and raised his hand to grab the Netherworld sect master's head. This action startled the old man, and he instinctively wanted to resist, but he knew that even if he resisted, it would be useless. After a moment of hesitation, the middle-aged man's hand had already covered his head. His body suddenly stiffened, and even his thoughts seemed to have stopped. "I'll see for myself," the middle-aged man said lightly. The middle-aged man said indifferently. His divine sense surged and poured directly into the old man's knowledge sea, prying into the old man's memories with astonishing methods. This method could easily cause indelible damage to the old man, but for the middle-aged man, he obviously didn't care too much about the life and death of the Netherworld sect master. Suddenly, the old man's knowledge sea tumbled violently, and a ray of light rushed out from the sea. This ray of light contained an aura that didn't belong to the old man. It turned into a sharp and unparalleled attack and slashed towards the middle-aged man's divine sense. Yang Kai had buried a killing move in the old man's knowledge sea at some point in time, waiting for the middle-aged man to walk into the trap. "Humph!" The middle-aged man coldly snorted. Although he was a little surprised, he didn't panic. With a move of his divine sense, he met the attack with his pure spiritual energy. With a loud bang, the knowledge sea boiled. The two divine senses collided and immediately disappeared. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised because he found that the other party's attainments in spiritual energy were not inferior to his own. However, according to the information obtained from Li Jiao, Yang Kai was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. So how could he have such a powerful divine sense? The two divine senses collided, but no one could do anything to the other. However, the Netherworld sect master was the one who suffered. The aftermath of the collision caused his sea of consciousness to become a mess. The world in his sea of consciousness was rapidly collapsing, and his aura was annihilated. Yang Kai didn't kill him and even let him go, but the Netherworld sect master was also killed in an instant. It was no longer realistic to want to investigate anything further. Just as the middle-aged man was about to withdraw from the collapsing knowledge sea, a great sense of crisis descended from the sky. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked up. A vortex suddenly appeared in the darkness in front of him, and from that vortex, a young man grinned as he crossed the territory's world barrier and threw a punch at the middle-aged man. What amazing courage! The middle-aged man's face finally changed as he muttered in his heart. One had to know that this side of darkness was the territory of the Great Desolate Star, his territory. Anyone who entered here would have to be restrained by him. Even if he wanted to seize the Hung Luo star field, he would have to plan slowly and carefully step by step. Furthermore, he had to send people to find the source of the Hung Luo star field. This Yang Kai actually came here directly? Isn't he afraid that I'll make him stay here forever? All kinds of thoughts flashed through the middle-aged man's mind in an instant, and he was pleasantly surprised. If Yang Kai had hidden in the Hung Luo star field and fought against him, he really wouldn't have had a good way to deal with him. Both of them were masters of star territory and controlled the power of their respective star territories. Whoever's territory had the advantage, and right now, this was his home field. Facing the incoming fist, a trace of pride flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He communicated with the source of the world barrier, and also threw out a punch. Dragon transformation. A loud shout rang out. Yang Kai's body suddenly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a half-dragon that was 20 feet tall. His fist also suddenly became the size of a small mountain. The middle-aged man was stunned, and before he had any time to react, the two fists collided. Looking around, the middle-aged man was not even as big as one of Yang Kai's fists. He inexplicably gave people the feeling of an ant trying to shake a tree. However, the auras of both sides were not inferior to each other, and they were both as majestic as giants. When the two fists collided, Yang Kai's huge fist caved in directly, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The sound continued up and passed along his arm to his shoulder. One of his arms instantly drooped down like a noodle. With just one punch, his arm was crippled. Even in dragon transformation, the middle-aged man's strength could be seen from this. However, although he was not having a good time, his opponent was not much better off. Originally, he thought that he had the home field advantage and could use the power of the star territory to support him. Crippling Yang Kai would be as easy as drinking water and eating. But the moment the two fists collided, the middle-aged man knew that he was completely wrong. A copious and irresistible force came from the front, and his entire body was sent flying like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace, and it was unknown where he was smashed to in the star field. What's going on? The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief, but soon he understood how Yang Kai had done this. Logically speaking, in his own star territory, even if Yang Kai had heaven-defying methods, it was impossible for him to cause any harm to him. However, that punch was obviously not an ordinary one, but one that contained the power of the opponent's star territory. This was the only way to explain why he had such powerful strength. Brother Yang. Li Jiao was pleasantly surprised. Let's go. Yang Kai used his other intact hand to grab Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang, grabbing them in the palm of his hand, and then plunged into the darkness behind him without looking back. That kind of punch could only be used once, and it was impossible for a second punch. Yang Kai had also caught his opponent off guard. If he waited for that guy to stabilize himself, not to mention escaping with Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang, he himself would not be able to leave this star territory. Chapter 3175. You want to leave? An enraged voice came from behind him, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze at this moment. Yang Kai's figure that was leaping into the darkness suddenly stopped, and he was fixed in place. He was only a few feet away from the darkness, and he was about to escape. Turning his head, he saw the middle-aged man that he had blasted away flickering and rapidly approaching him. It had always been him using the divine technique of space to imprison others, but he never thought that he would be the one being imprisoned. The middle-aged man did not grasp the divine technique of space, but as the master of this star territory, he could naturally mobilize thousands of laws and all kinds of powers. Fighting him in this star field was indeed very disadvantageous. After suffering a loss, the middle-aged man's expression was extremely ugly, but his eyes were extremely excited, as if he wanted to get rid of Yang Kai once and for all. This was indeed a heaven-sent opportunity, and if he missed it, he would probably never be able to devour the Hung Luo star field again. Let's go! Yang Kai threw Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang into the darkness, and his brute force and space laws were pushed to the limit. Kacha. Tiny cracks appeared in the surrounding space, swimming around like fishes. His imprisoned body finally gained a bit of freedom. He clenched his uninjured fist, and in his palm, he secretly held something. He prayed that his guess was correct, or else he would be in deep trouble this time. Your Excellency is truly righteous, and your spirit soars to the heavens. However, such a method is simply stupid. The middle-aged man could not suppress the joy in his heart, and in a few steps he rushed to Yang Kai. Although the power of Yang Kai's punch was not small, it did not cause any substantial damage to him. As the master of this star territory, standing in this star territory, he had countless methods to dissolve the power of that punch, so he only suffered a slight surge in his blood and chi. On the other hand, Yang Kai had one arm crippled, and another arm was sent over. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist, preparing to cripple that arm as well. When the two fists collided again, the smile on the middle-aged man's face suddenly froze. He turned into a meteor again and was blasted away. His eyes were blank and full of puzzlement. There was only one question in his heart. How could this be? How could this be? The fact that he couldn't withstand the first punch could be explained as him underestimating the enemy. Furthermore, the other party had just come over from his territory and could use a little of the territory's power there. However, it was impossible for the second punch to have such an effect. He had already sealed the space he was in and cut off the connection between him and the territory of that side of the star. No matter what, he could not use the power of the star territory again. However, from his fist, the middle-aged man clearly felt the power of an entire world crashing towards him. It was different from the first punch, but it was very similar. Ha ha ha! Yang Kai laughed wildly. When the middle-aged man heard his laughter, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This feeling was akin to an adult fighting with a child and being thrown to the ground time and time again. It was extremely infuriating. Of course, Yang Kai was not a child, but in this star territory, there was no difference between him and a child. An even more infuriating voice sounded in the middle-aged man's mind. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll beat you until even your mother can't recognize you. After leaving these words behind, Yang Kai turned around and stepped into the darkness. When the middle-aged man pounced a second time, there was no trace of Yang Kai. Clenching his fists tightly, he gritted his teeth and growled, Yang Kai. There was no enmity between him and Yang Kai. It was just that there was some filth because of the invasion of Star Devourer's territory. However, when the middle-aged man came up with the plan to invade Star Devourer's territory, the Hung Luo Star Field did not have a Star Territory Master. What he wanted to devour was just an ownerless Star Territory. In the end, it was Yang Kai who ruined his plan. In other words, it was Yang Kai who ruined his plan. At this moment, he had been teased twice and was covered in dirt. Naturally, he was filled with anger. In his heart, he had already listed Yang Kai as an enemy. If there was a chance, he would definitely fight him to the death. In the Hung Luo Star Field, Yang Kai's figure flashed out, and he had already returned to his human form. Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang both stood in the void, anxiously looking into the darkness. When they saw him walk out, they were overjoyed and looked at him with concern. When they saw Yang Kai's arms drooping down as soft as noodles, how could they not know that he had suffered a great loss? Brother Yang. Li Jiao's eyes were a little moist. After he was captured by the middle-aged man, he didn't expect Yang Kai to save him at all. This was because he knew that even if he had some weight in Yang Kai's heart, it was absolutely impossible for him to compare to an entire star's territory. Within this star's territory, there were his friends, family, and sect. How could he possibly give up this star's territory for him? Li Jiao had already prepared for the worst, but who knew that Yang Kai would be willing to take such a huge risk and break into the star's territory controlled by the other party to save him? Moreover, he had even succeeded. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he would repay such great kindness with great kindness. Yang Kai looked at him with disdain and said, My hand hurts a lot right now, and you're making my head hurt like this. Li Jiao's old face reddened. Yang Kai said again, I was just making an attempt. If I can't save you this time, then it's your fate. Of course, I will avenge you. Li Jiao nodded. This Li understands. In any case, I will be grateful. Lu Sanyang wanted to say something but hesitated. Yang Kai said, Yuqin is fine. She is now in High Heaven sect. You should go as well. What about you? Li Jiao asked with concern. Yang Kai said, I'll stay here and observe the situation. I also need to tend to my wounds. After a pause, he asked, Right, do you know the identity of that person? Li Jiao replied, That person called himself Wu Heng. Another one surnamed Wu? Yang Kai frowned, his expression becoming strange. There was no good person surnamed Wu. The greatest villain in the history of Star's territory was surnamed Wu. Li Jiao obviously knew what he was talking about and shook his head. This person shouldn't be related to that person. They just happen to have the same surname. It's best if they aren't related, Yang Kai nodded. If Wu Heng really had something to do with Wukong, then they would be in big trouble. Star's territory could not afford another heaven-devouring Great Emperor. The original Great Emperors of Heaven-devouring Great Emperor were still alive. After exchanging a few more words, Yang Kai sent Li Jiao and Li Jiao back to Shadowed Star without knowing the origins of this Wu Heng. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Yang Kai pushed his strength to restore his arms. Both of his arms had been shattered. Although he had caused Wu Heng quite a bit of trouble just now, it was not without a price. Various kinds of world principles had flowed through his arms, wantonly destroying his physique and meridians. If it had been anyone else, their arms would likely have been completely crippled. Fortunately, Yang Kai's physique was quite good, and his restorative ability was extremely strong. Now that he had returned to his own territory, with the help of the surrounding power, he was able to easily draw out the many world principles from his body and disperse them into the void. Not only did he not suffer any losses, he even managed to replenish the energy of his star territory, although it was insignificant. After a long time, Yang Kai raised his arms slightly. The hidden danger had been removed, so all he needed to do was slowly restore himself. It shouldn't take long for him to fully recover. Yang Kai took out some healing pills and swallowed them, further shortening the time it would take to restore himself. His right hand was tightly clenched, and he hadn't loosened his grip until now. Only now did he open his palm, and a pearl the size of a longan lay quietly in his palm. The sealed world bead. Yang Kai's first punch was able to send Wu Heng flying because of the element of surprise, and because he had just crossed over from his own territory. Standing at the junction of the two star territories, Yang Kai was able to slightly mobilize the power of his star territory. Yang Kai's second punch did not rely on the power of his star territory, but on the sealed world bead. If the star territory was a world, then the sealed world bead was also a world, just of different sizes. The sealed world bead, compared to the entire star territory, was simply the difference between a grandson and a grandfather. However, there was one thing in common, and that was that they were both supported by the power of the entire world. As the owner of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai could naturally mobilize the power of this small world. In the past, he had mobilized the power of the sealed world bead to deal with enemies, but as a result, the small sealed world was ruined and its world principles collapsed. Later, he went to the 5-colored treasure pagoda in Star Soul Palace and used the sealed world bead to devour a lot of source strength to repair the sealed world bead and upgrade it to the next level. This time, he used the same trick as a last resort. Fortunately, the result did not disappoint him. Without the sealed world bead, even if his second punch could destroy mountains and overturn seas, it would not have been able to force Wu Heng to retreat half a step. God bless me. God bless me. Yang Kai held the sealed world bead with both hands and muttered a few words. Then, with a resolute look on his face, he immersed his divine sense into the sealed world bead and investigated it. The corners of his eyes twitched as his expression changed. After a long while, a miserable howl resounded throughout Star Field. As he expected, the small sealed world was in a mess again. The world that had been repaired in the 5-colored treasure pagoda had collapsed again. World principles were in chaos, mountains and rivers were upside down, rivers flowed in reverse, and void cracks spread across the small sealed world like scars. At first glance, this world was simply ruined, as if it could collapse at any time. Yang Kai's heart was bleeding. This time, in order to save Li Jiao, he had spent a lot of money. Fortunately, he was saved. Fortunately, there was no damage near the medicine garden. The medicine garden was the most important part of the small sealed world. On one hand, it was because he had deliberately protected it, and on the other hand, it was because the immortal tree and the firmament tree were planted in the medicine garden. Whether it was the immortal tree or the firmament tree, they were the only ones in the world. Their existence could not be destroyed, so the place they were planted in was naturally extremely sturdy. After a while, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense from the small sealed world and returned to normal. Although the small sealed world was seriously damaged, it was not destroyed, so there was always a chance to repair it. In the future, Yang Kai would have to see if there was a chance to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda again. However, thinking of the scene when he left Star Soul Palace, Yang Kai dismissed this idea. The last time he entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda, he had caused a lot of trouble for Star Soul Palace. It was likely that the great emperor's Mingyu would not allow him to enter again. Putting away the sealed world bead, Yang Kai turned his gaze to the darkness ahead. Right now, the most important thing was to solve the problem in front of him. Chapter 3176. When the Hung Luo Star Field had no owner, the robber Wu Hung had barged in and plundered wantonly, and no one had been able to stop him. Now that Yang Kai had become the owner of the territory, how could he allow him to be unbridled and rampant in his own territory? Just as he was no match for Wu Hung in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, Wu Hung was no match for him here. Using his divine sense to communicate with the star chart in his knowledge sea, Yang Kai faced the vast darkness, took a deep breath, spread out his arms, and pushed them forward, assuming the posture of an immeasurable sea. The rolling darkness rolled back like the receding tide, retreating thousands of miles in an instant, and it was still shrinking. Where the darkness passed, the original star field reappeared. As the saying went, spit out what you ate. Yang Kai was not just joking, he was really going to put it into action. The retreating darkness suddenly slowed down, as if there was a force blocking the end of the darkness. You're still being stubborn with me. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and laughed sinisterly. He did not know that Wu Hung could not take this lying down and was secretly fighting with him. He wanted to force back the darkness that was devouring the Hung Luo Star Field, while Wu Hung was exerting force on the other side to hinder his actions. However, this was meaningless. Even though the speed had slowed down a lot, Yang Kai continued to do so, and the darkness was still retreating. 3 years ago, the darkness here had erupted, and the devouring had begun. Wu Hung had spent 3 years and devoured more than 100 million miles of the star field. However, compared to such a long time, the devouring speed was not too fast. Now, the speed of recovery was much faster. The darkness retreated, compressing bit by bit toward the center. The black hole that shrouded the vast space of the territory gradually disappeared, and the void was rebuilt. In less than a month, all of the darkness had been driven away, leaving only the first void corridor behind. The mission of Li Jiao's family of 3 was to guard the front of the void corridor and prevent rescue and escape in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. On the other hand, Yang Kai and Wu Hung had been secretly fighting each other for a month. However, there was no suspense in the final result. Yang Kai emerged victorious. Staring at the dark entrance to the corridor, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. The appearance of this passageway was mainly due to the fact that he had taken away the source of the Hung Luo Star Field when he went to the astral boundary. The source was not in the territory of the astral boundary, and the boundary wall of the territory of the astral boundary was weak. Perhaps it was a coincidence, or perhaps it was Wu Heng's intention, but the weak point turned into a passageway between the 2 astral boundaries. Presently, he'd already brought the quintessence back and successfully refined it to become the master of the territory of the stars, so he naturally possessed the ability to repair this passageway. With his current abilities, it would not take much effort to do such a thing. He only needed to spend some effort. However, once the tunnel was completely repaired, it meant that the connection between the territory of the 2 planets would be completely severed. How could Yang Kai make such a choice before taking his revenge? That was why he left the tunnel there. Not only did he not repair it, but he also came up with a devious idea. Since he wanted revenge, the best way was naturally to give him a taste of his own medicine. Since Wu Hung wanted to annex his Hung Luo Star Field, then Yang Kai would take over his Great Desolate Star territory and let him have a taste of his own medicine. But before that, Yang Kai had to come up with a good plan. Otherwise, with Wu Hung in charge, his plan would not succeed. There was silence in the tunnel. Although Yang Kai could not see anything, he knew that Wu Hung must be looking at him from the other side of the tunnel. Grinning, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and began to draw something in the void. Light flowed, and in an instant, a complicated pattern appeared in the void in front of him. This pattern was the pattern of the territory crossing space array. With the void as the foundation and the power of the stars as the material, Yang Kai arranged a space array with a wave of his hand, demonstrating the great power of the master of the astral territory. On the distant shadowed star in the high heaven sect, the embodiment was sitting cross-legged, absorbing world energy. Suddenly, a light lit up behind him and an identical array appeared. The embodiment sensed something and looked back, got up, and stepped into the array. In an instant, it crossed millions of kilometers of territory and appeared in front of Yang Kai. Their eyes met, and everything was understood in silence. The embodiment silently walked up to Yang Kai, raised a hand, and pressed it on his head. A vast sea of information poured into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. To some extent, the embodiment was an extension of Yang Kai's body, but because the embodiment was transformed from the stone mongoose and formed by Yang Kai's soul clone, it had developed some of its own thoughts over the years. It could communicate with Yang Kai and express different opinions, but when it was necessary, it didn't need to speak at all, as Yang Kai could understand its thoughts and apply his own thoughts to it. The information that the embodiment was transmitting to Yang Kai was none other than the most powerful and evil secret art in the world, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Battle Technique. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor Battle Technique was created by Wukong, and it was a secret art that devoured everything in the world. Wukong used this secret art to devour countless stars and territory, becoming the strongest person in the world. In order to kill him, several great emperors fell, but tens of thousands of years later, they were still reincarnated by Wukong. If those fallen great emperors knew about this, it was unknown whether they would be so angry that they would come back to life. However, although the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Battle Technique was powerful, Yang Kai did not practice it when he got it, because he always felt that this secret art had some drawbacks. After the embodiment practiced it, he confirmed that this secret art did have drawbacks. It could devour and refine everything in the world. It sounded powerful, but if there was no corresponding way to resolve it, it would only end in tragedy. This was because when devouring and refining everything in the world, it would inevitably devour all kinds of energy and impurities of different attributes. Due to the different attributes of these energies, there would inevitably be some restraints. Once accumulated to a certain extent, it would inevitably cause great harm to the practitioner. It might even cause the practitioner's cultivation to regress and become the demon race. Wukong had a way to resolve it, so he could use the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Battle Technique to dominate the world. Yang Kai knew that he did not have this ability, but the embodiment did. The stone mongoose race had a unique physique. They could devour metals and stones, so the difference of attributes was nothing to them. They could directly refine things in their bodies. Everything returned to one. Strictly speaking, there was no race in the world that was more suitable for practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Battle Technique than the stone mongoose. This was probably something that even Wukong did not expect. The embodiment had been practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Battle Technique for many years and had never encountered any problems. He had even devoured the origin of stone fire. In terms of understanding and comprehension of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Battle Technique, the embodiment was the only one in the world other than Wukong. A huge amount of information poured into his mind. Yang Kai slowly digested it, and suddenly found that this secret art was far more profound and mysterious than he had imagined. If Wukong was not evil, he would be a rare genius. Half a day later, the embodiment stopped and looked at the black hole not far away. He stood aside to guard Yang Kai in case of any accidents. Time passed little by little. Yang Kai was immersed in comprehending the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Battle Technique. The more he comprehended, the more desperate he was to practice this secret art. This secret art was incredibly powerful. Wu Mengchuan had been practicing it for so many years, but he still had not reached the Emperor realm. However, he had been wandering for many years and had a good temperament, so he was able to curb this greed. After a full month, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, which were clear and bright. He stood up, stretched his body. Crackling sounds came from all over his body. He shook his hands and found that they were as good as new. 1 month was enough for him to fully recover. Staring at the void corridor, Yang Kai grinned fiercely. Time for revenge. He communicated with the star map and urged the power of the star field to rush into the tunnel. At the same time, he used the heaven-devouring battle law to test his strength. Knowing the pros and cons of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Battle Technique, Yang Kai naturally would not practice the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Battle Technique himself. At this moment, he was using the entire star territory as the foundation to stimulate this powerful secret art, which was equivalent to letting the Hung Luo star field operate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor Battle Technique. No matter how much energy of different attributes was devoured, he did not need to digest it himself. The star territory naturally had the ability to do so. This was a heaven-defying technique that only the master of a star region could use. At the other end of the void corridor, Wu Heng's face was gloomy. After waiting for a month, he was bored to death. He originally wanted to use the method of invading the star territory to cultivate, but who would have thought that it would be ruined at the last moment, and that someone would break into his house and punch him. He instinctively felt that Yang Kai was not someone to be trifled with, and was afraid that he would cause trouble again. Who would have thought that this month would be peaceful and nothing would happen? He thought that it seemed that Yang Kai also knew that he could not do anything to him, so he would probably give up. The void corridor was there, but he did not repair it, because if he did, it would seem that he was afraid of Yang Kai. How could he be willing to lose face? In fact, for him, it would be best if this matter was left unsettled. Invading the star territory was not a trivial matter, and he only had this idea because he noticed that there was no master in that star territory. If Hung Luo star field already had a master, he would not have done this. Wu Hung was willing to turn big problems into small ones, and small ones into nothing, but Yang Kai was not willing to do so. The kindness of a meal must be repaid, and the enmity of a grievance must be avenged. What's more, because of the invasion of the great desolate star territory, countless people in Hung Luo star field were separated from their families, and even Tong Xian realm was almost destroyed. His little senior sister had almost died. If he did not vent this anger, what was the use of Yang Kai's cultivation? Suddenly, there was an abnormal movement in the void corridor. Wu Hung raised his head and looked in that direction. His face sank as he gritted his teeth and said, "Shameless thing." He felt that being willing to turn big problems into small ones was already the biggest concession he could make, but who knew that Yang Kai would not give up and instead wanted to invade his star territory. Wu Hung made up his mind to make Yang Kai suffer a big loss, otherwise, the other party would not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Darkness spread out from the void corridor like a tide, like thick ink, crazily spreading in all directions. Wherever the darkness passed, everything turned into nothingness, revealing a chaotic black hole. Wu Hung ignored it and kept retreating, because it was not yet time to act. If he acted now, he would certainly be able to suppress the darkness, but he would definitely be caught in an endless tug-of-war with Yang Kai. He had to wait for a good opportunity to finish things once and for all. Chapter 3177. Wu Hung had no intention of stopping it, but the devouring speed of the darkness was not as fast as he had imagined. Seeing this, Wu Hung sneered. Although they were both lords of the star territory, there was a difference in time, so naturally there was a difference in status. Yang Kai had just become the lord of the star territory, so he probably could not take advantage of this identity, which was why the devouring process was so slow. He stepped back bit by bit, watching coldly, waiting for the moment to close the door and beat the dog. In the Hung Luo star field, Yang Kai's eyes were closed. At this moment, he was in a strange state. His divine thoughts were erratic, as if he had become the incarnation of the star territory and was gnawing on something with his mouth wide open. Near the void corridor, there was obviously an additional star field that did not belong to the Hung Luo star field. In that star field, not only were there meteorites of various sizes floating, but also some slightly different worldly laws were swimming and breeding, which had some subtle conflicts with the original star field. Although the Great Desolate Star Territory and the Hung Luo Star Field were both star territory, and the worldly laws were generally similar, there were always some differences, just like the differences in the worldly laws of cultivation stars that were born in the same star territory. These differences were not obvious, but the more profound one's strength was, the more one would be able to feel them. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was operating, using the Great Desolate Star Territory as the foundation and the star field as the stomach to digest the space that had been devoured. Yang Kai felt even more wonderful. Although he was using the entire star territory as the foundation to perform the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, it was his will that dominated everything. Therefore, when the star territory was digesting the space that had been devoured, he could clearly perceive all the details in it. In the star field that originally belonged to the Great Desolate Star Territory, the worldly laws collapsed and dissolved, gradually being assimilated by the worldly laws of the Hung Luo Star Field. The two sides merged and slowly became indistinguishable. There was no obstruction. Where was that bastard Wu Hung? Logically speaking, the devouring shouldn't have gone so smoothly. Wu Hung should have taken precautions, but Yang Kai didn't sense any obstruction. This made him feel a little strange. Although it was strange, his movements were not slow at all. While urging the power of his territory to transform into darkness to devour the star field of another territory, he also used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to digest it. After an unknown period of time, an enormous resistance suddenly came from the other side of the darkness, and the space he had invaded was quickly pulled back. Not only that, there was even an extremely terrifying force that passed through the dense darkness, wanting to devour his mind. Had he finally made his move? Yang Kai had been waiting for this moment, so he didn't panic at all. He didn't even put up any defenses, allowing the power to travel through the darkness and attack him. On the other side of the darkness, Wu Heng sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. It was true that a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger. If Yang Kai was willing to settle the matter peacefully, it would have been fine, but he actually wanted to devour his territory. If Wu Heng didn't teach him a lesson, how could he swallow this anger? The more the darkness spread, the greater the scope of the devouring. Correspondingly, Yang Kai had to spend more energy. When he was sure that Yang Kai couldn't withdraw immediately, he brazenly attacked, borrowing the power of his territory to give Yang Kai a heavy blow. In this way, the darkness in the territory of the Hung Luo star field receded like a tide, revealing the star field that had been devoured before. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't take long for everything to return to normal. Suddenly, the smile on Wu Heng's face froze, as if he had noticed something, and his eyes widened. The power he had unleashed through the darkness had encountered an invisible barrier and was unable to advance any further, let alone take advantage of the opportunity to cause any harm to the other party. The place where this barrier existed was actually the position of his own starry sky. How could this be? How could he set up such a strong barrier in his star field? Wu Heng's heart sank, and a feeling of uneasiness grew in his heart. At the same time, the darkness had receded to the end. No matter how hard Wu Heng tried, he couldn't make the darkness move any further. When he looked up, his mouth suddenly opened, and his eyes were full of disbelief. He saw that in the star field, a black hole with a diameter of hundreds of miles was imprinted in his eyes. In the black hole, there was nothingness and chaos, as if heaven and earth had not been created, which gave people a great feeling of horror. The center of the black hole was originally the location of the void corridor, but how could the original void corridor be so big? At this time, it had expanded more than 100 times. What was going on? His territory had been refined by him? Only this explanation could explain why the void corridor had expanded into a black hole with a diameter of hundreds of miles. The star field in the black hole no longer belonged to the territory of the great desolate star. The refined star field was missing, so such a big black hole was formed. How did he do it? Wu Heng even suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. It should be known that although he had taken over a large area of the star field of Hung Luo star field in the past 3 years, that was only taking over. He couldn't refine it at all. If not, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to take it back so easily. Taking over and refining were two different concepts. It was like eating. Eating a bowl of rice and digesting a bowl of rice were different. The food that was eaten would be spat out. Only the food that was digested truly belonged to oneself. His 3 years of hard work had only been for eating, while Yang Kai had really digested the starry sky within 100 kilometers. In his original plan, there was a step of digesting, but that had to wait until he had completely taken over the Hung Luo star field and refined the origin power of Hung Luo star field before he could start digesting. This process could take hundreds, thousands of years, or even longer. But for the improvement of power, this kind of time investment was worth it. Digesting the territory of a star was definitely not something that could be done in a short time. Before this, he had no doubts. But after seeing the scene in front of him, he felt that his common sense had been greatly impacted. From the time Yang Kai started to take over the territory of the star to the time he stopped him, it had only been 1 day. In just 1 day, he had digested the space within 100 miles of him. He didn't think that Yang Kai had this ability. Could it be that the Hung Luo star field was of a higher level than the territory of the Great Desolate Star? Otherwise, how could such a bizarre thing happen? Oh no! As his thoughts changed, Wu Heng's expression changed. He immediately communicated with the origin power of the Great Desolate Star territory and suppressed the black hole. He had to eliminate the black hole as quickly as possible. Otherwise, as time passed, he would lose more than just the territory within 100 miles. It was very likely that he would lose 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, or even 100 million miles. He regretted that he didn't repair the void corridor and gave Yang Kai a chance to fight back. At that time, if he hadn't repaired the void corridor in a moment of anger and cut off the connection between the two-star territory, the following things wouldn't have happened. It was useless to regret now. He could only make up for it and pray that it was not too late. In the sea of consciousness, the origin power of the great desolate star territory emitted a dazzling light. Obviously, it had been activated to the limit by Wu Heng. The squeezing force came from all directions and wrapped around the black hole. But it couldn't go any further at the edge of the black hole. As soon as it came into contact with the black hole, even the ubiquitous origin power showed signs of being swallowed and digested. After trying for a while, Wu Heng's face turned green and red. He stared at the black hole, and resentment was brewing in his chest. He was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and his aura was dangerous. "Yang Kai!" He roared to the sky, full of unwillingness. Although he didn't want to admit it, in fact, he was completely at a disadvantage in the fight with Yang Kai at this moment. It was because the black hole no longer belonged to him. The star field that should have existed in the black hole had become Yang Kai's territory. No matter how he communicated with the origin power of the star territory, he couldn't repair the black hole. The existence of the black hole couldn't cut off the connection between the two-star territory. Unless Yang Kai took the initiative to retreat. Yang Kai obviously wouldn't retreat. At this moment, he was experiencing a great joy spreading in his heart. He couldn't wait to devour the whole territory of the great desolate star. How could he care about Wu Heng's feelings? The heaven-devouring great emperor's fighting method was worthy of being the most powerful cultivation method since ancient times. The essence of it could be summed up in one word. That was plunder. No matter whether you were willing or not, as long as you had something useful, you would plunder it. As an individual, practicing the heaven-devouring great emperor's fighting method was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Yang Kai was using the whole territory of the star as a carrier to perform the fighting method. He was completely convinced that as long as he had enough time, it wouldn't be a problem to devour the whole territory of the great desolate star. In the beginning, everything didn't progress too fast. But as time went by, Yang Kai became more and more familiar with the heaven-devouring great emperor's fighting method. The speed of devouring and digesting suddenly sped up a lot. In less than a month, in the territory of the great desolate star, the black hole with a radius of only 100 miles suddenly expanded to tens of thousands of miles. The dark hole lay across the star field of the territory of the great desolate star. At first glance, it looked extremely deep and terrifying. The black hole was still expanding without any sign of stopping, and its speed was also increasing imperceptibly. Wu Heng's face was as pale as if his parents had died. The territory of the great desolate star was damaged, and the most direct change that was fed back to him was a black spot in the territory of the sea of consciousness. Compared to the whole star, this black spot was not too big, but it was like a drop of ink on a delicate picture scroll, destroying the harmony and beauty of the whole. What was more frustrating was that this drop of ink was still expanding in all directions. Sooner or later, the whole picture scroll would be dyed black. At that time, the territory of the great desolate star would be changed to Yang Kai. It wasn't that he didn't resist. In the past month, he had been constantly contending with Yang Kai, but he couldn't stop him from devouring. How could a master of the territory of the stars, who had just refined the origin of the stars, have such amazing means? If he had such means, he would have turned the Hung Luo star field into his back garden. Only now did Wu Heng realize that the situation was not good. If this matter was not handled well, not only would his cultivation improve, but he would also suffer a double loss. Chapter 3178. The process of devouring not only made Yang Kai happy, but also the whole Hung Luo star field. The world had its own will, so it could naturally feel that Yang Kai's actions could bring it benefits. As time passed, the speed of the devouring became faster and faster. Even though Wu Heng tried his best to stop it, it was useless. He could only watch his territory disappear, and his heart was filled with grief. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly had another idea. While maintaining the devouring of the star territory, he considered the feasibility of this idea. The more he thought about it, the better he felt. He couldn't help but give himself 100 likes. He opened his eyes and looked at the Dharmakaya. When he was refining and devouring, the Dharmakaya had been guarding beside him. At this moment, when they looked at each other, the Dharmakaya immediately understood what he was thinking. He nodded slightly, raised his hand, and opened his palm to Yang Kai. Yang Kai activated the origin of the star territory and forced it out of his sense of perception. The bright star, which had shrunk countless times, appeared in his palm, blooming with dazzling light. The Dharmakaya took it, swallowed it, and sat cross-legged in the star field. After a long time, he opened his eyes and nodded at Yang Kai, indicating that everything was going well. At this moment, the Dharmakaya had temporarily replaced Yang Kai as the master of the Hung Luo star field. Only the Dharmakaya could be accepted by the origin of the star territory so easily. If it were others, they would not be able to do it at all. They were afraid that the moment they swallowed the star, they would be devoured and killed. After all, strictly speaking, the Dharmakaya's mind was transformed by Yang Kai's avatar. The two came from the same source and had the same breath. Naturally, the origin of the star territory would not be rejected too much. In addition, during this period of devouring and refining, the origin of the star territory had also tasted the benefits. It was even more reasonable for the Dharmakaya to temporarily become the master of the star territory. On the other hand, as the Dharmakaya had been practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor technique for many years, his understanding and application of the technique was far superior to Yang Kai's. Needless to say, the efficiency of using the Dharmakaya to devour and refine the star's origin was much better than that of Yang Kai. With his hands empty, Yang Kai turned his head and looked into the darkness. He grinned and said, "Wu Heng, I'm coming." Although Yang Kai had vented his anger by devouring and refining the territory of the Great Desolate Star, it did not cause much harm to him. He might have to wait until he had completely refined the entire territory of the Great Desolate Star before he could hurt him. Yang Kai didn't have that much time to waste on him. If he said he would beat him until his mother couldn't recognize him, then he would beat him until his mother couldn't recognize him. This kind of confrontation across the realm wall, even if he had the upper hand, couldn't let him experience the feeling of satisfaction. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Yang Kai was going to rush into that dragon's pool and tiger's den again. But this time was different from last time. Last time, in order to save Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang, Yang Kai immediately retreated. This time, he was going to turn the territory of the Great Desolate Star upside down. Of course, another reason was that Yang Kai had to find a way to repair the small sealed world. As the saying goes, wool comes from a sheep's back. The small sealed world was damaged because of Wu Heng, so naturally, he had to find a way to repair it. There was definitely no shortage of materials to repair the small sealed world in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai plunged into the darkness without hesitation. In the star field of the Great Desolate Star territory, the black hole had spread over 1,000,000 kilometers, and even the nearby dead stars had been swallowed up, disappearing without a trace. Wu Heng kept retreating, doing his best to resist the black hole, but all he could do was slow down the speed at which he was being devoured. Just now, there was a moment when the devouring suddenly stopped, but before he could rejoice, the devouring began again, and this time, it was even faster than before. Naturally, he did not know the identity change between Yang Kai and the embodiment. Now that the embodiment was using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, the terrifying power of this secret art had suddenly risen to a whole new level. While he was in shock, a figure suddenly flashed out of the huge black hole. Looking over, Wu Heng's eyes turned red as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Bastard, you still dare to come here? Who else could this person be but Yang Kai?" Wu Heng did not expect this guy to actually dare to come here. Did he not know how to write the word death? But soon he remembered another thing. If Yang Kai was here, why was the speed of the other side's devouring becoming faster? Logically speaking, if the Star Territory Master was not in the territory, it was absolutely impossible for the Star Territory to devour. But in fact, Yang Kai had clearly crossed over and appeared in front of him. Was he not the Star Territory Master? Had he been mistaken all this time? No. The last time he fought with him, he did use the power of the Star Territory, otherwise, it was impossible for him to blow him away with one punch. When enemies met, their eyes turned red, but there was no time to think too much. Wu Heng shouted ferociously, "Since you're here, die here." He had suffered 2 losses at Yang Kai's hands before, so how could he dare to take it lightly this time? As soon as he made a move, he grabbed at Yang Kai with his big hand and suddenly clenched it. Yang Kai's whole body was immediately imprisoned, his bones cracking, and he spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Yang Kai had angered others in their territory, so he would not have a good ending, but he did not panic and just grinned at Wu Heng. That smile was full of evil intentions, which made Wu Heng's heart skip a beat, feeling that he was going to play some tricks again. In the next moment, his face changed drastically. Because the moment he was distracted to deal with Yang Kai, he had reduced the power he had to deal with the Star Territory Master, resulting in the Star Territory Master's defeat. Although he was not Yang Kai's opponent before, at least with him presiding over the situation, he could slow down the speed at which he was being swallowed. While he was distracted, the Star Territory Master's devouring became unscrupulous, suddenly expanding to thousands of kilometers. The speed of the Star Territory Master's devouring before was like a tortoise crawling. In order to suppress the Star Territory Master's devouring to the greatest extent, he was not too far away from the black hole. Boundless darkness crept over, almost swallowing him as well. Wu Heng was startled and hurriedly retreated, opening a distance of thousands of kilometers in an instant. Not daring to neglect, he hurriedly communicated with the Star Territory Master's Star Territory Master and suppressed the darkness. The speed of the Star Territory Master's devouring slowed down, but Yang Kai took the opportunity to escape. He did not run away, just standing there with his arms crossed, looking at Wu Heng with a calm expression. Is it fun? You're courting death. The veins on Wu Heng's forehead bulged, his killing intent surging. Yang Kai chuckled, wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth. Then please hurry up and kill me. The corners of Wu Heng's eyes twitched fiercely. He had seen Yang Kai's methods and knew that he seemed to have the bloodline of the dragon race. Not to mention the consequences of killing such a person. Even he did not have the confidence to kill Yang Kai in a short time. The strength of his grip just now was extraordinary, but Yang Kai had only been slightly injured. It was clear that Yang Kai's ability to resist pressure was far beyond his imagination. And if he could not kill Yang Kai in a short time, while he was distracted, the speed of the Star Territory Master's territory devouring would definitely increase. Not only would it bring danger to the Star Territory, but it would also bring irreparable damage to Wu Heng. Resentment was like a mountain pressing down on Wu Heng's heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. He had never thought that he would suffer such a big loss in this Star Territory. What was the background of this Yang Kai? Why had he never heard of his name? If he was a rising star, his strength was too amazing. It seems that you're just talking. Kai Yang didn't seem to feel Wu Heng's murderous intent as he continued to pour oil on the fire. It was as if he wouldn't stop until he was completely enraged. It was as if he was walking on a tightrope on a cliff. Even Wu Heng couldn't help but admire his courage. But I'm not just talking. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, coldly looking at Wu Heng, and said unhurriedly, "Wait here, I will come back to kill you." As he spoke, he used his fingers like a knife and cut his neck. After saying this, he turned around and left. "Wait!" Wu Heng shouted in a low voice. With a thought, the space around Yang Kai turned into a cage, imprisoning his freedom. But while he was distracted, the expansion of the black hole began to accelerate. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to his side, making him a little flustered and tired of dealing with it. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him sideways. "If you have something to say, say it." Wu Heng was furious. When had anyone dared to be so disrespectful to him? Since he became the master of this Star Territory, he had a feeling that he was in control of heaven and earth. Those who dared to be disrespectful to him were all dead. Of course, he also wanted Yang Kai to die. He might have the ability to do so in this Star Territory, but the price he had to pay was so great that even he could not bear it. Desperado! These words popped up in Wu Heng's mind. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, as the saying goes, "It is better to squash enmity than to keep it alive." Previously, this king wanted to devour the Hung Luo star field only because I noticed that it was ownerless. Now that your excellency has become the master of this Star Territory, this king will not do it again. Let's stop and make peace. Otherwise, if we continue to fight, it will only make the billions of creatures in the territory of this Star Territory suffer. Yang Kai widened his eyes and looked at him in surprise. "Are you begging for mercy?" Wu Heng said in a deep voice. "This king is just proposing a solution to the problem. Begging for mercy? What a joke. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. He just didn't want to make a strong enemy. Just a suggestion." Yang Kai showed a disappointed expression and shook his head. No. What's wrong with it? Stopping and making peace is good for both of us, Wu Heng asked patiently. Yang Kai said, "You drove the people in the territory of the great desolate star to run amok in my star territory. Countless people under this young master's command have been killed and injured. If I stop now, won't I suffer a great loss?" Wu Heng disagreed in his heart, but on the surface he nodded and said, "It makes sense. If you think it's inappropriate, this king can make up for it." "What kind of compensation?" Wu Heng said, "The star field that has been devoured belongs to you." Yang Kai laughed. "It was originally mine. Can you take it back?" The star field that had been digested by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique had long been integrated with the Hung Luo star field. No matter how powerful Wu Heng was, he could forget about separating it. "Then what do you want?" Wu Heng asked in a deep voice. Chapter 3179. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and thought for a while. "Since you're so sincere in your request, I'll give you a chance." Wu Heng gnashed his teeth in hatred, but he could only grit his teeth and say, "I'd like to hear the details." Yang Kai spread his arms. "I want half of this planet's territory." He spoke casually as if he was asking for half a cake. The veins on Wu Heng's forehead bulged as he said word by word, "Wishful thinking." Not to mention that with Wu Heng's pride and self-esteem, he wouldn't agree to such a harsh condition. If he really gave him half of the planet's territory, he would completely lose control of the great desolate planet's territory. By then, wouldn't he be at his mercy? How could he do something like digging his own grave? Yang Kai lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, "The opportunity is right in front of you. If you don't seize it, it'll be gone." Wu Heng suppressed the anger in his heart and shook his head. "That's impossible. Friend, please change your proposal." Yang Kai spread his hands. "Then there's nothing to talk about." He turned around and was about to leave. Wu Heng hurriedly said, "To show my sincerity, I can give you a cultivation star as compensation for your loss." Of course, he couldn't give up half of the planet's territory, but if it was just a cultivation star, it wouldn't hurt his foundation. In the great desolate planet's territory, there were many cultivation stars. One less wouldn't make much of a difference. Yang Kai paused and looked back at him. "Really?" Wu Heng was slightly stunned and nodded. "That's right," Yang Kai said. "Then I want the cultivation star where the Netherworld sect is located." Wu Heng didn't even think about it. "Okay." He paused and said, "From today onwards, the Netherworld planet belongs to you." The Netherworld sect was basically wiped out. Even if there were still people left, they were just some cultivator who couldn't be shown in public. As the master of the great desolate planet's territory, no one could object to Wu Heng's decision. Moreover, if he gave it to him, could he take it away? That was a cultivation star, not a clump of dirt. Wu Heng just casually suggested it. He didn't expect the other party to actually agree. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Then I'll have to ask Brother Wu to show me the way so that I can take a look at my own territory." As he spoke, he secretly communicated with his avatar and had it slow down its devouring speed. Apparently, Wu Heng also sensed something and took a deep look at Yang Kai. Although he didn't know how he did it, it was obvious that he could control the origin of the stars in the Hung Luo star field, even though he was in the territory of the Great Wilderness Star. It was truly extremely strange. As the Lord of the Star territory, he did not have this ability. If he entered the Hung Luo star field, it would be difficult for him to communicate with it, let alone control the origin of the Great Desolate Star territory. As the pressure on the other side suddenly decreased, Wu Heng immediately had the idea of taking this opportunity to kill Yang Kai. However, this idea only flashed through his mind for a moment, because he had a better plan. "Please hold back a little more of your power. Otherwise, I won't be able to split my attention to send you over," Wu Heng said, looking at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and communicated with his avatar again. As expected, the pressure from the Hung Luo star field decreased a lot again. Yang Kai suddenly said with a vigilant look, "You won't take this opportunity to attack me, right?" Wu Heng looked calm. "If you don't trust me, then I have nothing to say." Yang Kai waved his hand casually. "Forget it. Just send me over first." "As you wish." Wu Heng nodded slightly and pointed with his hand. Immediately, a void corridor appeared behind Yang Kai, leading to the depths of the star territory. Yang Kai looked into the corridor and shook his head. "Bad omen, a very bad omen." Wu Heng's eyes twitched. "You still don't trust me." Although he didn't have any good ideas in mind, he obviously couldn't show it. Yang Kai said seriously, Wrong. What's wrong? Wu Heng asked in a low voice. I mean, Brother Wu, you have a bad omen. Look back if you don't believe me. There was no need to look back. When Yang Kai said this, Wu Heng clearly felt the pressure from the Hung Luo star field suddenly increase. He panicked and hurriedly resisted with all his strength, but he still couldn't stop the darkness from spreading to this side. There was some abnormal movement behind him. He turned his head and saw that Yang Kai had already stepped into the void corridor. He turned back and gave him a warm smile, saying loudly, Thank you for your kindness, Brother Wu. See you another day. Bastard! Wu Heng cursed. With a thought, the void corridor collapsed, trying to kill Yang Kai, but it was obviously too late. After waiting for a while, his face changed again. How is this possible? Yang Kai had clearly gone through the void corridor to the Huangquan star, which was billions of miles away. Why didn't the pressure from the Hung Luo star field show any signs of weakening? Previously, he thought that Yang Kai was able to control the origin of the Hung Luo star field because he was too close to it. It was because of this that he decided to send him further away. As long as he went deep into the hinterland of the Great Desolate Star Territory, the origin connection with the Hung Luo star field would definitely weaken or even be cut off. When that happened, he would be able to free himself to deal with Yang Kai. With a thought, he could consign him to eternal damnation. It was only now that he understood why Yang Kai was so fearless. It was because no matter how far away he was, the devouring of the Hung Luo star field showed no signs of stopping. In fact, it was even more intense than before. He had no choice but to focus and resist with all his strength. How would he have any energy left to deal with Yang Kai? Could it be that he really wasn't the owner of the Hung Luo star field? He felt uneasy. He didn't know if sending him to the Huangquan star was right or wrong. He felt that he had planted a disaster, and it would come sooner or later. Huangquan star, one of the highest grade cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. After all, it was the home star of the Netherworld sect and was no worse than the water-moon star of the Hung Luo star field. The world energy here was extremely rich, and there were mountains and rivers everywhere. The Netherworld sect was the owner of this cultivation star. However, the last invasion of the Great Desolate Star territory had caused the Netherworld sect to suffer heavy losses. Now, the ones left on Huangquan star were just a bunch of weaklings, with only a few origin kings remaining. Yang Kai stepped out of the void corridor and arrived directly above Yellow Springs star. Looking around, he examined his surroundings and was extremely satisfied. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to put his plan into action. First, he flew around Yellow Springs star for a while before he landed on a large mountain. This mountain was towering and filled with rich world energy. At first glance, it was obvious that it was extraordinary. There were countless birds and beasts roaming about, and there were also several secluded cultivator caves, all of which were protected by powerful spirit arrays. Obviously, there were people cultivating here, but Yang Kai didn't know if they were from the Netherworld sect. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to these things and went directly to the highest peak. With a flip of his hand, a longan-sized bead appeared in his palm. The sealed world bead. This was a trophy Yang Kai obtained from the Star Emperor sect. Tracing back tens of thousands of years, it was a treasure that Yang Yen had brought from the star boundary. According to Yang Yen, this was a treasure that one of her friends had refined. Because Yang Kai, like that person, cultivated the space divine technique, Yang Yen left it to Yang Kai. After so many years, the sealed world bead had left many indelible brand marks in Yang Kai's growth, and it had helped him a lot on many occasions. The sealed world bead had long been one with him, and it was one of his most important cards. His plan this time was very simple. He would use the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to devour cultivation stars and repair the damaged small sealed world. This was a sudden idea, and Yang Kai didn't even know if it could be realized. But with the precedent of the Hung Luo star field devouring, Yang Kai felt that this plan was very feasible. The Hung Luo star field was a world, and since it could become the carrier of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique and devour another world, the sealed world bead could naturally do the same. The sealed world bead was also a world, and fundamentally speaking, it was not much different from the Hung Luo star field. The only difference was that it was bigger than the Hung Luo star field. If the sealed world bead was a small world, then the Hung Luo star field was a medium world, and the star boundary was a great world. Worlds could devour each other. The cultivation stars in the star territory were also small worlds. The Yellow Spring Star, as one of these countless small worlds, was the target that Yang Kai planned to use the sealed world bead to devour. If he succeeded, the small sealed world was very likely to be repaired, and it could even be improved to the next level. At that time, with the embodiment driving the Hung Luo star field on the outside, and him using the small sealed world to stir up trouble on the inside, the great desolate star territory would definitely be plagued by both external and internal threats. Wu Heng would also be tired of dealing with them, and after a long time, killing him would not be a problem. After calming down and deducing the feasibility of this plan, Yang Kai suddenly looked solemn and flicked his finger, sending the small sealed world flying. At the same time, he sat down cross-legged and communicated with the sealed world bead with his mind, transforming it into the world will of the small sealed world. Suddenly, Yang Kai's vision changed, as if his body had become the small sealed world. This feeling was not unfamiliar to him. When he communicated with the Hung Luo starfield's source, he also had a similar feeling, as if his whole body had turned into the world will, becoming its spokesperson. Using the small sealed world as a medium, Yang Kai unhurriedly urged the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method. He had similar experience before, so he was familiar with all this without the slightest hesitation. The sealed world bead immediately released a strange aura, an aura that could devour all things in the world. Wherever the sealed world bead passed, the void collapsed and melted, revealing a dark void crack, like a piece of delicious food that had been cut off by someone. Sure enough, it works. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he saw this and immediately understood that his previous guess was not wrong. The original space in the void crack had obviously been swallowed by the small sealed world, because Yang Kai clearly felt that there was something extra inside the small sealed world. Yang Kai didn't know the name of Yang Yan's friend, but his methods were heaven-defying, and he was able to refine an entire world to form the sealed world bead. Yang Kai's actions at this moment were definitely better than that person's. For a long time, the sealed world bead's role for Yang Kai had been to store people, plant spirit flowers and plants, or to avoid being hunted down. Its biggest function was to pull enemies into the small sealed world and fight them to the death. However, since Yang Kai had the ability to pull enemies into the small sealed world and use the world force to crush them, he could probably win with his own ability, so this function was a bit useless. But from today onwards, the sealed world bead might be able to play a bigger and more powerful role. Yang Kai could not wait to see the final results. Chapter 3180. The sealed world bead, which had turned into the carrier of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, gave off a dark glow, as if the entire bead had turned into a black hole. This black hole was only the size of a longan fruit when it first appeared, but it rapidly expanded as it fell. By the time it reached the ground, it was already about 1 kilometer in diameter. This was the limit of what Yang Kai could summon. It could barely be regarded as the territory of the sealed world bead. Silently, a huge hole was melted into the ground, the vegetation disappeared, and a deep hole appeared in the ground. Everything was swallowed into the sealed world bead. It was not until 100 kilometers underground that Yang Kai's heart stirred. The sealed world bead rose up leisurely, flew out of the ground, and flew off into the distance. At first glance, a black hole with a diameter of 1 kilometer was moving across the ground like a living creature. Wherever it passed, everything disappeared. In the blink of an eye, a long rift valley appeared under the Spirit Peak. The black hole hit the belly of a mountain not far away and immediately penetrated it, creating a large hole through which one could see the scenery on the other side. The mountain peak shook, and a figure flew out from the belly of the mountain. His face was covered in dust, and he shouted, "Who is it? Get out here." This person had just been meditating in his secluded home when he was suddenly awakened by the sound of the sealed world bead being swallowed. Thinking that a powerful enemy had invaded, he immediately ran out to investigate. His cultivation was not high, only second-order origin returning realm, but on today's Yellow Spring Star, he could be considered an outstanding cultivator and rarely met a worthy opponent, so he was quite confident in his words. But in the next moment, his eyes widened as he stared blankly at the black hole moving across the ground below. He felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but shiver. What the hell is that? It has such terrifying power. He saw with his own eyes that everything in the path of this black hole turned into nothingness, as if even space itself was being swallowed up. A number of figures rushed out from various peaks, obviously having been disturbed in their cultivation, just like this person. Soon, all of them discovered the existence of the sealed world bead and stared at it dumbfoundedly, exchanging divine senses with one another, none of them able to come up with an explanation. Although they had been cultivating for a long time and had a lot of experience, what they had seen and heard was beyond their imagination. There's someone over there. Do you guys recognize him? The first cultivator who appeared suddenly noticed the existence of Yang Kai and asked while pointing at him. Everyone looked over and shook their heads. Could it be that he's doing something evil? Who is this? He doesn't look familiar. Is it an elder of the Netherworld sect? Should we go up and ask? If you want to go, then go. This guy doesn't look easy to deal with. After a series of excuses, it was still the first man who took the task of communicating with Yang Kai. He cautiously flew towards the place where Yang Kai was, cupped his fists and said, "I am Wu Zimin. Greetings, master. May I know your name, master?" Yang Kai looked up at him. What's the matter? Wu Zimin was nervous. Although he was frightened, he still had some courage. He said, "Master, may I ask, how did we offend you?" Yang Kai supported his cheek with his hand and said calmly, "You didn't offend me." Wu Zimin's face turned bitter. "Since you didn't offend me, why are you doing this, master? What's the problem?" Wu Zimin said, "My and my friend's cave residences are right here. How can our cave residences be safe when master uses such a technique? If this goes on, we won't be able to protect this spiritual mountain." Before he finished speaking, a miserable cry came from the other side. One of the cave residences had been devoured. His face was bitter, as if he had eaten Chinese gold thread. Even the mountain where the cave resided began to collapse. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "What does this have to do with me?" Wu Zimin pleaded, "Master, please stop the divine technique quickly." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "No. Not only am I going to eat this spiritual mountain, but I'm also going to eat the entire Yellow Springs planet." Wu Zimin opened his mouth wide with a blank face. "If there's nothing else, get out of here. I don't want to kill anyone recently." Yang Kai waved his hand and shooed him away like a fly. Wu Zimin's face turned green and red. He hesitated and said, "Master, you're not from the Yellow Springs sect? You're from the Yellow Springs sect. Your whole family is from the Yellow Springs sect." Wu Zimin said, "Master, since you know this planet is called the Yellow Springs planet, do you know how powerful the Yellow Springs sect is?" He was still hoping to use the Yellow Springs sect's reputation to deter Yang Kai and make him retreat. Yang Kai laughed. "I've already destroyed the Yellow Springs sect." "Impossible. Go, don't be noisy." Yang Kai waved his hand and Wu Zimin felt a strong wind blowing at his face. He lost his balance and was pushed back more than 1,000 feet. Hong long. Another mountain collapsed. This time, it was because the mountain's foundation was swallowed by the black hole and had lost its support. Wu Zimin fixed his eyes and felt his heart bleed. That spirit peak was where his secluded cave mansion was located, and now that it had collapsed, his secluded cave mansion was definitely gone as well. Wu Zimin turned his head and glared at Yang Kai angrily, but he didn't dare to say anything. What should we do? The cultivator had never seen such a scene and didn't know what to do. Wu Zimin pondered for a while and said decisively, "This person is powerful. We're no match for him. Let's go to the Yellow Springs sect and report this." As the saying went, even if the sky fell, there would be a tall person to hold it up. The Yellow Springs sect was the highest existence on the Yellow Springs planet. Everyone felt that it made sense and immediately rushed in the direction of the Yellow Springs sect with Wu Zimin. After shooing away the flies, Yang Kai continued to activate the sealed world bead. Wherever the black hole passed, it was unstoppable. In less than a day, the continuous spiritual mountain was swallowed up, leaving only a huge basin in its place. If anyone saw this, they wouldn't believe their eyes. When a cultivator cultivated to a certain extent, they would be able to move mountains and overturn seas, but they would have to use extremely powerful divine abilities to barely be able to do so. Who would have the ability to make a spiritual mountain disappear silently in a single day? After swallowing such a spiritual mountain, Yang Kai clearly felt that the black hole formed by the small sealed world bead expanded a little. In other words, its territory had increased. The larger the territory of the small sealed world bead, increased the efficiency of the devouring process. After a day of experimentation, Yang Kai confirmed his conjecture. At this point, he no longer hesitated and flew off into the distance. Below him, the black hole formed by the small sealed world bead was like a rolling black ball, plowing a deep gully in the ground. In this gully, what was missing was not only the earth of the Yellow Springs sect, but also its principles and world energy. Such a gully would never be able to be restored. In the wilderness, a starship with a striking skull symbol was approaching. It was Yellow Springs sect's starship, but this starship's grade wasn't very high, only origin returning grade. In order to invade the Hung Luo star field, Yellow Springs sect had mobilized almost all of its forces, from the sect master to the disciples. More than 90% of them had gone, leaving only 10% to guard the sect on Yellow Springs star. A few days ago, Wu Zimin and the others went to Yellow Springs sect and finally met with a steward of Yellow Springs sect. They reported what they had seen, but the steward didn't take it to heart and didn't report it. In recent days, more and more people came to Yellow Springs sect and reported that a terrifying person had appeared on Yellow Springs star. That person was controlling a black ball and was devouring the earth. Wherever it passed, whether it was the wilderness, mountains, deserts, or even cities and sects, everything was devoured by the black ball. Nothing remained. Only then did Yellow Springs sect realize that the situation was not good. The elder who stayed behind immediately gathered people and prepared to meet the perpetrator. The starship was only 1,000 kilometers away from Yellow Springs sect when a rumbling sound suddenly came from the front, like thunder rolling across the earth. What happened? Inside the starship, an old man asked. It was the elder who stayed behind to guard Yellow Springs sect. Immediately, a disciple projected images of the outside world into the starship. In their field of vision, a hair-raising scene suddenly appeared. In the distance, a young man was flying over, and 1,000 feet below him, a huge black ball was moving. The black ball crushed the earth, leaving an indelible mark. The mark stretched for an unknown distance, as if a wound had appeared on the earth. "It's him!" Wu Zimin cried out in horror. It had only been a few days, so how could he forget this person's face? Only now did he know that he was not an alarmist when he said that he would devour the entire Yellow Springs star. That's the black ball that devours everything. The elder's eyes also widened. Although he had received a lot of reports in the past few days, it was hard to imagine that such a bizarre thing could happen in this world without seeing it with his own eyes. The information he received was not wrong. That black ball was indeed terrifying. The place where the darkness enveloped was completely devoured. "Not good, he's coming towards us." A disciple cried out in horror. "Get out of the way!" The elder shouted. Although he had not truly fought with Yang Kai and had only seen an image, he knew that he was definitely not his opponent. Regardless of the gap in their cultivations, just that black ball alone made the elder feel extremely uneasy. If he was contaminated by that black hole, he would not be able to escape and would be devoured. "It's too fast, we can't dodge." The disciple's voice was already filled with tears. As he spoke, a figure had already brushed past the battleship, flying away as fast as lightning. He did not even look at the battleship, as if it was nothing. The black ball also rolled past the starship. Before everyone could rejoice, they heard the ground shake behind them, as if something had collapsed. Turning around, the elder cried out in grief, "Don't!" This place was less than 1,000 kilometers away from the Yellow Springs sect. Although the starship was lucky not to be devoured by the black ball, the Yellow Springs sect, which stood on the ground, was not able to avoid it. The black ball rolled past the Yellow Springs sect and split it in half, with a large piece missing from the middle. The so-called sect protecting array could not resist for even a moment before collapsing. "Oh, this is the Yellow Springs sect." Yang Kai glanced back. "Then we'll have to take good care of it." Thus, everyone on the starship soon discovered an even more shocking scene. The black ball actually returned and rolled several times inside the Yellow Springs sect. After a few breaths, the Yellow Springs sect was gone. Chapter 3181. Inside the small sealed world, large pieces of land appeared out of thin air. Invisible world principles and world energy also filled this small sealed world and merged with the world principles and world energy of the small sealed world itself, making this small sealed world even more solid and complete. Along with the appearance of these pieces of land, there were all kinds of creatures. Most of them were humans, but there were also some monster beasts that had been swallowed by the black sphere. Having suddenly arrived in another world, they were all in a state of shock. These creatures were all swallowed by the black sphere because they could not avoid it in time. They thought that they were doomed, but when they came back to their senses, they found that they were safe and sound. They were all in disbelief. They hurriedly ran away, ready to explore the mysteries of this world and figure out their situation. But they were imprisoned in a certain place by an invisible force, unable to move too far away. The entire Yellow Spring star was in chaos. As time passed, everyone came to know that there was a demon-like existence who was driving a huge black sphere that could devour everything and wreaking havoc on Yellow Spring star. This person's divine technique was unparalleled, and even the famous Yellow Springs sect was flattened. As a result, the cultivator who had the ability to escape from the Yellow Springs sect set off one after another, not daring to stay on this stars any longer. Those who did not have the ability to escape could only pray that the heavens were merciful, but what awaited them was a terrifying devouring. 2 months later, the entire Yellow Springs star had completely changed. Looking down from the void, this stars that the Yellow Springs sect used as their home star, which was originally full of world energy and had given birth to countless creatures, had become dead silent. Large and small cities had disappeared, and so had all the sects and families. Even the many spirit mountains and rivers had disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the entire Yellow Springs star looked like a huge meteorite. There were still endless and deep ravines on the meteorite, and its size had also shrunk significantly. If a cultivator from another star within the territory of the Great Desolate Star were to come and take a look, they would definitely not recognize that this was the Yellow Springs star. They would probably think that this was a silent dead star. How troublesome, Yang Kai muttered as he hovered above Yellow Springs star and used his divine sense to explore the small sealed world. Yang Kai had not expected that so many people would suddenly appear in the sealed world bead, but there was nothing he could do about it. The Netherworld sect was not a dead star, but a cultivation star with an extremely vibrant population. He urged the sealed world bead to devour the stars. The cultivator above the Saint King realm on the Yellow Springs star could escape if the situation turned bad, but how could the cultivator below the Saint King realm escape? There were also many mortals. He could not expect them to leave the Yellow Springs planet and escape into the territory of the Yellow Springs planet. That would only be courting death. As such, Yang Kai simply swallowed all these creatures into his sealed world bead along with the earth around them. Now, how to deal with these creatures was a troublesome matter. Should he take them to another cultivation star and set them free? But there were more than 100 million of these creatures. More than 80% of the creatures on the entire Yellow Springs star had already been taken into the sealed world bead. Even if he wanted to set them free, he did not have the time. Which cultivation star could accommodate so many creatures at once? After thinking about it carefully, why should he set them free? In any case, he had no intention of killing them, so he might as well let them live in the sealed world bead and perish on their own. In a world, only when all living things competed could it produce an endless stream of vitality. Perhaps these creatures could bring unexpected changes to the sealed world bead in the future, improving the world principles of the sealed world bead. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the sealed world bead did not reject the arrival of these hundreds of millions of creatures. On the contrary, it seemed to be accepting them. Another point was that he had established the High Heaven Palace in the star boundary. Such a huge sect required an endless stream of new blood, and this new blood was naturally the newly recruited disciples. Where could he recruit them? Although the Northern Territory was filled with talented people who could know the background of every newly recruited disciple. However, these creatures in the sealed world bead were different. As the master of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai accepted them to live in it. He could see through their hearts with a single thought. He could choose some disciples with good temperament and aptitude from among these hundreds of millions of creatures and cultivate them from a young age. In this way, he would not have to worry about the loyalty of these cultivated disciples to the High Heaven Palace. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt that this was a good idea. It felt like an unintentional willow growing in shade. When trouble turned into a good thing, Yang Kai's mood naturally improved. After carefully inspecting the sealed world bead, Yang Kai found that there had indeed been a great change. The entire outer layer of Yellow Springs star had been swallowed, and everything that had been swallowed had been replenished into the sealed world bead. The damaged parts of the sealed world bead were almost completely repaired. The area of the entire sealed world bead had also expanded several times. Although the original sealed world bead was not small, how could it compare to the entire Yellow Spring star? Although the two were both small worlds, there was still a huge gap between them. If Yellow Spring star was a small world in a strict sense, then the world inside the sealed world bead could only be regarded as a small world. Now, the sealed world bead had grown a lot after the snake swallowed the elephant. Suddenly, a flash of insight flashed through Yang Kai's mind as he vaguely grasped something. The sealed world bead was also artificially refined from a small world. Since others could refine the sealed world bead, why couldn't he upgrade and transform it? Yang Kai did not feel that he was much worse than others. And the gains and comprehensions he gained from upgrading, transforming, and constructing a new world weren't something that could be obtained through closed-door cultivation. This would be of great help to him in comprehending the power of the world, and the power of the world was the key to becoming a great emperor. Thinking so, Yang Kai could not help but scratch his cheeks in excitement, becoming more and more convinced of the idea in his heart. After devouring the surface of Yellow Spring's star, the territory of the small sealed world bead had also expanded several times. Originally, the black sphere was only about 1 kilometer in diameter, but now it was more than 10 kilometers in diameter. The expansion of the small sealed world bead's territory meant that the efficiency of devouring would increase, which also meant that Yang Kai's transformation of the small sealed world bead would be faster. Yellow Spring's star had been destroyed, so Yang Kai was preparing to set off towards a nearby star when he suddenly felt something and stared at the huge black sphere with a strange expression. He actually felt a sense of longing from the black sphere. His brow furrowed as he muttered in disbelief. No way. He had obtained the sealed world bead many years ago, but it was nothing more than an inanimate object with a decent purpose. Even if it claimed to be a small world inside, it was still an inanimate object. But at this moment, Yang Kai clearly noticed something different, and when he thought of the joy of the small sealed world bead after it accepted hundreds of millions of creatures, Yang Kai suddenly realized that he had made a huge profit this time. As you wish. Yang Kai laughed as he controlled the huge black sphere and rushed towards the remaining half of Yellow Spring's star. Since the sealed world bead did not dislike these stars that were as bare as meteorites, how could he dislike them? In any case, it would just take some time. Large meteorites became medium meteorites became small meteorites. Yang Kai and the black sphere flew around Yellow Spring's star again and again, and every time they did so, Yellow Spring's star would shrink a little. It was a very strange scene, as if there was a mouth of a god eating Yellow Spring's star and swallowing it into its stomach. In the end, the entire Yellow Spring's star disappeared. When the entire Yellow Spring's star was swallowed up, a change suddenly occurred in the small sealed world bead that caught Yang Kai off guard. At the same time, Wu Heng, who was still resisting the endless darkness at the edge of the great desolate star territory, changed his expression and hurriedly sent a part of his consciousness into his knowledge sea to observe the star. He seemed to have felt that something was missing just now, but when he took a closer look, he found nothing. Just as he was about to withdraw his consciousness, his eyes suddenly bulged, and he stared at a certain spot on the star in disbelief, exclaiming in horror, "Impossible!" He had been the master of the great desolate star territory for many years and knew the entire territory like the back of his hand. He also knew which stars were where, but at this moment, he clearly discovered that one of the stars had disappeared from his own star. The name of that star was Yellow Spring Star. 3 months ago, he sent Yang Kai to Yellow Spring Star with the intention of killing him, but unexpectedly, he fell into a dilemma. Not only did he fail to kill Yang Kai, but he was also trapped here by Yang Kai's tricks. He was unable to move and had no time to spare. Over the past 3 months, he had been fighting against the encroaching darkness and could not spare any attention to investigate Yang Kai's movements. However, in his opinion, Yang Kai had nothing more than gone to Yellow Spring's star to vent his anger and kill the people of Yellow Spring's sect. Other than that, what else could he do? For him, this was not a big deal and was not worth too much attention. Yellow Spring's sect was in its twilight years, and even if Yang Kai did not wreak havoc, it would not last long. Moreover, with the transfer of power, birth, old age, illness, and death were the norm. The most important thing right now was how to resist the encroachment of the Yellow Spring Star's territory. Who would have thought that in just 3 months, Yang Kai would give him such a big surprise. He did not know what method Yang Kai used to make the entire Yellow Spring star disappear. It was truly gone. It had completely disappeared. How did he do it? How could this be possible? A cultivation star was stolen just like that? Wu Heng would not believe it himself. It was not something that could be put in a space ring. It was a real star. If it was not stolen, then where did Yellow Spring Star go? He was the master of the Yellow Spring Star's territory and controlled the star territory's source. As long as he wanted to, he could pay attention to anything that happened in any aspect of the great desolate star territory. The disappearance of Yellow Spring Star was not an illusion. Wu Heng felt terrible. Because of this distraction, the power to resist the darkness weakened greatly, causing the encroachment of the Yellow Spring Star's territory to speed up again. Flustered, he hurriedly restrained his thoughts and did not dare to be distracted. But the feeling of uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger, almost filling his heart. He knew he had made a mistake this time. He had never expected to fail so miserably in the territory of a lower star. Chapter 3182. What the hell is this? Yang Kai hovered in the void, pinching his chin with one hand as he stared in front of him in amazement. The huge black sphere formed by the small sealed world was right in front of him. But at this moment, this black sphere had actually opened a big mouth. It was really a big mouth, and an extremely terrifying one at that. When the mouth opened, it stretched for hundreds of kilometers, like a huge void crack. Not only that, but the mouth was also filled with sharp fangs, and when the fangs opened and closed, they made a crunching sound, as if they could bite anything in the world. Even Yang Kai felt a little creeped out when he saw this. When the small sealed world swallowed the entire Yellow Spring Star, the black sphere wriggled violently and transformed into this appearance. Yang Kai almost couldn't accept it. How did his sealed world bead become like this? No, strictly speaking, the sealed world bead hadn't changed much. It was still just a longan-sized bead. What had changed was the sealed world bead's devourer territory. What kind of monster had he raised by using the entire Yellow Spring Star as nourishment? Yes, the sealed world bead's devourer territory looked like a monster at first glance. It was rolling, had a huge black body, and no facial features, only a big mouth full of fangs. It was extremely ugly and ferocious. World's will. Yang Kai frowned and muttered to himself. The information transmitted from the small sealed world became clearer and clearer, and Yang Kai actually felt desire and hunger from it. Was this the manifestation of the small sealed world's will? Or perhaps it should be called an artifact spirit. The sealed world bead was originally just an emperor artifact without a consciousness, but at this moment, it seemed to have a life of its own. This black sphere monster, which was so huge that even when he transformed into a dragon race, he felt insignificant, should be the sealed world bead's artifact spirit. Its consciousness wasn't obvious, and was just in a budding state, instinctively wanting to devour more. The big mouth and fangs were the manifestation of this artifact spirit's instincts. Huh. Yang Kai laughed, and suddenly remembered the little black dog with the bloodline of Return to Ruins that he had left in the High Heaven Palace. Why did all those who were related to him seem to have the ability to devour? The black puppy was like this, and so was the sealed world bead. Needless to say, the Dharmakaya was like this as well. It was unknown whether it was the will of the heavens or fate. However, the devouring of the Dharmakaya and the sealed world bead was somewhat different from the black puppy's devouring. The former two relied on the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to devour, while the black puppy relied on its innate divine technique to devour. However, in the end, it was all for the sake of strengthening itself. Yang Kai suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Did Wukong see the Return to Ruins? That was why he created the heaven-devouring Great Emperor strategy based on the characteristics of Return to Ruins. If that was the case, it would explain why they were so similar. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk the sound of moving teeth kept ringing out, as if urging Yang Kai to do something. Okay, I'll take you to the next place. Yang Kai stood in the void and looked around. It was not a bad thing that the sealed world bead had a vague will. Every world had its own will. The heavens' will could not be seen or touched, but it affected the reproduction and survival of all living things. The sealed world bead having such an opportunity would be of great benefit to its future growth. But where should I go now? The territory of the sealed world bead was vast, and if he did not find the right direction, it was likely that he would waste a lot of time on the road. Got it. Yang Kai raised his head and looked in a certain direction. His body flashed, and he stood on top of the black sphere, sat down cross-legged, and waved his hand. Let's go. The black sphere seemed to be able to sense his order. It did not need to be controlled at all, and took the initiative to fly in that direction. Moreover, its speed was very fast. As it flew, its teeth clattered up and down, leaving a ferocious sound along the way. It was not for no reason that it chose this direction. It was because many of the Yellow Springs star cultivator had fled in this direction before. Yang Kai did not know the distribution of cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. But how could these natives not know? Since they were going in this direction, it meant that there were other cultivation stars in this direction. A man in a black sphere drifted in the star field, heading towards an unknown destination. This scene was indescribably strange. The darkness that could devour stars seemed to have no effect on Yang Kai. Instead, it turned into a carrier to bear his weight. He stretched out his hand and patted the noob mount under his butt. It was soft to the touch, as if he was touching a cloud. It did not match its ferocious appearance. In fact, if it did not clatter its teeth all the time and kept its mouth shut, it would look charmingly naive. However, it had just been born, and its instinct to devour made it constantly gnaw. Yang Kai was too lazy to stop it. I have to give you a name. I can't just call you a black sphere, black sphere. Yang Kai stroked his chin and mumbled to himself. Just like Lu Yen, her original body was nothing more than a crafting furnace. Only after she was given a name could her life be considered complete. I got it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He snapped his fingers and said, From now on, you will be called Rolling. After rolling past the Yellow Springs star, the Yellow Springs star would be completely devoured. The name Rolling was quite appropriate. Gotcha. Her teeth clattered, making crisp sounds. You think it's good too, right? Then it settled. Yang Kai was all smiles. He felt that he was really a genius at naming. He clapped his hands and put on a distressed expression. I can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Return to Ruins will be called Little Black. With a single thought, he gave the infamous Return to Ruins in the demon territory a new name that could not be denied. He wondered what the demon kings and demon emperors would think when they found out. Rolling, let's go. Yang Kai pointed his finger, like a child who had just gotten a new toy, dancing with excitement. Gotcha. Rolling, devour. Gotcha. Along the way, they encountered a few huge asteroids. Rolling crushed all of them, opened its mouth, and swallowed them into its belly before throwing them into the sealed world bead. However, Yang Kai clearly felt that Rolling did not like the taste of these asteroids very much. If the previous Yellow Springs star was compared to a plate of delicious food, then these few asteroids were pickles that were simply difficult to swallow. After several times, when they encountered asteroids wandering in the star field again, Rolling no longer had the interest to devour them. Even some dead stars could not arouse its interest. However, when Yang Kai did not direct it, it took the initiative to change direction several times, as if it had a keen sense of smell and could smell the delicious aroma of food. Yang Kai did not stop it. A month later, his guess was confirmed. A star that was not much smaller than Yellow Springs star appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes, and even if it did not land, Yang Kai could tell that it was definitely an extraordinary cultivation star. Rolling could indeed tell where a cultivation star was. On Wild Wave Star, the entire stars were facing a great enemy. Countless creatures looked up at the sky. Since a few days ago, a small black dot suddenly appeared in the sky, lying between the Wild Wave Star and the sun. At first, not many people paid attention to it, but as the days passed, the small black dot grew bigger and bigger. Today, it actually covered the entire sun, causing the Wild Wave Star to fall into darkness, as if a solar eclipse was coming, and all living things were restless. An inexplicable sense of crisis was growing in everyone's heart. Even the sea was undulating, swaying unsteadily. Almost 80% of Wild Wave Star's territory was covered by seawater. Large and small islands were like chess pieces on a chessboard, turning into space for Wild Wave Star's creatures to stand on. This was a world dominated by the Sea Clan. The living space for humans and monster race on this stars was extremely narrow. Looking up at the darkness that blocked the sun, many Sea Clan members could not help but recall a rumor that had been circulating in the past month. When the black ball rolled over, everything would be swallowed up and nothing would exist. The origin of this rumor came from some humans who had fled here. According to those people, they came from the Yellow Springs Star. A terrifying demon had arrived on the Yellow Springs Star, driving a black ball that could swallow the heavens and devour the earth, and swallowed the entire Yellow Springs Star. The Sea Clan had always boasted of their nobility, looking down on humans and monster race. They felt that these fellows born on land were extremely despicable, let alone a few refugees who had fled here. None of the Sea Clan members took these rumors seriously. However, these rumors spread very quickly. In less than a month, more than half of the Sea Clan members on Wild Wave Star had heard of them. Until now, when they looked up at the black ball, the recent rumors could not help but ring in their minds. They could not help but feel uneasy. Could there be a darkness that could swallow the heavens and devour the earth in this world? Heaven and earth shook. On a huge island, a figure rushed into the sky, heading straight for the darkness. Countless Sea Clan members saw this scene, and their uneasy mood immediately calmed down. It's Master Aowe. Yes, we have Master Aowe. Why should we be afraid of that black ball? If it dares to come, Master Aowe will definitely teach it a lesson. It's really courting death. Does it think that our Wild Wave Star is the same as the Yellow Spring Star? The Sea Clan members cried out in alarm. Aowe's name turned into a wave, almost covering the heavens and earth. Aowe, the Lord of Wild Wave Star, was regarded as a savior by all the Sea Clan members. It seemed that as long as he made a move, the black ball falling towards Wild Wave Star would immediately turn into ashes. The will of billions of creatures seemed to materialize, allowing Aowe to receive the will of the heavens and earth. At this moment, he could really be called an invincible existence. However, no one noticed that Aowe's expression was extremely solemn. Even though he had the will of the heavens and earth and the will of billions of creatures converging, he inexplicably felt a chill in his body, and the thought of turning around and running away surged in his mind. But others could run, but as the Lord of this star, where could he run to? Looking up at the black ball, his heart was filled with disgust and fear. These emotions were not his own, but the will of the heavens and earth of Wild Wave Star. It was the feeling that the star's origin gave him back. It was this feeling that made him panic. Like a mouse encountering a cat, a rabbit encountering a falcon, it was like encountering a natural enemy. He stood in place, not even having the courage to fly up a little. He could only wait for the arrival of the black ball, his mind constantly thinking about how to resolve the crisis in front of him. Chapter 3183. What the hell is this? When the darkness fell from the sky, Aowe's face changed greatly. It was a huge black sphere with a diameter of almost 100 kilometers, with a giant mouth with fangs in the middle. Cracking sounds reached his ears, making his hair stand on end and his whole body turn cold. Even as a Star Lord, he didn't have the courage to face such a monster. The monstrous pressure from the sky made his chest feel stuffy, making it difficult for him to breathe. Who is blocking the way? Do you want to die? A voice suddenly sounded. Aowe was shocked. Only then did he notice that there was a person standing on top of the black sphere. It was a young man who stood quietly on the back of the black sphere monster, looking down at him condescendingly, as if he was looking at an ant. Gently swallowing his saliva, Aowe cupped his fists and said loudly, "Wild Wave Star's Lord, Aowe greets Master." "Oh." Yongkai raised his brow. "Are you this star's lord?" "Yes." "Good, this young master wants to swallow your Wild Wave Star. If you cooperate with me, the benefits will be great." If he could get the cooperation of a Star Lord, it would be easier to swallow this monster. The corner of Aowe's eyes twitched, almost suspecting that he had heard wrong. This person had come with ill intentions, but now he said he wanted to swallow Wild Wave Star and wanted him to cooperate? Aowe was a little angry, but he didn't dare to show it, suppressing his anger and asking, "I wonder how my Wild Wave Star has offended your excellency." Yongkai impatiently said, "There is no such thing as offending or not offending. It's just a coincidence that I came here." Coincidentally. Aowe had never thought that this earth-shaking catastrophe was just a coincidence. He shook his body and said in a clear voice, "The heavens are virtuous. Billions of creatures in the Wild Wave Star have been living here for generations. If your excellency wants to swallow this star, what will happen to those billions of creatures? People of our generation compete with each other. Life and death are predestined. What does it have to do with those innocent people? If you really want to destroy Wild Wave Star, your excellency will be plagued with karma, which will be detrimental to your future cultivation. Please reconsider. He sincerely dissuaded Yang Kai, his sincerity evident in his words. Yang Kai leaned forward with one hand on his thigh and grinned. What do you want? Although he didn't release any aura, Ao Wei couldn't help but change his expression. He suddenly felt as if an ancient giant beast was opening its mouth at him, as if it wanted to swallow him into its stomach. Fortunately, he was the Wild Wave Star's Star Master after all. At this moment, he also had the invisible luck of heaven and earth on his body. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would really turn around and run away. He then cupped his fists and shouted, "Please think twice." Yang Kai rubbed his chin and thought seriously for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "I've thought it over." "Master, you mean?" Ao Wei looked at him eagerly. "I've made up my mind. Get out of my way." If devouring a cultivation star really led to the loss of hundreds of millions of lives, Yang Kai would definitely not have the heart to do so. The world was heartless and treated all living things as dogs. Even though his cultivation was high, he had not reached the point where he could casually kill all living things as if they were ants. The small sealed world would certainly destroy a cultivation star, but it wouldn't harm any of its inhabitants. It would simply force them to move to a new place to live. Moreover, Yang Kai was confident that he could make the small sealed world even better than a cultivation star. In other words, what he was doing now would not only not bring any harm to the hundreds of millions of inhabitants, it would also bring infinite benefits in the long run. Therefore, he didn't need to think too much about it. Ao Wei's expression changed, but he refused to back down. As a Star Master, he had no room to back down. His figure flickered as his peak Origin King Realm aura filled the air. At the same time, scales began to appear on his face along with traces of a monster beast. From his appearance, it was obvious he was not human. Even though he knew he was no match for Yang Kai, once he attacked, he would not have a good end. Ao Wei still stood in front of him and shouted coldly, "If Master insists on doing so, then step over this Ao's corpse." His voice was not loud, but under the influence of the world will, it spread across the entire cultivation star. The hundreds of millions of inhabitants on Wild Wave Star were moved, feeling that Wild Wave Star had such a responsible Star Master. Imperceptibly, Ao Wei's momentum rose to a new height, as if he had obtained great benefits with just a few words. But this still did not make him feel the slightest sense of security. "Oh, you're a flood dragon?" Yang Kai looked at the scales on his face and the traces of beast transformation on his body and smelled a familiar aura in the air. Ao Wei nodded. There was no need to hide this matter. After all, it was not a secret. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I know a flood dragon, but you're too weak." Even though Ao Wei had always been polite and humble, and his attitude had always been humble, he was still greatly unconvinced after hearing this. He was already standing at the peak of the Origin King Realm and was the Star Master of Wild Wave Star. Almost no one in the entire territory of Great Desolate Star was his opponent, yet his cultivation was actually being evaluated as too weak. The anger in his heart washed away the fear in his heart as he grit his teeth and said, "Is that so? Then this Ao would like to see Master's means." Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "You won't believe me if I tell you. That guy can probably last a few moves against me. But as for you," Ao Wei shouted angrily, "then this Ao would like to see how many moves Master can defeat me." Saying so, he rushed towards Yang Kai. A faint dragon roar rang out, but it was not so pure. Although flood dragons had the bloodline of the dragon race, it was very thin after all, so how could they compare to a true dragon? However, with the support of the entire Wild Wave Star, Ao Wei's momentum was quite impressive. In an instant, the sky changed color and the clouds surged. The Star Master's attack was extraordinary. Yang Kai didn't seem to be on guard, nor did he take any stance, just staring blankly at Ao Wei who was rushing towards him. "This person is too arrogant. He doesn't even put me in his eyes. I must teach him a lesson." Yang Kai's attitude undoubtedly angered Ao Wei completely, and he no longer held back, going all out. An invisible force suddenly spread out from Yang Kai's body. Ao Wei's figure suddenly froze as his eyes bulged, revealing a look of extreme shock. At that moment, he seemed to see a giant dragon, hovering in the air, its huge head overlooking him, his strength rapidly collapsing, unable to condense at all, and even unable to breathe. Then the dragon head rushed over, opened its big mouth and swallowed him. Aowe screamed as his clothes were soaked in sweat. At his level of cultivation, he was rarely frightened by anything. Just now, when Yang Kai came with the rolling dragon, he could directly question it and even fight back, but facing a giant dragon, he didn't even have the courage to look at it. This was the suppression of bloodline. When he came back to his senses, there was no dragon in front of him, only a young man with a hateful face looking at him with a smile. Was it an illusion? If it was an illusion, then it was too real. Without waiting for him to figure it out, Yang Kai had already raised his hand and said, "Come in." The rolling dragon opened its big mouth and swallowed him in one bite. My life is over. A thought flashed through Aowe's mind. He closed his eyes and poked his neck, but after waiting for a while, there was no pain. When he opened his eyes, he was immediately surprised. He had actually appeared in another world. This world looked rather messy, and there were millions of pieces of earth and stones scattered all around. As far as the eye could see, this was the only scene in his field of vision. After feeling it a little, he was surprised again because the world energy here was extremely rich, several grades better than that of Wild Wave Star. Only the world's principles seemed to be somewhat broken, making the circulation of power in his body somewhat sluggish. What the hell is this place? Wasn't I swallowed by the giant black beast? How did I end up here? There was a shiny object nearby that attracted his attention. It was pressed under a huge rock. He walked over and lifted the huge rock. Immediately, a horizontal board came into view. Netherworld Sect. Aowe's eyes narrowed, almost unable to believe his eyes. Isn't this the plaque of Netherworld Sect? Although he was the Wild Wave Star's Star Master, he had been to Netherworld Star and entered Netherworld Sect a few years ago. This plaque was erected in front of Netherworld Sect. He believed that he was not mistaken, and that weather-beaten feeling was not fake. This was definitely the plaque of Netherworld Sect, so how could it appear here? Thinking of the rumors on Wild Wave Star during this period, an extremely bold conjecture emerged in his heart. His ears twitched, and some voices entered his ears. Aowe flew up and looked into the distance, seeing a group of people coming over. He immediately flew over and exchanged a few words with these people, and his face became even more shocked. These people were actually the residents of Netherworld Sect. Master Aowe was defeated. Master Aowe was swallowed in one gulp. Doomsday is coming, doomsday is coming. On Wild Wave Star, countless pairs of eyes saw Aowe being swallowed by the giant black beast without even the strength to resist. This visual impact made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. They had never thought that Aowe, a Star Master, would be so easily defeated. They had hoped that Aowe would save them from the fire and water, but now, that hope had immediately turned into deep despair. When Yang Kai drove the rolling star toward Wild Wave Star, no one dared to stop him. The rolling star's mouth opened and closed, swallowing large and small islands one after another, and even the boundless sea water was swallowed into its stomach. Crying for their parents and running for their lives, countless people were cursing and swearing. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to them and sat cross-legged on the back of the rolling star, gnawing in a direction along the entire Wild Wave Star. A group of ignorant people. This young master wants to take you to paradise, but you don't appreciate it. You guys are unlucky to run away. Suddenly, his heart moved. What was the difference between him and the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperor's Wukong in the past? Wukong wreaked havoc in the territory of the chaotic star, and also destroyed countless stars. In the end, he provoked the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people, and was besieged by the emperors. No, Wukong was Wukong, and he was himself. His way of doing things was very different. On the stars of Wukong's destruction, all living creatures were wiped out, but he only sent those creatures to another world and didn't do anything to them. Instead, many years later, they would probably be grateful to him. Order was re-established in chaos, and only by experiencing destruction could it be reborn. Chapter 3184. At the border of the territory of the Great Desolate Star, Wu Heng's face was livid. He had been confronting the all-devouring darkness for half a year. He had tried his best but could only slow down the speed of its devouring and spreading. He could not stop it at all. In half a year, he had lost hundreds of millions of miles of star field. Such a large territory was almost several times larger than the Hung Luo star field he had devoured in the past 3 years. Who was the person opposite him? How did he do it? He had once driven the territory of the Great Desolate Star to devour the Hung Luo star field, so he naturally knew how difficult it was. It was a painstaking effort that needed to be pushed forward bit by bit. It was not something that could be done overnight. At that time, the Hung Luo star field did not have an owner of the territory of the Great Desolate Star field, so his devouring was almost unhindered. But now, with him here, the erosion of the opposite side was still so fast. What was the reason? If that was all, it would be fine. There was another thing that troubled Wu Hung. In the past 6 months, in the hinterland of the Great Desolate Star territory, he had lost 3 cultivation stars one after another. From the Yellow Spring Star to the Wild Wave Star to the Flying Crab Star, they disappeared from the star one after another, as if they had never appeared. Those were 3 cultivation stars, not 3 meat patties. In the end, what method did Kai Yang use to steal them? In the territory of the Great Desolate Star, there were many cultivation stars. Losing 3 was not a big deal. The key point was that this was just the beginning. Losing 3 cultivation stars in half a year. What about 1 year, 10 years, 100 years? If there were no more cultivation stars in the entire Great Desolate Star territory, what was the point of the existence of the Great Desolate Star territory? He, the owner of the Great Desolate Star territory, would only exist in name. To Wu Heng's relief, after the Flying Crab Star, Yang Kai did not seem to do anything else. He did not know what he was doing here. As the owner of the Great Desolate Star territory, if he really wanted to spy on Yang Kai, it would be easy. However, he did not dare to do so, because a slight distraction would cause the erosion of the opposite Great Desolate Star territory to increase rapidly. It could not go on like this. If it went on, he would definitely not have a good ending. Did he really have to do that? Wu Heng's expression kept changing, of anger. Above a dead star, billowing was suspended in midair. The huge pitch-black body was constantly shrinking and expanding, repeating the same cycle. Kai Yang stood next to it, paying close attention to it. Along the way, Rolling had swallowed a total of 3 cultivation stars, and when it finally swallowed the Flying Crab Star completely, it closed its mouth, no longer making that crunching sound. Then, it stopped at the position where the Flying Crab Star originally was and began to undergo such a change. Yang Kai wanted to communicate with the small sealed world, but found that his mind could not enter it, so he could only wait and see. If his senses were correct, then Rolling was currently digesting. After all, 3 cultivation stars were not so easy to swallow. Even if they were swallowed into the small sealed world, they would still need to be digested. Otherwise, the slightly different world principles would be enough to cause the small sealed world's space to collapse, and the creatures on the 3 cultivation stars would definitely die without a burial. After this time's change, the entire mysterious small world would likely undergo a complete makeover. So Yang Kai waited quietly with great expectations. He wanted to check the situation with the embodiment, but he was too far away now, and he was in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, so he could not establish contact with the embodiment at all. However, Wu Heng was definitely not having a good time. Otherwise, Yang Kai's recent actions would not have been so smooth. If Wu Heng could spare some time, he would definitely give Yang Kai a hard time. Thinking so, Yang Kai grinned. Those who provoked him never had a good end. Even Wukong had suffered a big loss, let alone Wu Heng. Days passed little by little. There was no sunrise or moonlight in the star field, so Yang Kai did not know how much time had passed. But every time Rolling wriggled, it seemed to cause some changes to its body. Yang Kai could clearly feel that Raleigh's consciousness had become much clearer. This could only mean one thing. Raleigh had successfully digested the world principles of the 3 cultivation stars and fused them together, no longer distinguishable from each other. After a while, the consciousness became even clearer. Although it was not to the extent that it could communicate with Yang Kai, it could already give some reactions to Yang Kai's contact. The most obvious change was the shape of the Rolling. Originally, it was just a huge black ball. After swallowing the Yellow Spring Star, a big mouth appeared. Now, a tail grew out directly opposite the big mouth. The tail slowly grew longer, and at first glance, the Rolling looked like a huge tadpole. It looked quite funny. Finally, one day, after wriggling for a while, the Rolling stopped changing. The big mouth opened again and made a crunching sound, conveying the urgency of hunger. After digesting the 3 cultivation stars, it began to devour again. Its body size had also become much larger. When it arrived at Wild Wave Star, it was 100 kilometers in diameter. At this moment, it was probably more than 200 kilometers in diameter. Yongkai did not intend to stop it and let it go. The rolling immediately turned around and rushed in a certain direction. Even though it was dark there, Yongkai knew that there was definitely a cultivation star there. It seemed to be extremely sensitive to cultivation stars. Even though it was separated by a large star field, it could still smell the delicious smell coming from cultivation stars. Yongkai flashed into the small sealed world bead. This was the first time he had entered the small sealed world after the rolling changed. As soon as he came to this world, Yongkai was stunned, because this was no longer the small sealed world he was familiar with. The whole world had become many times larger. Even after stretching out his divine sense for a long time, he still could not find the end of it. The original small sealed world could only be regarded as a small world. Even the world principles were pieced together by Yongkai. If the small sealed world bead was compared to a piece of clothing, then the original small sealed world bead was definitely full of patches. The world principles were complete, but not so harmonious. However, at this moment, the whole world was soft, without the slightest abruptness. The world principles were also extremely perfect, far superior to the original world principles. This could already be regarded as a real small sealed world. Such a world was of a higher grade than an ordinary cultivation star. In this world, the landscape was constantly changing. Forests, wastelands, seas, deserts, basins, everything one could imagine. It was suitable for all kinds of races to live and work in peace. The auras of countless living beings filled the entire world, and buildings of different styles rose from the ground. After the creatures from the 3 cultivation stars were swallowed into this place, and found that their lives were no longer in danger, the first thing they did was naturally to rebuild their own sects and clans. There were no conflicts. After all, no one knew where they were now, nor did they know if a great disaster would befall them. Even if creatures of different races occasionally met, they were quite restrained and tried their best not to have conflicts with others. Yongkai looked around carefully for a while and soon found the original small sealed world bead. The original space was located at the very center of this new world, and there seemed to be an invisible barrier that isolated this new world, making it impossible for anyone to enter. This made Yongkai breathe a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that someone would break into his medicine garden and destroy his spirit medicines. The current situation could not be better. Thinking about it, it was all thanks to the rolling stone. Since Yongkai was here, he should at least say hello. At the very least, he should let the people of this world know who was the master here. With a thought from Yongkai-san, the figure of a giant suddenly appeared in the sky. Any living creature in this world could see the existence of that figure as long as they raised their heads. His eyes were majestic, as if he was looking at the void, but also as if he was looking at everyone. Everyone was shocked. When they looked up, they could not help but feel a sense of worship. Countless people even fell to the ground, trembling. It's him. On a new island, Aowe looked at the face in the sky, and his expression changed. The memory of being defeated by this person some time ago was still vivid in his mind. How could he not know that this person's means were many times higher than his own? It was ridiculous that he thought he was a star master and wanted to fight with this person. Many people recognized Yongkai. After all, when he drove the rolling stone to devour the stars a few days ago, many people had seen him from afar. Now that they saw him again, their awe was even deeper. I'm the lord of this world, and I have no ill intentions towards all of you. I only hope that all of you can live and work in peace and contentment in this world. If there are talented and intelligent people, I can guide them to a higher level world and experience a more wonderful path of martial arts. Stretching out 2 fingers, Yongkai pointed to his eyes and grinned. Work hard, boys. I will be watching you. Whether you become a dragon or a worm will depend on your own ability. The whole world fell silent as everyone was shocked speechless. It was not until a long time later that the huge figure in the sky disappeared. But those simple words set off stormy waves in everyone's hearts, especially the Origin Kings. A higher-level world, a more wonderful path of the martial Tao. This was like a carrot dangling in front of a donkey, making them drool and yearn for it. Most of the Origin Kings within the territory of Great Desolate Star knew about the existence of the star boundary. After all, there had always been a path connecting Great Desolate Star's territory to the star boundary. Several decades ago, the previous Netherworld sect master Yin Lusheng had entered the star boundary with several masters from Great Desolate Star's territory, but no one knew what the final result was. However, it was undeniable that entering Great Desolate Star's territory through that passage was bound to be dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could lead to death. So even though the passage had always existed, no cultivator within Great Desolate Star's territory dared to pass through it unless they had great confidence in their own strength. But now there was another opportunity in front of them. It seemed that as long as one was recognized by the master of this world, they could be introduced into the star boundary. Chapter 3185. The stars were resplendent and had existed since ancient times, but they were collapsing and disappearing one after another, as if an invisible hand was erasing them from the vast star field. Wu Heng couldn't bear it any longer. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Yang Kai!" Up to this day, he had been at a complete disadvantage in the battle against Yang Kai. Not only had he lost a large part of the vast star field, but he had also lost as many as 5 cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. If this silent battle continued like this, he would definitely lose everything he had. Deep regret welled up in his heart. If he had stopped when he noticed that a Star Lord had been born in the Hung Luo star field, perhaps there wouldn't be so many troubles now. But at that time, he had bullied Yang Kai, who had just become the Star Lord of the territory, and did not put him in his eyes. He even wanted Yang Kai to hand over the Hung Luo star field. Their enmity had already been formed. But now it was useless to regret. No matter what, he had to get rid of Yang Kai first. Even if he had to suffer more losses, he could not tolerate him doing whatever he wanted in his own territory. Thinking of this, Wu Heng no longer hesitated and divided a part of his mind to investigate Yang Kai's situation. In the extremely distant star field, Wu Heng quickly found traces of Yang Kai. After seeing the situation there, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded and absent-mindedly asked, "What is this?" More than half of the 6th cultivation star had already disappeared. And on this broken cultivation star, a giant black tadpole-like monster was leisurely moving back and forth. As its mouth opened and closed, it swallowed the cultivation star piece by piece, as if it was eating a delicious cake. In the blink of an eye, a large piece of the cultivation star had disappeared. Even though Wu Heng was very knowledgeable and experienced, he couldn't recognize what this black monster was, but when he saw it, he instinctively felt a little frightened. Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the rolling beast's back, seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and glanced at the star field, grinning. At the next moment, Wu Heng appeared before him. As the master of the star territory, it was naturally not difficult for him to traverse a distance of hundreds of millions of miles in an instant. He raised his hand, clenched it, and shouted, "Die!" The power of this planet's territory was instantly mobilized, turning into invisible shackles that suddenly tightened Rolling's huge body. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Rolling's round body was constantly shrinking. His mouth was wide open, and his teeth were clattering as if he was struggling against something. Yang Kai also felt the pressure as heavy as a mountain. His entire body stiffened, and he couldn't move. He felt as if all his bones were being crushed by Wu Heng. It was indeed not a good thing to be too presumptuous in someone else's territory, but it was probably a little too late for Wu Heng to make a move now. If Wu Heng had been so decisive in the beginning, when Rolling Beast was still not a threat, he might have had a chance to win. But now, did he really think that he was a soft persimmon that he could pinch at will? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a secretive smile. Wu Heng's expression suddenly changed. He felt that the shackles he had imposed on them were being broken bit by bit as the black monster opened and closed its mouth to gnaw at them. No, it wasn't breaking, it was disappearing. Just like the cultivation star in front of him, the power of the star territory that he had mobilized was also being devoured. Walla, a vibration that came from the depths of his soul, rang out. Rolling Yasuo's body suddenly returned to normal, and he regained his freedom of movement. "You can do this?" Wu Heng was absent-minded for a while. He had come here with the determination to deal with Yang Kai. Because every second he delayed here, the Hung Luo star field's devouring power would go unchecked. The loss caused by the terrifying devouring speed was not something he could bear. He had originally made up his mind to directly kill Yang Kai and then return to continue the confrontation with the Hung Luo star field. Who would have thought that this plan would not be realized? That black spherical monster was far more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. It could even devour the power of this star territory. And just as he was absent-minded, Rolling Beast suddenly rushed straight toward him. Its seemingly fat and bloated body showed unimaginable agility at this moment. When Wu Heng came back to his senses, a big mouth full of fangs appeared in front of him. Crack! The big mouth closed, and a large piece of the void disappeared. Wu Heng appeared in another position with cold sweat on his forehead. In that situation just now, if he was not the master of this star territory and could freely travel through this void, he would have been killed. Yang Kai stood on Rolling Beast's back and laughed with one hand on his waist. "This is your home. Why are you running? Hurry up and fight for 300 rounds. Let's hurt each other, you bastard." "Don't be so arrogant, you little brat." Wu Heng suppressed a ball of fire in his heart, like a volcano that could erupt at any time, but he calmed down and was not disturbed by Yang Kai's words. But what he said was indeed right. This was his territory, his home. Yang Kai was a thief who had sneaked into his home. He, the master, came to deal with him, but not only did he not feel guilty, he even provoked him. This kind of thing could not be tolerated if it happened to anyone. Focusing his mind, Wu Heng stretched out his hand and grasped the void. Thousands of streams of light gathered and condensed into a spear in his hand. This was not an emperor artifact, but a manifestation of the power of the stars that filled this star field. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was the world force of this star field. Of course, it was not the world force of the entire Great Desolate Star Territory. Although Wu Heng was the master of the Great Desolate Star Territory, it was not so simple to mobilize the power of the entire territory. This was something that Yang Kai could not do. Even so, the power contained in this spear was no small matter. At the very least, it condensed the power of the star field within a radius of 10 million kilometers. This was something that could only be accomplished by the master of a starfield with a simple wave of his hand. The spear was born, the lightning flashed, and the thunder died. The spear turned into a ferocious viper, condensing a power that could destroy the heavens and earth, and instantly arrived in front of Rolling Beast. Yang Kai's figure suddenly froze, and his hair stood on end. If this shocking blow was a viper, then he seemed to have turned into a frog at this moment, suddenly encountering a natural enemy. Even though he had already prepared himself mentally, facing this attack head-on was still quite tricky. Rolling Beast. Yang Kai lifted his foot and stomped Rolling Beast's back. Rolling Beast suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the terrifying blow. A sneer hung on Wu Heng's face as he stared quietly at the pitch-black monster, but soon his smile disappeared. The scene of him killing his enemy with a single blow did not occur. The pitch-black monster's body only rolled violently a few times before a crack appeared on its back. Even the crack was closing up at an extremely fast speed. Wu Heng's eyes widened suddenly, almost suspecting that his eyes were playing tricks on him. His attack, which had condensed the power of the star field within a radius of 10 million kilometers, had been so easily dissolved. What the hell was this pitch-black monster? How could it possess such power? What Wu Heng did not know was that just as Rolling Beast swallowed that shocking blow, in the mysterious small world, a stream of light flashed across the sky, almost penetrating the entire mysterious small world. This stream of light gave off a heaven-destroying aura that caused all the living beings in the mysterious small world to look up, unable to resist the urge to kneel down and worship it. As this stream of light passed by, it left a deep mark in the sky of the mysterious small world, as if it had been cut open. World force was something that could only be resisted by world force. Wu Heng's strike, which contained the power of the starry sky within a radius of 10 million kilometers, was indeed terrifying, but the sealed world bead was also a world of its own. The world principles and world energy contained in it were not much worse than in the star field, perhaps even better. The only difference was its size. Wu Heng wanting to destroy the mysterious small world with this attack was naturally wishful thinking. The mysterious small world was more than enough to swallow and digest his attack, and judging from the result, not only would it not cause much damage, it would also have a nourishing effect. Yang Kai picked his ear with his little finger and mocked loudly. "Such a soft attack. Are you trying to tickle me? Shut up." Wu Heng flew into a rage out of humiliation. But how could Yang Kai allow him to do as he wished? He shouted even louder, "We are both masters of the star territory. This young master really feels ashamed for you. If someone dared to act so presumptuously in my home, I would have beaten them so badly they wouldn't be recognized. Impudent. Yang Kai sneered. I am impudent. If you have the guts, come and hit me. Even though he knew that Yang Kai was trying to provoke him, Wu Heng could not bear it anymore, feeling his mind fluctuating violently as his eyes turned red. Although Yang Kai's words were rampant, he was right about one thing. It was really shameful that he couldn't deal with a thief and robber in his own territory. So he no longer said anything, shook his arms, and a little fluorescent light appeared on each of his hands, gathering the power of the stars and turning it into a thunderous attack that blasted towards the rolling beast. Although he didn't know what the hell this giant black beast was, he instinctively felt that it was not as strong as it looked on the surface. Even if it could swallow his attacks, there should be a limit to it. The wounds on its back that were slowly healing were the best proof. It was not that he couldn't hurt it, it was just that the damage was not enough. Since it was not enough, then he would just add a little more. There would always be a blow that could completely crush it. The power of the stars came crashing down and was once again swallowed by the rolling beast. Suddenly, 2 more wounds opened on its back. The rolling beast suddenly became excited, and without Yang Kai's instructions, it actually took the initiative to rush towards Wu Heng, as if it wanted to swallow him as well. How could Wu Heng wait helplessly for his death? Relying on the convenience of the Star Territory Master, his figure twisted and turned, avoiding the rolling beast's attack, while constantly gathering the power of the Star Territory between his hands and turning it into attacks. In an instant, the world inside the small sealed world suddenly changed. Streams of light streaked across the sky, as if it was a meteor shower, and the small sealed world was filled with lightning and thunder, as if doomsday was coming and the world was about to collapse. The hundreds of millions of creatures, regardless of their cultivation, were all trembling, prostrating themselves on the ground, begging the Master God for mercy. They didn't even know how they had offended the World Master who had appeared before. They only thought that it was the World Master's anger that caused the world to change. Above the sea, waves rose and fell, the ground in the wilderness cracked, and countless newly built buildings collapsed. In an instant, the peaceful world became full of danger and murderous intent. It made people feel more and more what it meant to have divine grace as deep as the sea and divine might as deep as a prison. Chapter 3186. Yang Kai couldn't perceive any of this, or even if he did, there was no way he could stop it. Wu Heng was the master of the Star Territory, and in this great desolate Star Territory, he could exert godlike power. Yang Kai had no chance of winning against him here, so the one who could fight now was not him, but Rolling Star. Rolling Star also lived up to his expectations. No matter how much power Wu Heng condensed from the Star Territory, it was all swallowed into his stomach. 2 figures, one big and one small, shuttled back and forth in the Star Territory, chasing each other, making for an extremely lively scene. No, this can't go on, Wu Heng thought anxiously. Every moment he delayed here, a large part of the great desolate Star Territory would be swallowed up by the star field, and the shrinking of the star field would directly affect the power he could mobilize. If this continued, he would definitely lose. I can't believe I'll lose. Although this was only a possibility, Wu Heng still felt it was inconceivable. Before coming to find Yang Kai, he never thought such a situation would occur. But his current situation was simply a dilemma. Yang Kai also felt that something was wrong. He took some time to investigate Rolling Star's situation and finally discovered the changes in the small sealed world. Just like Rolling Star needed to rest and digest after swallowing 3 cultivation stars before, Wu Heng's attacks condensed from the power of stars were not so easy to swallow. Compared to directly swallowing a cultivation star, the pressure on Rolling Star was much greater. If this continued for a long time, the small sealed world would definitely not be able to withstand it. When that time came, Rolling Star would have to rest for a while and find an opportunity to digest the power of those stars. The 2 enemies had different concerns, but at this moment they made the same choice, which was to rush towards the edge of the great desolate Star Territory. Wu Heng was in a hurry to go back to contain the Hung Luo star fields devouring and drive away the robber Yang Kai. Yang Kai was in a hurry to take Rolling Stone to find a safe place to recuperate. The speed of both parties was extremely fast. Needless to say, Wu Heng was the master of the planet's territory. The distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers could be crossed with a single thought. Although Rolling's body was fat, every time he leaped, he could cross a terrifying distance. Coupled with Wu Heng's intentional or unintentional guidance, he had the ability to teleport. In less than an hour, the endless darkness was imprinted in his eyes. Soon, both parties arrived at the junction of the territory of the two big stars. Yang Kai's spirit was shaken, and he immediately established a connection with the embodiment. Moreover, he could vaguely feel the power of the Hung Luo star field. Although he was still in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, this place was considered the intersection of the two star territories, so the suppression was not so obvious. He couldn't help but laugh. There's a way to heaven, but you don't want to take it, and there's no door to hell. Wu Heng, I really have to thank you. When he finished speaking, he had already driven Rolling Stone past Wu Heng and rushed back to the Hung Luo star field. After sending away this strong enemy, Wu Heng was not happy but shocked. His heart sank, and he felt that he seemed to have done something wrong. The next moment, an extremely terrifying pushing force suddenly came from the endless darkness, which made him feel that it was difficult to resist. In the darkness, Yang Kai's smiling face appeared clearly in his eyes. You are really the master of the star territory, Wu Heng exclaimed, and a strong sense of regret welled up in his heart. If he had known this, he would never have sent Yang Kai back. Previously, he considered that Yang Kai was not the master of the star territory, so he couldn't let him make trouble behind his back. Therefore, he wanted to send him away. In this way, he could concentrate on dealing with the pressure from the Hung Luo star field without any worries. But now, it seemed that this was a very bad move. Yang Kai was really the master of the Hung Luo star field. However, Wu Heng couldn't figure it out. Since he was the master of the Hung Luo star field, who was in charge of the devouring of the star territory when he broke into the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Could it be that there were two masters of the Hung Luo star field? But this was impossible. There was only one origin in the territory of the star. How could it be refined by two people? A very bold conjecture came to his mind. Wu Heng's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth, doppelganger. Only in this way could he explain all his doubts. He must have a doppelganger that he could command at will. That was why he could continue to maintain the devouring of the star territory when he broke into the territory of the Great Desolate Star. The doppelganger technique was not a secret, nor was it difficult to practice. Many experts had practiced it before, but the ordinary doppelganger couldn't play a very powerful role. At most, it could only be used to spy on some dangers, so it seemed to be of little value. Moreover, practicing this secret technique required extremely precious materials and a lot of time. Under normal circumstances, no one would spend too much time on the doppelganger technique, and this secret technique was not used in a life-and-death battle. But now, it seemed that Yang Kai's doppelganger was unbelievably powerful. Otherwise, he couldn't have activated the power of the entire Hung Luo star field. The darkness was like waves, spreading layer by layer. Large areas of the star field disappeared. Wu Heng retreated again and again. It was a complete defeat. Previously, when the doppelganger activated the origin in the territory of the star to devour, it was difficult for him to resist, and he could only try his best to stop it. Now that Yang Kai had returned to the territory of the star, the doppelganger technique was naturally more powerful. In addition, the Great Desolate Star had lost a large area of the star field these days, and the Hung Luo star field's territory was expanding. Under these circumstances, Wu Heng was even less of a match for it. He couldn't stop it, absolutely couldn't stop it. Wu Heng's face was ashen. He had never thought that his sudden decision to devour an ownerless star territory would bring about such a disaster. He had just become the owner of the star territory. How could he exert such a powerful force? As the owner of the star territory, he should have the upper hand in this battle. But the fact was the opposite. Wu Heng's figure flashed, and he retreated 1,000,000 miles. In the darkness, Yang Kai's condensed face stared at him quietly and said mockingly, "Run? Let's see where you can run after this young master devours the territory of the Great Desolate Star." He was extremely happy. No wonder Wu Heng had the idea of devouring the Hung Luo star field. After becoming the owner of the star territory, devouring the territory of another star gave him a great feeling of joy. He could clearly feel the change of the world's power while devouring. He had made up his mind to devour the entire territory of the Great Desolate Star and combine the two star territories into one. By then, he would be the owner of the two star territories. Facing his mockery, Wu Heng's face was as calm as water. He seemed to have accepted his fate, but his eyes flashed with a trace of determination. He suddenly took out a jade tablet from the space ring. The jade tablet was dotted with stars, as if there were countless stars on it. It was a brand that emitted an extremely mysterious aura. From 1,000,000 miles away, Yang Kai saw this scene and couldn't help frowning. Although he wasn't close, he could feel that this jade tablet wasn't an artifact. What was he going to do with it at this time? Having said that, he didn't know what this jade tablet was, but it didn't look like an ordinary object. Wu Heng's expression was solemn as he formed a few mysterious seals with his hands, pointed his finger at the jade tablet, and then raised it high and shouted, "Star Envoy, please." Dots of fluorescent light suddenly emerged from the jade tablet, like hundreds of millions of fireflies flying out, converging into a dazzling pillar of light that shot straight to the sky. Above Wu Heng's head, at the top of the pillar of light, a white light bloomed and gathered into a circle that covered an area of several kilometers. This circle was filled with complex patterns that rotated irregularly, dazzling anyone who saw it. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was startled because those patterns looked somewhat familiar. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Wasn't this the spirit array he needed to arrange a space array that could cross territory? What the hell was this jade tablet? How could it construct such a pattern in an instant? The power of space fluctuated. Yang Kai suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Combined with what Wu Heng shouted before and what he saw in front of him, Yang Kai keenly felt that there seemed to be someone coming out of the pattern. Sure enough, in the dazzling light, a big foot suddenly stepped out of the large circular array, like a banished immortal descending from the sky, slowly revealing his figure. Yang Kai stared with wide eyes and was surprised to find that it was a handsome man with a feathered crown on his head and a feathered fan. This man was as handsome as jade, so handsome that it made Yang Kai feel disgusted. There was a long sword hanging from his waist, which made him look like a Confucian hero. When he descended from the circular pattern, his eyes were closed. Wu Heng, on the other hand, stood there with a solemn expression and looked up. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes, which flashed like lightning, as if he could see through all things. Wu Heng hurriedly lowered his head, as if looking at this man any longer would be disrespectful. On the other hand, Kai Yang felt the hairs on his body stand on end as a great pressure descended upon his heart. Yang Kai didn't know much about Wu Heng's true strength and estimated that he was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. But he had seen many third-layer Emperor Realm Masters before, so he didn't feel any pressure facing him. However, this man with a feathered crown who descended from the sky made his breath catch, and this was under the premise that this man wasn't deliberately targeting him. There was only one kind of person who could make him feel this way. This man isn't from the Emperor realm, he's one of the great emperors. Which great emperors are they? The names of the great emperors kept flashing through Yang Kai's mind, but he found that none of them matched this man. What made him feel even stranger was that Wu Heng was able to summon him. What did he mean by inviting an emissary just now? Star Soul Palace also had the title of emissary. Xiao Yu Yang was a Golden Star emissary, but it wasn't a position in Star Soul Palace. Xiao Yu Yang's position in Star Soul Palace was an elder. The so-called emissary was a title established in the entire Southern Territory. Star Soul Palace's emissaries were mainly responsible for communicating and reconciling the conflicts between the various sects in the Southern Territory. Star Soul Palace's emissaries also held other positions in Star Soul Palace. The two were independent, but did not conflict with each other. This star emissary obviously wasn't from Star Soul Palace. The Bright Moon Great Emperors were only SOSO. No, he seemed to be a little worse than the Bright Moon Great Emperors, but Yang Kai's experience was limited, so he didn't know what the difference was. Master. Wu Heng cupped his fists and saluted. The man with the feathered crown looked down at him and said lightly, Wu Heng? Yes. Chapter 3187. How dare you? The man with the feathered crown bellowed. His voice made Wu Heng tremble, as if he was struck by lightning. His face turned pale. Master, please forgive me. Wu Heng lowered his head even more. Something urgent has happened. I have no choice but to ask Master to come here. The man with the feathered crown said, You are the master of this star territory. What can't you handle? Wu Heng raised his hand. Master, please look over there. The man with the feathered crown looked in the direction of Wu Heng's finger and saw the boundless darkness hundreds of thousands of miles away. He also saw Yang Kai's face in the darkness. He couldn't help but lower his eyes. In a flash, he knew the truth of the matter. When they looked at each other, Yang Kai was shocked. He almost couldn't maintain his projection. He was frightened. This man was indeed one of the great emperors. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him such pressure at first glance. Even the darkness was slightly hindered and slowed down. Wu Heng said sorrowfully, "Master, this man and I have some grudges. He wants to swallow the territory of the great desolate star. He doesn't care about billions of creatures. I'm not his match. Master, please help me." The man with the feathered crown didn't respond. His eyes looking at Yang Kai became sharper, as if they could penetrate the barrier between the two-star territory and see into Yang Kai's heart. Instantly, Yang Kai had a feeling of being stabbed in his back. He subconsciously urged the power of the star territory to push the darkness forward and block the prying eyes. "How dare you?" Seeing this, the man with the feathered crown shouted. He seemed to blame Yang Kai for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth and for hiding his secret. While he was talking, he pulled out the long sword at his waist and gently slashed forward. It was a silent and very simple slash, but it rolled up the power of the entire territory of the great desolate star and erected an invisible barrier in front of the boundless darkness. Yang Kai felt as if he had slammed his head into a wall and suddenly felt a little dizzy. No matter what he did, he couldn't push the darkness any further. He couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of person was this? How could he accomplish such a feat with just a wave of his hand? He instinctively felt that this wasn't the power of the man with the feathered crown. Even if he was really one of the great emperors, he would be rejected by the laws of heaven and earth in the territory of the great desolate star, not to mention using the power of the territory of the great desolate star. The master of the grand desolation star domain was Wu Heng, but what Wu Heng couldn't do, he could easily do. Now, it seemed that not only was he not rejected by the laws of heaven and earth of the star domain in the lower planes, but he was also able to manipulate the power of the star domain better than Wu Heng. He was more like a star domain master than Wu Heng. Now he was in big trouble. Such a guy appeared out of nowhere and didn't seem to have a good impression of him. Instead, he seemed to be hostile. How could he solve this matter? Yang Kai didn't even know what the relationship between him and Wu Heng was. But from the fact that Wu Heng summoned him here, there might be some relationship between them. After the man with the feathered crown stopped the devouring of the Hung Luo star field with one slash, Wu Heng's face suddenly showed an imperceptible joy. He thought that it was a wise choice to summon the master here at the risk of being blamed. Only he could stop his territory from being devoured. But it was not enough. Wu Heng carefully observed his expression and said, "Master, this boy is arrogant, ignorant, and rude. He devoured the boundless star field of the territory of the great desolate star and destroyed many cultivation stars in the territory of the great desolate star, causing countless lives to be lost. Please punish him severely, master." The man with the feathered crown glanced at him coldly. His eyes were emotionless. Wu Heng's face suddenly stiffened. He couldn't say a word of the words he had prepared. He had hoped to use the master's authority to make Yang Kai return the star field he had devoured. But now he understood that the authority of a tiger was not so easy to use. Even if he summoned this master, he would be forced to stop Yang Kai from continuing to devour, but he would never stand up for him for no reason. If he continued to speak, he was afraid that even he would be punished. After all, as the master of a territory of the great desolate star, he didn't defend his territory well. As a result, he lost a large part of his territory when fighting with others. He could only blame himself for being incompetent. "Go back." The man with the feathered crown looked at the darkness in the distance and shouted. Although his voice was calm, his tone was unquestionable. Yang Kai's mind was in a trance, as if he had been affected by something. He actually had the thought of turning around and running away. The darkness that couldn't move forward was tumbling because of the fluctuation of his mind. A cool feeling spread in his knowledge sea, shaking his spirit. The tumbling darkness stabilized again. It turned out that the rainbow soul-warming lotus had taken effect at the critical moment. He was shocked. He didn't know why, but he felt that this man was more powerful than all the great emperors he had seen. Such a strong man shouldn't be unknown. But why couldn't he match up with any of the great emperors? Suddenly, he remembered a sentence he had heard before. There are more than 10 great emperors in the world. Suddenly, everything became clear. After calming down, Yang Kai said in a clear voice, "Dare I ask Master's name?" No matter what this man's background was, he was not someone he could compete with now. Even if he relied on the strength of the Star Territory's master, it would not be enough. It might be a good ending for this matter to be left unsettled. Anyway, he had already annexed a lot of star field in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Although he couldn't swallow the entire Great Desolate Star territory, the anger in his heart had already been vented. Yang Kai was also mentally prepared to stop while he was ahead. He asked this question out of curiosity. He wanted to know the name of such a strong man. Perhaps in the future, he would have a chance to deal with him. It would be good to form a good relationship with him. You're asking me? The man with the feathered crown stared at Yang Kai indifferently, but his eyes were empty. Nothing in the world could withstand his gaze. Yes, Yang Kai frowned. Master, please enlighten me. You don't deserve to know. The man with the feathered crown responded indifferently. He raised his hand impolitely and said, "Go back. If you dare to do this again, I will kill you without mercy." Suddenly, an irresistible force came from the front. That force was invisible, but Yang Kai seemed to see a huge wave coming toward him. If he didn't retreat, he would be smashed into pieces. If Wu Heng had such power, he would have lost in the confrontation. How could he be so free in the territory of the Great Desolate Star? At this time, the wisest thing to do was to take the opportunity to retreat. Although that force was fierce, as long as Yang Kai returned to his Hung Luo star field, he would be safe. However, the man with the feathered crown's arrogant attitude and disdainful tone made Yang Kai angry. Yang Kai thought that his tone was polite and his attitude was good. He had already planned to settle things peacefully, but who would have thought that his modesty would become the reason for the other party's arrogance? Suddenly, a heroic and unyielding spirit welled up in Yang Kai's heart. He communicated with the Hung Luo star field and urged the power of the territory of the Great Desolate Star to condense the boundless darkness into an impregnable defense. Hong. A loud noise was heard, and layers of ripples appeared in the darkness, spreading wildly in all directions. The man with the feathered crown raised his eyebrows and showed a surprised look. Although he just waved his hand casually, his identity was still there. This wave of his hand had condensed the power of the entire territory of the Great Desolate Star. He thought it would be enough to repel Yang Kai, but instead, it aroused his courage to resist. Wu Heng was surprised at first, but then he was happy. He was surprised that Yang Kai had the courage to challenge this master. Did he really not know the origin of this master? Wu Heng was happy that Yang Kai had recklessly offended him, so he was afraid that he would suffer a lot. The darkness shook and rolled, and the huge projection condensed by Yang Kai was also wavering, as if it would collapse at any time. But in the end, it slowly stabilized, and with a dignified expression, he said, "How am I not worthy?" Hearing this, Wu Heng almost laughed out loud. This brat really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually dared to challenge this master. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have fanned the flames. As long as he waited for the situation to develop, this master would naturally deal with him. He could already imagine himself sitting on the territory of the Great Desolate Star and becoming the master of the Great Desolate Star territory. This aura. The man with the feathered crown suddenly frowned, his eyes searching the boundless darkness. What kind of secret art do you practice? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he secretly cursed. Although he was using the power of the entire Great Desolate Star's territory to stimulate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art, and didn't cultivate it himself. This secret art was, after all, created by Wukong and was a first-class evil secret art. If it fell into the eyes of someone with ill intentions, it wouldn't end well. Regardless of whether or not he had used this secret art to do evil, just using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art was a great sin. This man with the feathered crown was able to detect a trace of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art in the darkness. His eyes were really sharp. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't follow his words and instead changed the subject, shouting, "How am I not worthy?" The darkness seemed to become more violent due to the ups and downs of his mood, seemingly wanting to break through the shackles and continue to devour him. Interesting. The man with the feathered crown nodded slightly and suddenly shook his sword, thrusting it straight forward. His whole body turned into a stream of light, merging with the sword and traversing hundreds of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, stabbing into the darkness with his sword. Yang Kai's whole body shook, and the huge projection could no longer be maintained, collapsing with a loud bang. He was now using his mind to communicate with the Hung Luo star field, turning into boundless darkness to devour the star field. Although the man with the feathered crown stabbed into the darkness, it was also the same as stabbing into his body. His mind shook and his consciousness returned to where his main body was, only to feel a splitting headache, as if his head was about to explode. His eyes were filled with stars, and he couldn't focus his vision. In his knowledge sea, the sword Chi rampaged, rolling up monstrous waves in his knowledge sea. The rainbow soul-warming lotus rotated, and a rainbow-colored light enveloped his knowledge sea, repairing his damaged divine sense. Yang Kai felt a little better as a cool feeling came over him. He looked up, and a chill rushed straight to his head. The man with the feathered crown was standing not far in front of him, but he didn't even look at him. Instead, he was looking at the rolling stone beside him with burning eyes. Chapter 3188. From the moment the feathered crowned man appeared until now, his demeanor was extremely cold, and his eyes were empty and indifferent, as if he didn't put anyone or anything in this world in his eyes. Only now did the appearance of Rolling Stone arouse his interest. Yang Kai clearly saw a desire for possession in this man's eyes. Rolling Stone was the manifestation of the mysterious small world's world will and could also be regarded as the artifact spirit of the sealed world bead. But after swallowing 5 or 6 cultivation stars, its body had become extremely large, and it had even grown a large mouth and a long tail, making it look like a fat tadpole. Its birth was a coincidence that Yang Kai had never expected before. These days, when he was like a fish in water on great desolate stars territory, he had considered a problem. Whether the existence of Rolling Stone or the changes in the mysterious small world conflicted with the existence of Hung Luo star field for him. He was the master of Hung Luo star field and the master of the mysterious small world, so he was the master of 2 worlds. However, it was impossible to bite off more than one could chew, and the path of cultivation paid particular attention to this. Naturally, the more worlds one owned, the better. If he wanted to comprehend world force, he could do so with the help of the Hung Luo star field, and to some extent, the mysterious small world was not comparable to an entire star territory. Therefore, the existence of these 2 worlds seemed to be a bit repetitive to him, and one of them would sooner or later become useless. But at this moment, seeing the eyes of the feathered-crowned man, Yang Kai immediately understood that he was wrong. The Hung Luo star field and the mysterious small world did not conflict, and the mysterious small world was not inferior to an entire star territory. In fact, in some territories he did not know, the value of a mysterious small world was far greater than that of a star territory. Otherwise, why would this feathered-crowned man show such an expression? Yang Kai stepped in front of the feathered-crowned man, causing him to lower his eyes, seemingly a little angry, but soon, the anger in his eyes disappeared and he asked, "Is this mysterious small world yours?" Yang Kai naturally knew that he was not asking about the Hung Luo star field, but the mysterious small world. With his vision, it was not surprising that he could see through the essence of Rolling Stone at a glance, but it would be strange if he could not. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? If it isn't, then I'll take it. If it is, then I'll take it too. Then what are you asking? Yang Kai frowned. The man with the feathered crown shook his head and said, "Of course I have to ask. Even though I'm stronger than you, I won't take it by force." What? What do you want to exchange with me? Not bad. The man with the feathered crown nodded. This small world is of great use to me. Name your price. Don't worry that I won't be able to afford it. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, it's also very useful to me." Although he didn't quite understand why the other party was so enthusiastic about rolling, how could Yang Kai exchange it for any benefits? Not to mention that it might be of great use in the future. Even if it was useless, Yang Kai would not exchange it with this feathered-crowned man. It would only be a waste to leave it in your hands. How is that a waste? Yang Kai's face sank. There should be a limit to looking down on others. He didn't deny that the other party was stronger than him, but there was also a huge gap between their cultivation years. If it weren't for some scruples, Yang Kai would have said, "Don't bully a poor youth." But thinking about it, he was no longer young and had long since left the category of youth, so he gave up. "Boy, you should have some self-awareness," the feathered-crowned man impatiently said. He looked at Yang Kai as if it was an honor for him to have taken a fancy to Yang Kai's things. "If you want to exchange with this king, I won't let you suffer a loss. This king can make the decision to give the neighboring star's territory to you. You can refine and devour it to your heart's content, an even hand over the star's source to you. With just a few words, the fate of the great desolate star's territory was decided. Yang Kai wondered what Wu Hong would think if he heard this. Yang Kai shook his head. No. The man with the feathered crest said, "Within 10 years, I will help you break through to the Third Order Emperor realm." Yang Kai stared at him. "What's wrong, sir? Are you trying to take it by force?" Even if this man was really a great emperor, Yang Kai had seen great emperors before and had even fought alongside great emperors. So how could he be intimidated by this man's might? If he provoked him, he would transform into a 200-meter-long dragon and let this man know what it means to have a dragon's pressure as vast as the sea. Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The man with the feathered crest's face sank, obviously angry. He felt that he was being sincere, as even he would have to pay a huge price for a star's territory and a Third Order Emperor realm breakthrough within 10 years. All he wanted was a small world, but he didn't expect the other party to refuse so readily. Yang Kai grinned. "I won't accept a toast or a forfeit." As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the vast star field crazily pressed down on the man with the feathered crest. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Although he hadn't been in contact with this man for long, Yang Kai could tell that this guy wasn't a patient person. Since he had made up his mind not to exchange the small sealed world with him, sooner or later, he would have to shed all pretense of cordiality. Instead of passively waiting to be beaten, it was better to take the initiative and perhaps have the strength to fight back. In an instant, the space around the man with the feathered crest turned into a solid cage. Space force fluctuated and entangled as void cracks swam around the man like fish. Although Yang Kai was only a First-Order Emperor realm master now, in this Hung Luo star field, he was the master of heaven and earth. Even if the other party was really a great emperor's, bearing the power of the entire territory would not be easy. Looking closely, Yang Kai's heart jumped and he was dumbfounded, almost suspecting that he was seeing things. He saw that although the man with the feathered crest was full of flaws, his surroundings were not affected at all. The power of the star territory that Yang Kai had mobilized couldn't press down on him at all, only lingering around him. The man with the feathered crest was wearing a treasure robe that was blooming with starlight, blocking all the power outside. His expression was also slightly startled at this time, probably not expecting Yang Kai to be so bold as to attack him. He was so angry that he laughed. "You court death." If Yang Kai hadn't taken action, the man with the feathered crest would have just taken it by force at most. After all, the master of the star territory couldn't be killed just because he said so. After all, his duties did not allow him to do so. Otherwise, others would be able to use his weakness against him, and he would have endless troubles in the future. Since Yang Kai took the initiative to provoke him, he might as well kill him, and no one would say anything. Slowly raising his hand, Yang Kai instantly became vigilant, as if he was facing a great enemy. The man with the feathered crest drew the sword at his waist and fiercely slashed forward, shouting, "Break!" An invisible but extremely mysterious power burst out, not harming Yang Kai at all, but causing him to tremble and cry out in alarm. How is this possible? This was always the line that his opponents used, and at this moment, he finally understood how his opponents felt when they said this. Unbelievable, beyond imagination, completely incomprehensible. The man with the feathered crest's sword had actually severed the connection between him and the Hung Luo star field. It had to be known that Yang Kai had spent a great deal of effort to refine the star source of the Hung Luo star field, becoming the master of this star territory. This kind of refining had formed a connection that went deep into his soul, and unless someone could kill Yang Kai, it would not be severed. But under the power of the man with the feathered crest's sword, this impossible had become possible. The surging power of the star territory was suddenly dispersed. Yang Kai tried to communicate with the star, but he could not get any response from it. There seemed to be a pair of shackles that had locked up the star source of the entire star territory, causing his advantage as the master of the star territory to disappear. "You actually dare to attack me." The man with the feathered crest slashed out with his sword, but did not take the opportunity to attack. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai with a mocking expression. "This king is the Star Court's emissary, in charge of thousands of star territory. You actually dare to attack me?" Star Court. Yang Kai's expression changed. This was really a mysterious name that he had not heard for a long time. He knew about the existence of the Star Court. It was said that after the War of Emperors, The surviving great emperors created it in order to prevent something like Wukong from happening again. Its purpose was to seal and suppress the passage to the star territory of the lower star territory and to protect and monitor the creatures in the lower star territory. The Star Court would not take the initiative to intervene in the matters of the star territory. They would let them live and die on their own, but if another Wukong appeared, the Star Court would definitely take action in time. The Star Court was extremely mysterious, and not many people in the entire star boundary knew of its existence. Yang Kai wanted to return to the Hung Luo star field back then, so he asked around. Someone told him that he could go to any star territory through the Star Court. But that person did not tell Yang Kai where the Star Court was. Yang Kai was able to return to the Hung Luo star field because of Wukong. If Wukong had not used the power of the Dragon Palace to forcefully break open the Void Passage, he was afraid that he would really have to go to the Star Court to look for a way out. There were many powerhouses in the Star Court, and there was always a great emperor overseeing it all year round. It was said that the one overseeing the Star Court these years was the Iron Blood Great Emperor. No wonder this feathered man could cut off his connection with the Hung Luo star field with a single sword strike, causing his biggest reliance to lose its effect. Since the other party was an emissary from the Star Court and was in charge of the Star Territory, it was natural for him to have this ability. The treasured clothes on his body and the sword at his waist were probably specially made for the Star Territory of the Lower Star Territory. They could protect him from or reduce the rejection of the laws of heaven and earth when he went deep into the Star Territory. Yang Kai had a feeling that this person was not stronger than the other great emperors, but because of his identity and the environment he was in, he gave him this illusion. Oh, you don't know about the existence of the Star Court. The feathered man observed Yang Kai carefully before nodding. So that's how it is. You've only become the Star Territory's lord not long ago. No wonder you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Generally speaking, any Star Territory's lord who became the Star Territory's lord would have to register with the Star Court and have their own dossier. Wu Hung was like this, and so were the other Star Territory's lords. Every Star Territory's lord was a powerhouse from the star boundary, and it was impossible to become a Star Territory's lord without a three-layer Emperor Realm lord. They had to go through the Star Court in advance and obtain the qualifications to refine the Star Territory. Once they succeeded, they would naturally report it to the Star Court, create a dossier, and leave their name. This was a kind of restriction, but also a kind of responsibility. Chapter 3189. In other words, the masters of Star Territory were also subject to the jurisdiction and restrictions of the Star Court, so they couldn't do whatever they wanted in their own territory. Otherwise, if a Star Territory master wanted to, he could completely destroy the entire territory. And this man with the feathered crown was, to some extent, the direct superior of Yang Kai and the other Star Territory masters. Otherwise, Wu Hung, a third-order Emperor Realm master, would not have had to be so subservient to this man. Yang Kai knew nothing about this matter, so he had directly bypassed the Star Court to refine the Hung Luo star field, so naturally, he couldn't be in awe of this man. The man with the feathered crown raised his sword above his head, his figure suddenly becoming as majestic as a mountain. It wasn't that his figure had grown bigger, but rather that his aura had soared into the sky and surged through the stars. Boy, since your cultivation has not been easy, quickly hand over your small world, and this king may spare your life. Yang Kai resolutely shouted, wishful thinking. Boy, you court death. A cold light flashed in the feathered crown man's eyes as he slashed down with his sword, its blade glowing with unfathomable power. In an instant, the only thing left in the world was this sword. It wasn't a particularly powerful move, just a casual wave of his hand, but it seemed to be able to seal off all of Yang Kai's escape routes, making him feel like he couldn't avoid it. Asterisk schwa, asterisk with a flash of light, the sword froze in place. Yang Kai put his palms together and raised them high, clamping the sword above his head. A few strands of black hair were cut off and turned to dust by the invisible sword chi. The feathered crown man was slightly surprised, obviously not expecting Yang Kai to be able to block his sword. Even Wu Hung would have to stretch out his neck to take this blow, but this boy didn't seem to be as strong as Wu Hung, so how could he come out unscathed? But he didn't care too much about it, and simply pressed the sword down with more force. Yang Kai instantly felt like a mountain was pressing down on his head, and this weight was constantly increasing, as if it wouldn't stop until he was flattened. When he raised his eyes to look over, he saw the man with the feathered crown looking at him with a ridiculing expression, and he seemed to be appreciating the struggle of an ant. Yang Kai's left eye instantly turned into a dignified vertical eye. From the vertical eye, a long saber pierced through the air and slashed towards the feathered crowned man's head. A Soul Emperor artifact. The feathered man's eyes lit up, not being affected by the demon eye of annihilation at all, instantly understanding the essence of the soul-splitting blade. Emperor artifacts were not rare in Yang Kai's eyes, but Soul Emperor artifacts were rarer. Of course, although the soul-splitting saber was extraordinary, it was not to the extent that Yang Kai coveted it. What he really cared about was the sealed world bead, which would be of great benefit to his cultivation. He was just curious as to why this young man had so many good items in his possession. An ordinary person from the Emperor realm wouldn't have such wealth. With a stir of his divine sense, he laid down a layer of defense in front of his knowledge sea. Asterisk Hong, asterisk a trembling sound rang out from the depths of his soul, and the hurriedly laid down defense did not have the slightest effect. A pure attack transformed into the shape of a long saber and cut a long gully in his knowledge sea, as if it wanted to split it in two. In an instant, his knowledge sea rose and fell violently. The feathered crowned man let out a muffled groan as a tingling sensation came from his head. A simple soul-splitting saber might not be able to cause him any harm. At his level of cultivation, it was very difficult for him to be hurt by external objects, but the soul-splitting saber combined with the heaven-shattering slash was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It had been many years since the last time he used the soul-splitting saber. Over the years, Yang Kai had been using his divine sense to nourish the soul-splitting saber, accumulating a terrifying amount of power. At this moment, he used the heaven-shattering slash secret technique imparted to him by Tian Yen, and sure enough, it was effective. Little brat! The feathered crowned man's face instantly turned ferocious as he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He never thought that he would actually suffer a loss in front of this brat. He thought that this brat was just an ant he could easily crush. But who would have thought that he would be bitten by this ant? Asterisk Hong. Asterisk a huge fist suddenly appeared in front of the feathered crowned man's eyes, and an earth-shattering force rushed towards him. The feathered crowned man's body suddenly shot out like a meteor, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai withdrew his fist and stood up straight. At some unknown time, his body had transformed into a 200-meter-long dragon with dragon horns on his head and a dragon tail on his back. His exposed skin was covered in dragon scales, giving him an insufferably majestic appearance. "You old dog, are you done calling me little brat?" Before his voice fell, a cold light flashed as the feathered crowned man became one with his sword and rushed forward from tens of thousands of kilometers away, slashing his sword towards Yang Kai's dragon head. Yang Kai's dragon claw reached out and grabbed the long sword. With a clang, the sound of metal colliding rang out, and sparks flew everywhere as the dragon scales cracked. Yang Kai gripped his sword tightly, not caring about the damage the sharp sword chi was causing him, allowing the unparalleled sword chi to rush into his body and wreak havoc. At the same time, Yang Kai's other dragon claw formed a series of seals with one hand, and a mysterious principal energy immediately surged. "This is..." The feathered crowned man's eyes drooped. At this moment, he actually felt as if time had stopped flowing, causing his 5 senses to produce an illusion. Time principle. Flowing time great emperor's withering glory, shuttling dream. Yang Kai pressed his palm towards him with a solemn expression. Flowing time great emperor's shuttling seal. The feathered crowned man's expression changed slightly for the first time, and he actually recognized the name of this divine technique. Obviously, he recognized this divine technique of the flowing time great emperors. A trace of hesitation flashed through his eyes, but it quickly turned into determination, and he retreated. But it was already too late. Yang Kai's palm pressed down, and the flowing time great emperor's withering glory completely enveloped him. Yang Kai frowned and looked up, only to see a few dozen kilometers away, the feathered crowned man's body flickering with light, resisting the corrosion of the principles of time. It only took a moment for him to disappear. Separated by a few dozen kilometers, the feathered crowned man carefully sized up Yang Kai for the first time. He had a half-dragon body and had even cultivated the flowing time great emperor's shuttling seal. Just where did this boy come from? Although the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttling seal he displayed was only a fraction of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttling seal. Compared to the Great Emperor's, it involved the extremely mysterious time principle. If he hadn't retreated quickly just now, he would have suffered some minor injuries. That injury wasn't unbearable, but once it was corroded by the principles of time, he would have to pay a price to get rid of it. As the son of a rich family, he wasn't willing to pay the price he could afford. "Boy, what's your name?" The feathered-crowned man stared at Yang Kai with a hint of caution. If it was just the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttling seal, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor had fallen many years ago. Even if he had obtained the mantle of the Flowing Time Great Emperor by chance, he was just a lucky man, not enough to make the feathered-crowned man fear him. However, that 200-meter body gave him an extraordinary feeling. Obviously, it was only a half-dragon body, but it made him feel like he was facing a real dragon. Moreover, he had never heard of anyone who could cultivate a half-dragon body to such an extent. "You're asking me?" Yang Kai grinned at him, his left hand gripping the long sword so tightly that blood dripped down. When the feathered-crowned man retreated just now, although he wanted to take the long sword with him, how could he let him succeed with Yang Kai's brute strength? As such, he simply left the sword behind. When the feathered-crowned man heard this, he suddenly had a bad feeling and hurriedly said, "Forget it, this king doesn't want to. You don't deserve to know this young master's name." Yang Kai laughed loudly, a look of arrogance on his face, as if he had finally gotten his revenge. The feathered-crowned man's face darkened. How could he not know that Yang Kai was deliberately returning his words? His expression suddenly sank as he formed a hand seal and shouted, "Sword, come." Although his long sword had been left behind by Yang Kai, it was his artifact and was connected to his mind, so Yang Kai couldn't really take it away. With just a thought, he could take back the long sword, which was why he had retreated without hesitation just now. Hearing this order, the long sword in Yang Kai's hand immediately began to vibrate, desperately trying to break free from Yang Kai's control. The sword chi wildly swam about and drilled into Yang Kai's arm, destroying his flesh and meridians. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk bloody holes appeared on Yang Kai's arm one after another, from which sword chi flowed freely. However, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and refused to let go, his face contorting with pain like a demon. The feathered-crowned man watched this scene and sneered, "An ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating yourself. There's an ox flying in the sky." Yang Kai looked up at him, a pair of eyes shining brightly under his thick black eyebrows. The feathered-crowned man was startled, thinking that Yang Kai had used some kind of trick again, but when he looked up, he saw nothing. Yang Kai smiled and said, "You're bragging to death." The feathered-crowned man was stunned for a moment before recovering, the corners of his eyes twitching as he changed his hand seal again and shouted, "Sword, come." In an instant, Yang Kai's 5 fingers released sword chi, releasing a dazzling sword chi. It was as if what he was holding was not a sword, but a stars that were about to explode. The sharp sword chi was so sharp that even his dragon transformation could not resist it, cutting off pieces of his flesh, revealing his white bones. "Father won't give it to you." Kai Yang roared. His voice was like a deafening dragon's roar. Looking around, his eyes lit up, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Raleigh. Ruthlessly, he threw the sword directly into Raleigh's mouth. Rolling Stone swallowed the sword and then closed its mouth, its huge body suddenly beginning to expand and contract violently. "You!" The feathered-crowned man was furious, never having expected that in such a battle, his artifact would be snatched away. A thick sense of shame filled his heart, and he could not wait to grind Yang Kai's bones into dust to vent his anger. Satisfying. Kai Yang's left hand drooped down, his arm a complete mess. He didn't even have the strength to lift it up. The flesh on his palm had been completely obliterated, leaving behind only white bones. However, there wasn't the slightest trace of pain on his face, only wild joy. Exchanging his arm for his opponent's long sword, this trade was not a loss. "You die here." The feathered-crowned man no longer paid any attention to his long sword. Now that it had been swallowed by Rolling Stone, even if he had the means to reach the heavens, he would not be able to retrieve it immediately. It was tantamount to being banished to another space, causing the connection between him and his sword to become extremely weak. Chapter 3190. However, how could his cultivation stop at just a single sword? Even if his artifact was taken away, he still had 100 ways to kill this boy in front of him. Yang Kai stretched out his little finger and picked at his ear, casually saying, "My ears are growing calluses from hearing these words. If you have the ability, why don't you fucking kill me right now?" "As you wish." The feathered man's furious expression suddenly calmed down, and he took a few steps forward, arriving in front of Yang Kai like a ghost, clenching his fist and raising his thumb towards Yang Kai's huge head. This move of his was not fast, on the contrary, it was extremely slow, almost like a tortoise crawling. In a battle between masters, every breath was the key to victory. But this youth seemed to be doing the opposite, his posture relaxed and carefree, as if he was about to crush a bug to death. Yang Kai felt as if he was facing a great enemy, seeing his opponent's thumb pressing towards his forehead. He felt as if he had been struck by a body-lock curse, his entire body becoming stiff and unable to move. As his fist approached inch by inch, Yang Kai could clearly see space collapsing around him. If this move were to land on his forehead, his head would likely explode. Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth and let out a series of dragon roars, shaking the surrounding stars. A violent force burst out from his mouth, causing the feathered man's robes and hair to flutter wildly. Inside his knowledge sea, it was as if a giant dragon was flying, causing the sea to tumble, diverting his attention. Dragon breath. The feathered man's eyebrows jumped, feeling even more incredulous. Although the dragon race was rare and had not appeared for a long time, he had once dealt with a dragon race in his early years, so he had some understanding of the dragon race. Dragon race were proficient in using dragon breath, but this was not a secret technique, but a divine technique of the dragon race. The power of dragon breath was not inferior to top-secret techniques in the slightest, and because it was a divine technique, it was extremely convenient to use. This was the advantage of being born a divine spirit, something that other creatures could never hope to achieve. As soon as Yang Kai opened his mouth, the feathered man immediately felt the power of the dragon breath. Moreover, this dragon breath was extremely pure, as if it was the breath of a real dragon race. The dragon race he met a few years ago had just reached adulthood and only had a level 9 dragon bloodline. The dragon breath he spat out was not as powerful as this kid in front of him. What was going on? Even if he had cultivated some kind of secret technique that allowed him to transform into a half-dragon body, he shouldn't have been able to spit out such a dragon breath. There were countless secret techniques related to the dragon race in the star boundary, but there was absolutely no secret technique that could achieve this level. His thumb stopped 3 inches away from Yang Kai's forehead, and he couldn't press it any further. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he grinned, "So you're not completely unsuppressed." He finally realized that even if this guy was an emissary of the Star Court and was in charge of the territory of thousands of stars, he couldn't do whatever he wanted after coming to the territory of the lower planes. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that he had snatched his sword. In short, this feathered man couldn't display his full strength at this moment. Yang Kai's confidence greatly increased. Although the connection between him and Hung Luo Star Field had been severed by the sword, and he couldn't take advantage of the various advantages of being the master of this territory, he still had one advantage over his enemy. He wasn't suppressed in the slightest in this star territory, and even the laws of heaven and earth no longer rejected his existence. He could use his strength as he wished, provided that he didn't care about the damage he would cause. Facing a suppressed enemy in his peak state, even if this person was a great emperor's, there was nothing to be afraid of. "Then why are you acting so arrogant in front of me?" Suddenly, an object appeared in Yang Kai's right hand. It was a small bell, and as soon as it appeared, it grew bigger and bigger, reaching a height of several dozen feet. Yang Kai grabbed the bell by its ear, as if he was holding a brick, and fiercely smashed it towards the feathered man's forehead. The feathered man was startled as he felt an indescribable suppressive force enveloping him, giving him a feeling that he couldn't escape. At this time, it was too late for him to withdraw and retreat. Just as Yang Kai said, without the sword, he was restrained in this star territory, so he couldn't display his full strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a bad state. Steeling his heart, he urged all his strength and pressed his stiff thumb towards Yang Kai's forehead. He had hoped that Yang Kai would retreat in the face of difficulties and avoid a mutual destruction, but unexpectedly, Yang Kai had no intention of stopping. The big bell whistled and smashed into his head, producing a deafening sound. The feathered man only felt a burst of dizziness and was sent flying again. The treasured robe on his body flashed wildly, and if it weren't for the protection of this treasure robe, the consequences would have been dire. Yong-Kai's dragon head also jerked backwards, and his entire neck seemed to have been broken. It was strangely bent at a 90-degree angle, and his towering mountain-like body stiffened in place, not moving for a long time. Asterisk schwa. Asterisk the feathered man returned, a look of lingering fear on his face, and his face was slightly pale. Although the treasured robe on his body had helped to offset most of the damage, the pure strength of his body was unable to withstand it. His internal organs were still tumbling, and the taste of blood was still in his throat. Looking at the 200-foot dragon in front of him, a complex expression appeared on his face. If someone had told him before that there was someone in this star territory who could injure him, he would never have believed it. But now, someone had really done it. His eyes turned to the big bell in Yong-Kai's right hand and saw vivid images of flowers, birds, fish, beasts, mountains, and rivers flowing endlessly, exuding an extremely ancient and desolate aura, as if it had crossed time and space from the barbaric era. The mountains and rivers bell. The feathered man's eyes narrowed before he became ecstatic. This was actually the mountains and rivers bell. This was an extremely famous treasure from the ancient era. The Yuan Ding great emperors had relied on the mountains and rivers bell to become great emperors, so its value could be imagined. However, with the end of the War of Emperors and the death of the Yuan Ding great emperors, the mountains and rivers bell had disappeared. He had heard that someone had obtained the mountains and rivers bell in the Shattered Star Sea a few years ago, but he didn't know the specific information. Only when he saw it with his own eyes did he realize that this little brat in front of him was the lucky one who had obtained the mountains and rivers bell. No wonder even he couldn't resist the power of that smash. This was the mountains and rivers bell, not an ordinary emperor artifact. Even the great emperors would benefit greatly from it. In other words, it was not Yong-Kai who had injured him, but the power of the mountains and rivers bell. The sound of the bell could suppress the mountains and rivers, and the emperor aura could change the world. Who didn't know of its illustrious name? He had made the right choice this time. Not only could he obtain a small world, but he could also obtain the mountains and rivers bell. With this treasure, he would no longer need to worry about not being able to become one of the 10 great emperors in the future. If the small sealed world gave him the feeling of greed, then he was determined to obtain the mountains and rivers bell. This thing was much more precious than a small world, even though that small world looked extraordinary. Even with his temperament, his lips were dry at this moment. He licked his lips and reached out to grab the mountains and rivers bell. As soon as he touched it, a wonderful feeling surged throughout his body, giving him a sense of sublimation. He became more aware of the mountains and rivers bell's extraordinariness, making him even more determined to obtain it. He stretched out his hand and pulled, but the mountains and rivers bell didn't move. Asterisk kacha. Asterisk the sound of bones dislocating rang out. The feathered man was slightly surprised. When he looked up, he saw that Yong-Kai's head, which should have been broken, had turned back. There was a bloody hole in his forehead, and golden blood was flowing out, dyeing his cheeks golden yellow. "You." The feathered man was shocked. Yong-Kai had taken his divine technique head-on, but he was still fine? "I'm not dead yet, bastard." Yong-Kai suddenly exerted force, and the feathered man was caught off guard, allowing him to take back the mountains and rivers bell. Then, Yong-Kai turned the bell around and pressed it down on his head, shouting, "Suppress." In an instant, the flowers, fish, birds, beasts, mountains, and rivers on the bell seemed to have come alive, and a more terrifying suppressive force than before enveloped the void. The feathered man seemed to be unable to react and was directly covered by the mountains and rivers bell. Yong-Kai was not happy but shocked. He looked to the side and saw that the feathered man had appeared at some point and was looking at him with a frown. What he had just suppressed was just an afterimage. Suppress, suppress, suppress. Yong-Kai simply threw out the mountains and rivers bell and made a hand gesture to control it. The mouth of the bell was dark like the mouth of a fierce beast, and it was about to swallow the feathered man. The feathered man's figure drifted, moving back and forth in the void without any pattern, but he could always avoid the suppression of the mountains and rivers bell at the critical moment. His expression was no longer careless and contemptuous, as if he had re-examined Yong-Kai's strength and put on a serious attitude. Yong-Kai had made him suffer losses several times, and he had the ability to take him seriously. The voice continued to drift over. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Boy, you should understand this principle. Not to mention your miniature world, just this mountains and rivers bell is enough to bring you a fatal disaster. Why don't you hand it over to this king? This king can guarantee your safety. F*CKU. Yang Kai responded happily. The man with the feathered crest continued. Do you insist on courting death? Yang Kai laughed. Although you have nothing worthy of my attention, I think your life is not bad. Why don't you obediently hand it over to this young master? This young master will give you a quick death. You have a sharp tongue, but you're just showing off. The feathered man shook his head slowly, as if he expected better from Yang Kai, but his figure suddenly stopped and he stared coldly at Yang Kai. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine, and without hesitation, the mountains and rivers bell released layers of light, sealing off the surrounding space and suppressing the world. Yang Kai's vision blurred, but he had already lost sight of the feathered man. A gigantic green palm slammed down from the sky, and a feeling of annihilation washed over them. Not to mention Yang Kai's 200-foot-long dragon body. Even if a star was here, it would probably be crushed by this palm. Is this his full strength? Yang Kai was shocked. Even if he was suppressed, the great emperors were still great emperors. This person's cultivation was not inferior to any of the great emperors that Yang Kai had ever seen. All the carelessness before was just that he was not serious. Can I block such a powerful attack? This doubt only appeared in his heart for a moment, but it melted like snow in the spring. I must block it. If I can't block it, I will die. The sound of a dragon's roar came out of his mouth, and the dragon's roar was mixed with a complicated and obscure language, as if it came from ancient times, stirring up the stars in the sky. I have to go to the hospital today. My stomach hasn't been cured, and I have been tortured for more than half a year. I have to do a Helicobacter test in the morning, so I can't eat or drink. I don't know when I will be back, so I won't be back today. Chapter 3191. The void shattered, and a few nearby dead stars exploded with a loud bang, turning into boundless rubble that scattered in all directions. Once the master of the territory was angry, the entire territory of the star would be affected. A dragon's roar resounded above the 9 heavens. In a trance, golden light shone brightly, and a huge golden dragon leisurely appeared. The dragon's eyes were majestic, overlooking the world as if all living beings were ants. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed toward the huge green palm. Dragon language. The feathered man's expression changed, and he was extremely surprised and shocked. He had heard that obscure and profound language once before, and it was definitely dragon language without a doubt. And this huge golden dragon was obviously the secret technique of the dragon race. What's going on? What's your relationship with the dragon race? He shouted loudly, and the momentum of the huge green palm paused. Even if Yang Kai was the master of a star territory, he was still qualified to kill him for offending him. At worst, he would just be punished when he returned to the Star Court. But if this kid in front of him was related to the dragon race, then he would have to be careful. The dragon race was extremely arrogant, and arrogance meant that they would be protective of their own, and that they would hold grudges. Provoking a dragon race was provoking the entire Dragon Island. Even he didn't have the confidence to face the anger of the entire Dragon Island. And as far as he knew, whether it was the dragon language or the secret technique of the dragon race, only the purest members of the dragon race were qualified to learn it. Those with half-dragon bloodline couldn't possibly understand the mysteries of the awkward dragon language. Could it be that this kid didn't cultivate some secret technique that allowed him to transform into a half-dragon, but was actually a dragon race? As soon as Yang Kai used the secret technique of the dragon language, he immediately became afraid, and the power of the divine technique involuntarily decreased a little. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he saw this and understood everything in a flash. He secretly sighed to himself that the dragon race's name was really a good layer of protective clothing. Even in this lower star field, the dragon race was still able to make people feel fear. Sure enough, the dragon race's name was quite famous. Why would he explain anything to him? In a battle of life and death, any carelessness could be fatal, not to mention that his strength was inferior to his opponent's. Amidst the dragon's roar, the golden dragon collided with the giant cyan palm, and energy surged. Whether it was the giant cyan palm or the golden dragon, both suddenly fell into a strange stalemate. Cyan and golden halos intersected, and invisible shockwaves spread out. Yang Kai thought to himself, that was a close call. Fortunately, this guy held back a little just now. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be his opponent. Brat, answer my question. The feathered-crowned man shouted sternly. Yang Kai's eyes widened in anger. He madly urged the dragon blood in his body and shouted, Dragon race is nothing. Grandpa, I am a man who wants to be the head of the dragon. As soon as these words were spoken, the man with the feathered crown was stunned. Dragon head. That was a supreme title. Although there were several great elders on Dragon Island now, and they jointly governed Dragon Island and the entire dragon race, even the great elder Zhu Yan didn't have the qualifications to call himself the head of the dragon race. The head of the dragon race was the leader of the dragon race, and it was the leader of the dragon race. What a ridiculous statement. The man with the feathered crown suddenly had a very funny thought in his mind. He secretly mocked himself. Am I not being too careful? Even if this brat learned some dragon race secret technique by chance, it doesn't mean that he is really related to the dragon race. How could the dragon race be like this? But these words didn't sound like a simple boast. It sounded like a natural goal, a goal that could be achieved sooner or later. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk the sound of dislocated bones entered the ears of the man with the feathered crown, and his eyes shrunk when he looked over. He saw that Yang Kai, who was originally 20 meters tall, suddenly grew a lot taller, reaching 25 meters in an instant. Not only did his height become taller, the various characteristics of the dragon race on the surface of his body also became more obvious. The dragon horns on his head grew a little longer, and the dragon scales all over his body became rounder. His facial features changed and squirmed, and he completely transformed into a huge dragon head. His pair of golden dragon eyes were filled with indifference, as if he didn't put anything in the world in his eyes. Under such great pressure, Yang Kai's dragon transformation arts actually made another breakthrough, and it was a leap forward. The dragon blood in his body flowed faster and faster, and Yang Kai felt that his vision and mentality had undergone a subtle change, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. The dragon race boasted that they were the leader of all creatures and the leader of the holy spirits. Although it was a boast, no creature refuted it, because no one in this world had the qualifications to refute it. Any member of the dragon race was born to be arrogant, and they looked down on everything. Facing that pair of majestic dragon eyes, the man with the feathered crown couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat, and ripples appeared in his mind. After Yang Kai's breakthrough in his dragon transformation art, the power of his dragon race secret technique seemed to have soared as well. Originally, it was in a stalemate with the giant cyan palm, but now, it seemed to be gaining the upper hand. The man with the feathered crown gritted his teeth and at the same time increased his strength, finally managing to offset Yang Kai's resistance with great difficulty. Divine Dragon Tail Whip. Yang Kai roared as his figure remained motionless, but the dragon tail behind him swept out in the direction of the man with the feathered crown. In a trance, the man with the feathered crown only felt a terrifying force coming towards him, and just as he was about to dodge, the dragon tail swept over him. Completely caught off guard, the dragon tail seemed to ignore the barrier of space, and even someone as powerful as him didn't have time to react. It was as if he had been hit by a meteor, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as the sound of bones breaking rang out from his body. Fortunately, he had been prepared for this, so he wasn't sent flying in an unsightly manner. However, such a blow had undoubtedly thoroughly angered him, and in an instant, his killing intent surged as he gnashed his teeth and roared. Do you really think this king doesn't dare to kill you? He had been humiliated time and time again, so even if it was a real dragon race, he would still kill him. Not to mention, he still didn't know what this boy's relationship with the dragon race was. This was the territory of the lower plains, so even if he killed Yang Kai, the dragon race wouldn't be able to discover anything, so he did have some misgivings, but that didn't mean he would endure. His strength suddenly erupted, and the giant cyan palm that had been in a deadlock with the golden dragon suddenly pressed down. A dragon's roar rang out again, but this time, the golden dragon couldn't bear the pressure and collapsed, the giant palm pressing down on Yang Kai's head, sealing off the surrounding space and cutting off his escape route. At this critical moment of life and death, the madness on Yang Kai's face dissipated, replaced by a calm expression. Their eyes met, and the feathered man's heart skipped a beat as a feeling of extreme uneasiness welled up in his heart, as if something terrible would happen if he really slammed his palm down, and a sense of crisis grew in his heart. But the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring, so how could he not release it? He gritted his teeth and hardened his heart. Die! A slender jade hand suddenly appeared out of thin air, gently blocking the feathered man's palm that was slamming down on Yang Kai. Let's stop here. A faint voice rang out. It was clear and pleasant to the ear, like the sound of spring water. It was sweet to hear. Although the voice was soft, it gave people a sense of conviction. A graceful figure slowly appeared and stood beside the man with the feathered crown. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the person who had suddenly appeared. She was wearing a golden robe, with a golden phoenix crown on her head, and a pair of phoenix wings spread out. Her waterfall-like black hair was tied up in a bun, and there was a red plum blossom mark between her eyebrows. Her willowy eyebrows were like crescent moons, and her eyes were bright and charming. Her delicate and flawless skin was as soft as snow, and her figure was very attractive. The golden robe was vulgar, but when she wore it, it gave her a kind of endless grace and luxury. Yang Kai opened his mouth, but didn't dare to recognize her, so he stood there in a daze. The giant cyan palm descended on his head, but suddenly collapsed, and the remaining power dissipated, turning into a misty cyan light that dissipated between heaven and earth. The feathered man turned his head to look at her, and frowned when he saw her face. Even though he had seen her many times, he was still stunned by her beauty. In the martial Tao, the higher the cultivation, the fewer women there were. Among the 10 great emperors, only the Flower Shadow Great Emperors was a woman, and the others were all men. It wasn't that women's aptitude was inferior to men's, but in the martial Tao, women were more susceptible to interference than men, especially when it came to love. Many outstanding women were trapped by love, and their cultivation stagnated. This led to the fact that the higher the cultivation, the fewer women there were. And this woman in front of him was very likely to be one of the 10 great emperors, so she had the qualifications to be on equal footing with him. Even if the feathered man thought highly of himself and didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes, and even had the courage to secretly slay a dragon, he couldn't not treat her seriously. "Why are you here?" the feathered man asked. The woman pursed her lips and smiled. "Why can't I be here?" The feathered man thought for a moment and nodded. "That's true. After all, this is territory under your jurisdiction." The woman said, "That's right, a new star territory lord has appeared in my territory, so I naturally have to come and take a look. Otherwise, I would have been killed by you." The feathered man snorted. "He's courting death." Yang Kai was unhappy when he heard this, and immediately withdrew his gaze from the woman and pointed his chin at the feathered man, putting on an insufferably arrogant posture. "If you're not convinced, then let's fight again and see who will win." The feathered man's face sank, and he sneered. "Since you've escaped with your life, you should rejoice. If you dare speak rudely again, what are you going to do?" The feathered man flicked his sleeve and said, "Forget it. This king won't lower himself to your level. Since this woman had appeared, it wouldn't be good for him to bully the weak. Just now, he had made up his mind to kill this brat here because no one knew about it, but now that there were witnesses, he could only give up on this idea. Not to mention, if he really did attack this brat, this woman definitely wouldn't stand idly by. After all, this territory was under her jurisdiction. In short, today's matter could only be left unsettled. Hand over this king's star-slashing sword, and today's matter will be dropped." The feathered man crossed his hands behind his back and coldly looked at Yang Kai. So it was called the star-slashing sword. Yang Kai's heart stirred, but he looked around as if he hadn't heard what the feathered man had said. The feathered man's forehead throbbed with anger. "Brat, this king is talking to you. Are you deaf? What did you say?" "I can't hear you." Yang Kai tilted his head and put a hand to his ear, his voice shaking the world. Chapter 3192. What kind of joke is this? This guy inexplicably came to help Wu Heng and even fought with me, and now he wants me to return his star-splitting sword? Go home. In fact, it wasn't just the man with the feathered crown who was a little annoyed. Yang Kai was also annoyed. His reinforcements had come too early. If the man with the feathered crown knew about this, he would probably laugh at him for overestimating himself. But in any case, the star-splitting sword was his trophy, so how could he return it so easily? Unless the man with the feathered crown knelt down and called him grandfather, he might consider it. There is nothing to worry about. Do you think this king won't be able to get his star-splitting sword back? The man with the feathered crown looked at Yang Kai coldly before glancing at Rolling next to him. This time, Raleigh hadn't been able to contribute in this battle. It wasn't that Yang Kai deliberately held back, but rather that after the star-splitting sword was swallowed by Raleigh, it was rampaging through the small sealed world. So Raleigh had to urge the entire small sealed world's power to suppress it. Even so, there were some signs of instability in its suppression, and the slightest carelessness could cause great damage to the small sealed world. Yang Kai was about to speak when the woman said, "Leave this to me." The man with the feathered crown glanced at her and gently nodded. Good. Since she had spoken, he naturally couldn't refute. The woman turned around and stared at Yang Kai. When their eyes met, Yang Kai seemed to see her winking at him, but it also seemed like an illusion. A pleasant voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The star-splitting sword must be returned. Yang Kai frowned. Can I keep it? That sword was extremely strange. It could actually cut off his connection with Hung Luo Star Field, and this time, he was able to fight against the man with the feathered crown. It was all thanks to him that he had banished the star-splitting sword into Rolling's body at the beginning. Yang Kai had a feeling that if he hadn't done so, he would have been defeated long ago. He can't keep it. The star-splitting sword doesn't belong to him. It belongs to the Star Court. I also have one in my hand. It is the sword of a star envoy. If you insist on keeping it, you will only become an enemy of the Star Court. It's actually something from the Star Court. Yang Kai was surprised and said excitedly, "So, if I insist on not returning it, he will be in big trouble." The woman was obviously stunned, and she seemed to have never expected that he would actually think in this way. Normally speaking, when one found out that the star-slash-sword belonged to the Star Court, one would definitely have no choice but to return it. After all, one couldn't do anything against the Star Court. However, his thoughts were focused on another result instead. He laughed involuntarily and said, "That's right. He will be severely punished, and even lose his status as an emissary." He changed the topic and said, "But your days won't be easy either." Understood, understood. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. As an emissary, he had actually lost the sword bestowed by the Star Court. This was a serious dereliction of duty. And Yang Kai, who had snatched the star-slashing sword, would also be punished for despising the Star Court. "If you trust me, leave this matter to me. I won't let you suffer a loss. I trust you." How could he not? If you really are her. All right, I'll go talk to him. Slaughter him. Yang Kai sent out a divine sense message. The woman pursed her lips and smiled, then turned her head and communicated with the feathered-crowned man. The two's divine senses surged, and Yang Kai didn't know what they were talking about. He only saw the feathered-crowned man's expression constantly changing, sometimes dignified and sometimes angry, and he kept shaking his head. Obviously, the woman had given him some conditions that were difficult to accept, which made Yang Kai feel very good. This battle was originally a struggle between the masters of the two-star territories, but in the end, it involved two emissaries. Am I also someone with a backer? Yang Kai looked at the familiar yet strange face and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Thinking about it, she had come to this star territory before, so as an emissary, it was natural for her to govern this star territory. Silently withdrawing his dragon transformation secret technique, Yang Kai's figure returned to its original size. A sense of exhaustion washed over him, and the pain in his left hand was unbearable. Today's battle had not been long, but it had been extremely dangerous. As the master of this star territory, Yang Kai didn't have the home field advantage at all. He had relied entirely on his own strength. Fortunately, he had made a breakthrough in his dragon transformation secret art, so he hadn't come out empty-handed. Circulating his strength to resolve the injury on his left hand, Yang Kai waited for the result. A moment later, the woman stretched out her hand to Yang Kai and said, "Give it to me." Yang Kai naturally knew what she was referring to and immediately used his divine sense to communicate with the small sealed world bead. Rolling Star immediately opened its mouth, and a sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning, slashing straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression didn't change as he sneered. The star-splitting sword suddenly changed direction a meter away from him and flew around him before falling into the feathered-crowned man's hand. The feathered-crowned man's face went pale as he sheathed his sword and cupped his fists to the woman. "I'll take my leave first." Turning around, he stepped into the darkness behind him and disappeared in the blink of an eye. From beginning to end, he didn't know Yang Kai's name, and Yang Kai didn't know his name either, but they had inadvertently formed a grudge. After the feathered-crowned man left, the woman turned around and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai also grinned and rushed over to her, looking her up and down as if he was trying to get to know her all over again. The woman's smile faded and her pretty face filled with anger as she shouted, "Bold bastard! You dare cultivate the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique? Speak, how do you want to die? This queen can give you a quick death." Yang Kai was startled and suddenly felt that the woman in front of him had become extremely unfamiliar. He couldn't help wondering if she was the same person he knew. "Don't make trouble." Opening his arms, Yang Kai pulled her into his arms. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times as her bright eyes filled with surprise, as if she had never expected such a situation to occur. Caught off guard, she was hugged by him. However, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest desire. This wasn't the intimacy between a man and a woman, but an old friend who had just reunited after a long separation. Lifting her delicate hand, she placed it in front of Yang Kai's chest and pushed him away. Her hand was as delicate as a scallion, but it transmitted an irresistible force. Separated by a foot, Yang Kai smiled freely and complained, "Yang Inflammation, you made me look for you so hard." Yang Inflammation tilted her head and said, "Yang Inflammation? Who is that?" "I don't know." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "I almost didn't know either." In the past, she was extremely introverted, always wearing a black robe and covering her head, as if she was afraid of letting others see her true face. Seeing her again after several decades, who would have thought that she would have such a graceful and noble side? That noble and otherworldly temperament almost made him not dare to recognize her. He couldn't help but think of the scene when she was frightened and threw herself into his arms. He couldn't help but take another look at her chest. "What are you thinking about?" Yang Inflammation seemed to be able to see through people's hearts as she reached out and knocked on his head. With a thump, Yang Kai touched his head and said, "Why did you hit me? Be careful or I'll fall out with you." Yang Inflammation stared at him and said, "You can try turning around." Yang Kai said with a mischievous smile, "Well, I was just saying, don't take it seriously. And by the way, you are also an emissary of the Star Court. So, you returned to the Star Court after leaving that year?" "Yes." "No wonder." Yang Kai nodded. No wonder Yang Inflammation handed Lin Yun over to the Iron Blood Great Emperor. She was an emissary of the Star Court, and the Iron Blood Great Emperor was one of the great emperors guarding the Star Court. The two of them could be considered to be working together, so it was convenient for them to communicate. However, it seemed that the Iron Blood Great Emperor was not doing his job and probably did not stay in the Star Court. Otherwise, Lin Yun would not have not seen Yang Inflammation for so many years. She suddenly clenched her fists and said, "Since you are in the Star Boundary, why didn't you come to find me?" Yang Inflammation asked curiously, "Are you my son? Why should I look for you?" Yang Kai staggered and looked at her with a mournful face. Heartless and ruthless, a woman's heart is indeed the most poisonous. Yang Inflammation stroked her hair behind her ear and raised her eyes. "But I don't know what kind of feelings there are between us." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Well, let's not talk about the past. The past is the past. Let's talk about the present. Just now, that grandson said that the emissary was in charge of the Star Territory. Doesn't that mean that as the Star Territory's master, I am also under your jurisdiction?" It was good to have a backer, but it was not good to be under their jurisdiction. However, this was a relative correspondence, just like light and darkness. Yang Inflammation patted her chest and said, "Yes, from now on, this queen will be your immediate superior. Boy, I see that you are also a promising talent. In the future, be filial to this queen, and this queen will guide you." Yang Kai's eyes widened. He reached out and grabbed her neck, shaking her vigorously. "What did you do to my Yang Inflammation? Hurry up and give me back my Yang Inflammation." The Yang Inflammation of the past was so good. Why did she seem like a different person now? In an instant, her hair was messed up. Yang Inflammation glared at him and said, "Take your dog's paw away." Yang Kai immediately withdrew his hand and touched his chin. He looked as if nothing had happened and said, forget it. This is good. If there is anyone who doesn't have eyes in the future, I will tell them your name." Although he would be under the jurisdiction and restrictions, at least it would not be like just now, where some random emissary would bully him. His expression changed and he said, "Can I have that star-slashing sword?" Yang Inflammation touched her neck and tidied her hair. She said disdainfully, wishful thinking, "That is the emissary's sword. You, the Star Territory's master, who is inferior to others, is delusional to have it. You should take a piss and look at yourself. Ha. Yang Kai's mouth twitched fiercely. It was too late for regrets. He should have strangled her to death just now. At least he could keep the beauty in his heart. He held his forehead and said dejectedly, "Then what benefits can I get by accepting the Star Court's jurisdiction?" Yang Inflammation spread her hands and said, "Nothing. I refuse." Yang Kai said resolutely, "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you can't refuse. The Star Territory's master, who is not under the jurisdiction of the Star Court, is generally deprived of the qualification." Yang Kai clenched his fist and said, "You are bullying your customers. Why can't I get any benefits? Why should I listen to you?" Yang Inflammation squinted at him and said, "Do you think you are in a brothel? Bullying your customers? You can be unrestrained if you want." How? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Become great emperors. Yang Kai cursed a few times in a low voice. "What did you say?" Yang Inflammation stared at him. "Nothing." Yang Kai sniffed and said righteously, "Well, for the sake of this Star Territory, the Star Court will govern it. As the saying goes, sacrifice yourself for the sake of the greater good." Hey, my consciousness is really high. Chapter 3193. The reason he accepted his fate so quickly was mostly because his immediate superior was Yang Inflammation. If it had been the man with the feathered crown, Yang Kai would not have been so happy. Yang Inflammation looked at him strangely. "What do you want to do to this Star Territory? Why are you so against the jurisdiction of the Star Court?" "What can I do?" Yang Inflammation smiled. "Actually, you don't have to be like this. Although it is said to be jurisdiction, no one cares about this. You are still the master of this Star Territory. You can do whatever you want. Of course, the only thing you can't do is destroy the territory of this star." At the end, her voice suddenly became low. Her beautiful eyes looked into the endless darkness, revealing a dignified expression. Yang Kai quickly changed the topic, "I understand. Speaking of which, you appeared in such a timely manner. Have you been paying attention to this Star Territory?" "Not really. It's just a coincidence. Although she was in charge of the Hung Luo Star Field, how could she pay attention to this place all the time? What's more, even if she was in the Star Court, it would take a lot of effort to pay attention to this place. How could she have so much free time?" However, when the man with the feathered crown received the summons and came to the territory of the Great Desolate Star, she sensed something and inadvertently looked at the situation of the Hung Luo Star Field. Then she discovered the existence of Yang Kai. In the end, she had no choice but to come here and block the disaster for Yang Kai. However, she always felt that Yang Kai seemed to have another trump card. Even if she didn't do anything, Yang Kai wouldn't have died under that move. He even had the strength to resist. In just a few decades, he had grown to this extent. When she left that year, she deliberately didn't take him with her because she wanted him to train more. The strength that he worked hard for was truly his own. What others gave him would always be external. She had long known that Yang Kai was not a fish in a pond, but she didn't expect that Yang Kai could ride the wind and become a dragon in such a short time. She had underestimated him. Whether it's a coincidence or not, thank you in advance. Yang Kai casually touched his stomach. The seal there had almost been released. If Yang Inflammation hadn't arrived, he would have used his dragon form to demonize. At that time, he would have given the man with the feathered crown a big surprise. "You still haven't told me what conditions you reached with that guy." He took the star-slashing sword. "Isn't this going too easy on him?" "That guy, his name." She had watched the battle between Yang Kai and the feathered crowned man from beginning to end, so she naturally knew about the exchange of words between the two. "One day, he will take the initiative to tell me his name, when he is on the verge of death," Kai Yang said firmly. "That depends on whether you have the ability or not." Yang Inflammation didn't try to persuade him. It wasn't a bad thing that Yang Kai had such hatred. At least he could be brave and work hard. Hatred and women had always been the two biggest motivators for men to become stronger. She waved her hand and pointed at the endless darkness. "The swallowed territory belongs to you from now on." Yang Kai looked at her expectantly. After waiting for a while, she didn't say anything else. He was speechless. "That's it." Yang Inflammation said with anger, "Then what do you want?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth. "You're not Yang Inflammation. Tell me, who are you? In the past, he had been so calculative for a few crystals. How could he be so generous now? Yang Kai had hoped to swallow the entire territory of the Great Desolate Star. Now, it seemed that it was useless. Moreover, the swallowed territory belonged to him. It couldn't be divided. Even if Yang Kai didn't give it back, the man with the feathered hat couldn't do anything to him. This benefit was not a benefit at all. You think you've lost? Yang Inflammation smiled coldly. Yang Kai's heart was bleeding. You don't think this is a loss? Wake up, kid. If he reports this when he returns to the Star Court, I can guarantee that you won't live for more than 3 days. Iron blood will capture you and cut you into pieces. That's not necessary. Yang Kai felt a little guilty. Iron Blood Master is one of the 10 great emperors. Why would he attack me personally? If you were just an ordinary master of the Star Territory, Iron Blood wouldn't care about you. But are you an ordinary master of the Star Territory? What kind of technique are you cultivating? Yang Kai said, the one you taught me, the star refining art. I'm not blind. Yang Inflammation poked her eyes and pointed at the darkness in front of her. Do you think I can't see this familiar feeling? Kid, you're good. It's only been a few years since we last met, and you've actually inherited the mantle of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. You've even cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. What heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique? I've never heard of it. You're still trying to trick me. All right, it's the heaven-devouring battle law. Having been seen through by her, Yang Kai simply admitted it. Yang Inflammation's expression changed. It's really the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. Yang Kai looked at her in shock. He gritted his teeth and said, Are you trying to trick me, woman? Yang Yen, on the other hand, was so angry that she was trembling from head to toe, her jade-white hands clenched into fists as her aura pulsed with murderous intent, causing Yang Kai's hair to stand on end. Although he hadn't fought with Yang Inflammation, he had a feeling that Yang Inflammation was stronger than the man with the feathered crown. Even if he really turned into a demon in his dragon form, he might not be her opponent. The killing intent came and went quickly. Yang Inflammation's eyes drooped, and her long eyelashes cast a shadow, making it difficult to see her expression. She said painfully, How did you get involved with the heaven-devouring Great Emperor? She was different from the man with the feathered crown. The man with the feathered crown only felt that there was something wrong. He felt that the technique was very mysterious, and it shouldn't be something that someone like Yang Kai could grasp and touch. However, Yang Inflammation had participated in the War of the Great Emperors. She had seen the power of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor with her own eyes. She knew the horror of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. Yuan Ding, Yan Wu, Song Hai, Qing Lian, all the great emperors were famous. They were all rare geniuses, but in the end, they all died in the hands of Wukong. She didn't dare to be too sure that it was the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. She would rather miss it than let it go. She tricked Yang Kai, but she didn't expect to get an answer that made her feel despair. Wukong was an eternal sinner. The root of this was the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. Anyone who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique could not be tolerated in the world. She said that if the Iron Blood Great Emperor knew about this, Iron Blood would definitely tear her into pieces. She wasn't exaggerating. Iron Blood was a forthright person. He liked to fight, and he couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes. The Songhai Great Emperors who died in the hands of Wukong in the War of the Great Emperors were his best friends. If Iron Blood knew that there was someone in this world who had inherited the mantle of Wukong, how could he let it go? At that time, even if Yang Inflammation and Lin Yun pleaded for leniency, it would be useless. The agreement she reached with the man with the feathered crown was that Yang Kai would return the star-slashing sword, and the swallowed star field would belong to Yang Kai. This was a condition that was easy to accept. Yang Inflammation didn't treat the man with the feathered crown too harshly. It was only because of this that the man with the feathered crown would regard today's matter as a disgrace. He would probably never mention it in front of others. Naturally, no one would notice the changes in the Hung Luo star field. The territory of the Great Desolate Star was under the jurisdiction of the man with the feathered crown, and the Hung Luo star field was under the jurisdiction of Yang Inflammation. As long as the two emissaries didn't report this matter, it could be left unsettled. That was why she said that Yang Kai didn't suffer a loss. Just by concealing this matter, it was enough to make the man with the feathered crown bear a great risk. Yang Yan's voice was filled with grief, as if she had expected better from Yang Kai, causing him to feel as if he had done something wrong. Suddenly feeling a bit guilty, he pursed his lips and said, "It's not a big deal, is it?" He also knew that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method couldn't be exposed, so he had been very careful all these years. However, he always felt that there was no evil in this world. The evil was people. The characteristics of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method were a little strange, but no matter how strange a battle method was, it was still a battle method. However, he didn't expect that Yang Inflammation would have such a big reaction. His heart felt warm. Although Yang Inflammation had changed a lot, in the end, she still cared about him. Only when she cared would she be sad. If she didn't care, she could just capture Yang Kai and report back to the Star Court. She could also clear her name. What do you know? Yang Inflammation sighed. It was no wonder that her cultivation was so amazing in just a few decades. After cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method, how could her cultivation not be fast? That was the battle method that could increase one's cultivation and strength the most. She looked up and suddenly came to Yang Kai's side. She grabbed his arm with one hand, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai was shocked. He felt a trace of unease from those bright eyes. Yang Inflammation said, "Your aptitude is good and your heart is strong. Even if you start all over again, it won't be a big deal. Don't worry, this time I will take you back to the Star Court and personally guide you in your cultivation. I guarantee that you will recover your strength within 100 years. What do you mean? Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong. Yang Inflammation said resolutely, "I will destroy your cultivation." Yang Kai was furious and raised his fist at her. "You dare?" How many times had he risked his life to attain this level of cultivation? How could he let it go just like that? "You have to agree even if you don't want to." Yang Inflammation insisted, her face full of self-blame. "This is also my fault. I kept you here out of kindness, but I didn't expect you to go down the wrong path. You're the one who went down the wrong path. Your whole family went down the wrong path. Let go, or I will beat you. Don't think that I won't beat you just because you are a woman. Hit me, hit me." Yang Inflammation took the initiative to move her head closer. Yang Kai swung his fist, causing a strong wind to blow, but Yang Inflammation didn't dodge. The fist stopped 3 inches in front of her, and Yang Inflammation smiled proudly. "Crazy woman." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed. Yang Inflammation said seriously, "Don't be afraid, it will be over soon. Just bear with it. Calm down." Yang Kai grabbed her other hand and held it tightly. "Calm down. You are the one who needs to calm down." "Okay, I've calmed down. I was really confused by your anger." Yang Kai was speechless. "And listen to what I have to say first. If you still want to waste my cultivation when the time comes, I won't resist." "Really?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "Then tell me." Yang Kai sorted out his thoughts and said, "You said the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique." "That's right. I do know the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique, but I haven't practiced it." Chapter 3194. At that moment, Yang Kai told her the whole story, from how he entered the Star Boundary, ended up in the Blue Feather Sect, met Wu Mengshan, and helped him escape by teaching him the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Then, he went to the Shattered Star Sea to kill Wu Mengshan, perfecting his embodiment's secret art. Yang Yan listened quietly, frowning from time to time. After listening, she turned to look at the embodiment summoned by Yang Kai with a thoughtful look on her face. The embodiment had been hiding nearby, and Yang Kai's original plan was to wait until he unlocked the demonization seal on his dantian before summoning it to join forces with him to fight against the man with the feathered crown. But at the last moment, Yang Yan suddenly appeared and stopped him, causing the embodiment's surprise attack to lose its effect. "So, it's your embodiment that has cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques?" "Yes." Yang Kai looked at her with some vigilance. "You don't want to waste its cultivation, do you?" Having said that, the embodiment was not made of flesh and blood, so it did not have any meridians or dantian meridians. Even if Yang Yan really wanted to destroy it, it would be difficult for her to do so unless she completely destroyed it. Using the stone mongoose's body to cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Yang Yan walked around the embodiment a few times with a look of amazement, as if she had found a novel toy. "How did you think of it?" "It was just a coincidence." Yang Kai laughed. Back then, Wu Mengchuan taught me the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Although I didn't know the purpose, I always felt that it was not a good thing. However, that secret art was really mysterious, and I couldn't bear to throw it away, so I let the embodiment try it out. Who knew that an unintentionally planted willow would turn out to be a shade? Yang Inflammation nodded. It's not necessarily a coincidence, but it's an opportunity. The stone mongoose is born with a body of earth and a body of stone. It doesn't have the 7 emotions and 6 desires of other creatures. Its innate divine technique is also very easy to refine and expel all kinds of impurities. It may be the best choice to let it practice the tactics of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. She knew the stone mongoose well, and she also knew some of the drawbacks of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique. She had a feeling that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was tailor-made for the stone mongoose, and not something that could be practiced with flesh and blood. Yukong might not have been born so cold-blooded and heartless, but after practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics, his temperament had been twisted, making him view all living beings as ants. For the sake of his own power, he did not hesitate to destroy countless planets and territory. However, the stone mongoose did not have to worry about this at all. Its innate divine technique allowed it to expel all the impurities it absorbed into its body, and it would not be affected in the slightest. No wonder so many people who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique were always stuck at a bottleneck. It turns out that they needed to devour another person who practiced this evil technique as a catalyst to break through the bottleneck. Yang Inflammation's beautiful eyes flickered as she suddenly understood many things. Yang Kai was shocked. How many people practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique? It happened many years ago. When she said many years, it was definitely not a few hundred years, nor was it a few thousand years. It was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Yukong relied on the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique to stabilize his position as the strongest person in the world. So naturally, this secret art was coveted by many. For some reason, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was leaked out and obtained by some ambitious people. There were even some people in the Emperor realm who did not hesitate to abandon their cultivation and start all over again in order to practice this secret art. However, those who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique were all stuck in the third-order Tao Source realm without exception, with no hope of breaking through to the Emperor realm for the rest of their lives. It was not that their cultivation was wrong, nor was it that the secret art they obtained was wrong, but that the characteristics of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique were such. Wu Mengchuan was also a descendant of Yukong, but even he was stuck in the third-order Tao Source realm for many years, not to mention others. If they wanted to break through, it was simple. They just had to devour another person who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique and take everything for themselves. This was like raising insects and killing each other. Only the one who survived would have hope of ascension. Wu Mengchuan taught Yang Kai the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to use it as a condition for Yang Kai to rescue him from the bone prison, and second, he wanted to cultivate someone to devour in the future. Unfortunately, he met Yang Kai, a cultivator who came from the lower star territory, and was completely uninterested in the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique, so he resisted the temptation. If it were a native cultivator from the star boundary, they would probably immediately practice the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique, which would naturally end in tragedy. After Yukong, even though many people practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique, no one was able to break through to the Emperor realm, causing many people to have the illusion that the secret art was wrong. Yukong did not pass down the real heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique at all. The real cultivation method had long been buried in the shattered star sea with him. As time passed, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was gradually lost, and no one practiced it anymore. Suddenly, Yang Yan remembered something. Since the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was so strange, who did Yukong devour in the past to make a breakthrough in his secret art? There must be another existence who also practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique. Perhaps there was an unknown grudge between them, but it was too long ago to be traced back. She looked up at the rolling stone again and hesitantly asked, "Is this the sealed world beads? Artifact spirit?" Naturally, she was no stranger to the sealed world bead. She had brought it from the star boundary to this part of the star territory. Later, it was obtained by Yang Kai and left to him. She never expected that when they met again, the sealed world bead would become like this. Not only did it give birth to an artifact spirit, but it also had a devouring ability. Exactly. Yang Kai laughed with a proud expression. The sealed world bead had been in his possession for many years and had helped him avert danger many times. In addition, its internal space was very beneficial to his cultivation of the space divine technique, so Yang Kai naturally attached great importance to it. Now that it had given birth to an artifact spirit, it was like giving birth to a son. Startled, Yang Kai scratched his head and asked, "Do you want to take it back?" "If I really want to take it back, what will you do?" Yang Yan looked at him. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Then take it back." This was hers to begin with. Yang Yan was stunned, not expecting Yang Kai to agree so readily. "But you have to promise me one thing, don't destroy its spirituality. Although I used it as a carrier to perform the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique and gave it an artifact spirit, it didn't do anything wrong. If you promise me this, I'll return the sealed world bead to you." After wandering around the territory of the great desolate star and devouring as much as he could, expanding the small sealed world space, Yang Kai's comprehension of space principles had deepened. He had a feeling that he could also refine a part of the world and condense it into a sealed world bead. So, if Yang Yan really wanted to take back the sealed world bead, there was nothing he couldn't give up. At worst, he could refine one himself and transfer the immortal tree and firmament tree from the small sealed world to it. Everything else didn't matter. Yang Yan laughed. "I'm just saying, don't take it seriously. This thing had its own world inside. If one wasn't proficient in space principles, even if they held it in their hands, it wouldn't be of much use and would only be a waste. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left this treasure to Yang Kai back then." With a solemn expression, she said, "Use it with caution." "I know. Also, don't devour any more territory of this star. If things get out of hand, it won't look good for either of us." Yang Yan pointed to the boundless darkness and said, "Okay. In addition, when you return to the star boundary in the future, don't expose the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to the world. Otherwise, a great disaster will surely befall you." Yang Yan warned solemnly. She was willing to believe in Yang Kai and his embodiment, but it didn't mean that others were willing to believe in him. Needless to say, if the Iron-Blood Great Emperor knew that there was someone in this world who cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, he would probably be the first to take action. The wrath of the Great Emperors was something Yang Kai couldn't bear right now. "I'll remember." Yang Kai nodded and secretly sighed. He had finally passed the hurdle of Yang Yan. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Let me ask you something." "What?" "What's the cultivation of that guy just now?" Yang Yan didn't answer and asked instead, "What do you think?" "Great Emperors," Yang Kai said in a deep voice. This wasn't an illusion. That man with the feathered crown gave him the feeling that he was facing great emperors, but he seemed to be suppressed and underestimated Yang Kai, so he suffered a loss. If Yang Kai had faced that man in the star boundary, he probably wouldn't have been able to fight back. He was able to move unhindered on Dragon Island and fight against the great emperors of the dragon race, mainly because of his bloodline suppression. Without the suppression of the dragon race's bloodline, he wouldn't have been a match for any of the elders of the dragon race. Yang Yan smiled and shook his head. "How is that possible?" Yang Kai was shocked. "Isn't he one of the great emperors? Could he be a third-layer emperor?" No, how could a third-layer emperor have that kind of strength?" "He's not a third-layer emperor either." Yang Kai was dumbfounded. "Don't tell me there's another realm between the third-layer emperor realm and the great emperors." "There's no such thing, it's just that he's one of the great emperors, but he's also not one of the great emperors." Yang Kai was confused by her. "What do you mean? How should I put it?" Yang Yan pondered for a moment. If it were an ordinary first-order emperor realm master asking this question, Yang Yan wouldn't answer. Sometimes, knowing too much before one's strength was enough to hinder one's cultivation. However, Yang Kai was obviously not an ordinary first-order emperor realm master. With the strength he just displayed, he was qualified to know this. If the entire world is a bottle, then the sand, stone, mud, and water in the bottle is our cultivator. The capacity of the world as a carrier is limited. The corresponding scene appeared in Yang Kai's mind, and he nodded slightly, motioning for her to continue. All living beings are the water in the bottle. Every drop is insignificant, but it can fill the entire world. The larger the volume of sand, the greater the strength. The great emperors are just the stones in the bottle. 10 stones. Yang Kai showed a strange expression. Yang Yanyan smiled. That's exactly what I mean. Although the world bottle is big, it can only hold 10 stones. It can't hold any more than that, so since ancient times, there have been 10 great emperors. No matter how flowing time great emperor has passed, this number has always been the same. However, this doesn't mean that there are only 10 stones in the world bottle. There are other powerful existences who have transcended the emperor realm but haven't been recognized by the world. These people are great emperors, but they're also not great emperors. In terms of cultivation level, they have reached the level of great emperors, but because of the constraints of the world bottle, they can't become true great emperors. Like him. Yang Yanyan nodded. Like you? Yang Yanyan smiled but didn't say anything. You're tuning in to the Bli Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.